Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the National Conference Industry Dialogue on Tourism Under Constraint, Rewiring for Resilience, Value, and Inclusion. I am Kirk Llamas, and it's my privilege to host today's event. And again, once again, welcome. And for delegates, please take your seat. Thank you. Today brings together leaders from government, tourism enterprises, transport, infrastructure, investment, business, and the private sector. That mix is important because the challenges facing tourism today cannot be solved by one sector alone. Tourism is not only about arrivals and destinations. It is about movement, jobs, local enterprises, infrastructure, and sustainability, and the experience of communities and, of course, the travelers. This is why today's dialogue is both timely and necessary. On behalf of the Tourism Congress, the Department of Tourism, the Tourism Infrastructure and Enterprise Zone Authority, or TIEZA, and the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP, may I now call on this program, the National Conference Industry Dialogue, to order. To formally begin our program, may I request everyone to please rise. We will start with the invocation to be led by the Tourism Congress Treasurer, Ms. Margarita F. Monsayak.
Yeah, this is a prayer for unity and guidance in our challenging times. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with humble hearts, aware of the challenges that surround us and the uncertainties that lie ahead. In this time of urgent need for the tourism sector and our nation, we seek your wisdom, strength, and guidance. Lord, as we gather for this important conference, we entrust to you every plan, every discussion, and every decision that will be made. Illuminate our minds so that we may respond with clarity and foresight to the crises we face, especially those affecting global peace and stability, and their impact on our people and livelihoods. Grant us the spirit of unity and collaboration. Help us to rise above individual interests and work together for the common good. May this gathering strengthen the bonds between stakeholders, government, and industry leaders so that we may act as one in navigating these difficult times. Bless the leaders and organizers of this conference. Inspire them with courage and integrity as they form strategies, respond to urgent developments, and guide the industry toward recovery and resilience. May their efforts bring hope, stability, and renewed confidence to all those who depend on tourism for their lives and livelihoods. We ask for your protection over travelers, workers, and all communities affected by these global challenges. Grant peace to nations in conflict, especially in regions of unrest, and let your healing presence restore harmony among peoples. Lord, guide us as we seek solutions, whether in managing resources, strengthening communications, or promoting our country as a place of safety, beauty, and hospitality. And may all our actions reflect compassion, responsibility, and a deep commitment to service. We entrust everything to you, confident that even in times of crisis, your grace sustains us and your light leads the way forward. We ask all of this in your holy name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the Philippine National Anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Sa
Once again, welcome to today's National Conference and Industry Dialogue. To open our conversation from the perspective of the Tourism Congress, may I call on its president, Mr. Alan James Montemayor.
Mayong buntag sa inyong tanan. On behalf of the Tourism Congress of the Philippines, I'd like to welcome all of you to this national conference, Tourism Under Constraints and Rewiring for Resilience, Value, and Inclusion. But before anything else, I'd like to thank our partners, the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP, for helping us pull this event, for helping us pull an event of this scale in just 2 weeks' time. That was not a small feat. So I would like to personally thank former Undersecretary Alma Jimenez for her commitment and drive to change in an industry that we deeply love. So thank you, Yusek Alma, former Secretary Alma. 2 weeks lang to, Also, I'd like to thank our colleagues from the DOT, Undersecretary Verna Buenconceso. Thank you very much, and Undersecretary Rica Bueno. Your presence here only justifies the importance of this event, so thank you very much. Today's event was put together by the hardworking teams of the Tourism Congress of the Philippines, MAP, in just 2 weeks' time. Because of that, things may not be perfect, but given the situation in our industry, is facing, it is far more important to bring everybody together as soon as possible. So we ask for your patience and understanding as things may change in the last minute, and we may have a lot of adjustments along the way. So be patient with us. But I'm sure MAP, being of such a professional organization, this will run smoothly. Let's be clear about where we are today. We are not operating in a normal environment. We are dealing with rising fuel costs, pressure on the transportation systems, shifting global demands, and structural gaps that we've carried for many years. And yet, despite of all this, the tourism sector continues to move. That tells us one thing, that the fundamentals are there, but the systems need to evolve. Today is not about the presentations, today is about alignment. Alignment across government, operators, transport, investors, and destinations. We need to stop working in silos, and we need to start working as an industry. Because if we don't fix the fundamentals, connectivity, cost structures, ease of travel, and coordinated promotions, we will continue to underperform relative to our potential and our peers in other countries. This conference is designed to be honest, not optimistic for the sake of being optimistic, but to be practical. In the end of the day, we should walk away with clear priorities, actionable programs, and accountability on who will drive them. The goal is simple. This is not just recovery, but a stronger, more resilient tourism industry that can compete and sustain growth even under pressure. Before I close, I'd like to thank the board and the organizing team for making this happen. Our TCP Treasurer, Margie Munsayak, thank you very much. Our board member, Captain Stanley Yap, thank you very much for your contributions. And our former board member, event director, Mr. Michael Albania, thank you very much. And all the colleagues who work behind the scenes to bring this together. Finally, and most importantly, our main sponsor for the event, TIESA, through the support of CEO Mark Lapid, who helped us with all of this venue. So thank you very much to TIESA. Now you know where your travel tax is going. So thank you very much again. So thank you all for being here, and it really shows that we're really vested into this industry, and I hope that this will be a good learning session for everybody and that it'll be collaborative and engaging. So thank you, and let's get to work. Thank you, Paul.
TC President, Mr. Montenegro. Our dialogue today also recognizes the important role of the broader business community in strengthening tourism competitiveness and resilience. To welcome us on behalf of the Management Association of the Philippines, may I call on its Vice President, Ms. Marian Maan Hontiveros.
Tourism Undersecretary Verna Buenseseco, Tourism Undersecretary Maria Rica Bueno, TIESA COO Mark Lapid, Tourism Congress of the Philippines Board and officers led by President James Montenegro, guest speakers, industry leaders and stakeholders, fellow MAP members, everyone, in behalf of our President Donald Lim and the Board of Governors of the Management Association of the Philippines, good morning. The MAP welcomes opportunities to explore initiatives that can lift the nation through multi-sectoral collaboration and cooperation, most especially in these very, very trying times that call for private sector groups to lead not only in safeguarding our country's economy, but also in building its future. In a paper that MAP recently released in response to the call for recommendations to help alleviate the effects of the global crisis, we talked about two threats that will require swift and decisive action: the severe energy crisis and a corresponding transportation breakdown brought on by the war in the Middle East. While the crisis can potentially mirror the pandemic disruptions which we survived, it poses a more aggressive physical constraint, the high cost of movement, and as we all know, movement is the backbone of the tourism industry. The tourism market shocks are already felt, triggered by the reduction of flights, prohibitive travel costs, and rising operational burdens. The Philippine Statistic Authority estimated that tourism contributed 8.9% to the Philippines' GDP in 2024, and its share to total employment in the country was recorded at 13.8%. 6.75 million employed across its value chain. We cannot afford a reduction of an already near static growth that saw us falling behind our neighbors. This crisis scenario calls for both immediate stabilization and selected structural transitions to pave the way for long-term transformation. Managing the risks and containing its possible damaging effects will require multi-sectoral collaboration, offering private sector solutions to a public sector crisis. MAP has a strong network of more than 1,300 business and industry leaders in the Philippines and abroad. The membership collectively possesses a deep understanding of the business environment in our country, is well-versed in the economic, social, and political conditions of the country, as well as with the challenges and opportunities faced by various sectors. MAP has always stood for management excellence, but excellence, if it remains only an aspiration, is not enough. Excellence must be lived. Excellence must be acted upon. Excellence must definitely be shared. The result of such excellence must be beneficial to all, and our theme for the year reflects this commitment. Leadership in action, lifting the nation. A commitment to embody excellence not in words but in deeds. That leadership is not a title, it is action. The challenges we face are systematic, interconnected, and require coordinated action across the sectors, across institutions, and across ideological divides. Leadership in action begins with every stakeholder working together towards common goals. As an association, we recognize that we need to align what we do, and there is only one question that each and every initiative should answer. How does this uplift the Filipino people? This is the challenge that we hope you will share with MAP and the Tourism Congress of the Philippines as we gather today. Our voice in shaping national agenda should be strong because when we do what we do, we can drive economic growth, we can create livelihood, and we can cascade benefits to communities. Let us therefore leverage in the diversity of our representation and our strength in numbers. After all, if we are responsible for a big chunk of our economic performance, should we not have our voices heard in matters that allow us to operate better and multiply the benefits by including others. So together, let us embrace shared ownership of our country's next chapter. Help rebuild what has weakened, reinforce what still works, and co-create the foundations of a more resilient, more competitive Philippines. Thank you, and in behalf of the MAP, I wish you all a very productive and hopeful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hontiveros. To help frame today's industry's dialogue and set the tone for the discussion ahead, may I call on the chair of the MAP Trade, Investments, and Tourism Committee, Mr. Juni S. Del Mundo, for the opening remarks. Mr. Del Mundo.
To the stakeholders of the tourism industry, my fellow MAP members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you all for taking the time to join this dialogue. Your presence makes a strong statement that despite the challenges we are facing, there is still a strong commitment across the country to come together and find a way forward. We all know that the past few years have not been easy for the tourism industry. It was hit hard by the pandemic, and just when we think that we can put that in our rearview mirror, here we are again with a new crisis that hits where it hurts most: travel. The effects we're experiencing are not just temporary setbacks. They're shaping the environment in which we now operate. There are immediate disruptions with new challenges that continue to emerge: rising travel costs, changing traveler behaviors, concerns around safety and security, and increasing global uncertainty. All of these upheavals affect businesses across sectors. Yes, but when tourism industry slows down, specifically, it puts at risk communities, workers, and families who depend on big tourism ecosystem for their livelihoods. That is why conversations like this matter. And while no single organization, public or private, can address these challenges alone, tourism businesses up and down the value chain carry more burden of survival. We have more to lose when the tourism growth decelerates. This dialogue urges us to own the challenges and start working together as a private tourism sector to plan and execute what are realistically doable as an industry to ride out the storms. We are not here simply to revisit the problems that we already know, but to come with open minds and recognize that it is time to depart from business as usual, explore new ideas, and venture into creative initiatives. That means we are not here just to listen, but to actively reflect on what can be done differently, what can be done better, and what can be done now. There is certainly no shortage of ideas in tourism, but the real challenge is moving from discussion to action. This dialogue has been specifically designed to be a space to do just that. It will provide a broader perspective on how the tourism landscape is evolving, understand how this impacts the industry and enterprises in practical terms, so that we can together shape possible responses we can all act upon. The inputs that we will hear from our subject experts, the views from our panelists, and the insights from our speakers will be the materials we will begin when we participate in our breakout sessions. The highlights of what this dialogue is all about. It is a call to action with concrete outputs that can help the industry minimize the adverse effects of the ongoing crisis. We start by changing our question from how do we return to where we were into how do we move forward given where we are now. The end game is to go beyond stopgap, knee-jerk solutions, and work on building a tourism system that continues to function, create value, and remain resilient even under crisis conditions. To do that, we must accept that going solo and operating in silos will no longer work. We need to help each other out, collaborate more, and work together to strengthen the fundamentals. That requires a changed mindset, one I hope we will all be willing to embrace. Friends, the future of the industry will depend on how well we as stakeholders take ownership of both the problems and the solutions. Tourism cannot rely solely on external interventions. This dialogue will become more meaningful if we align perspectives, build shared responsibility, and initiate coordinated actions. This is not having all the answers, but about the willingness to take steps to help in the recovery. It is about working together so we can address our vulnerabilities and build a more resilient, more stable tourism industry. Let us turn this into a productive day. Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Delgudo. We now move into plenary session 1, establishing the context, the situation on the ground. But before we talk about solutions, it is important to begin with evidence. This first session allows us to look back at the sector's performance from 2000 to 2025 and understand where the industry has gained momentum, where it has been constrained, and where transformation must accelerate. We will now hear from the presentation on the Philippine Tourism Sectoral Review, From Promise to Power, Accelerating the Philippines Tourism Transformation Toward Sustainability, Competitiveness, and Inclusion. Let us now watch the pre-recorded presentation of Dr. John Paulo Rivera, Senior Research Fellow and Lead Author of Philippine Institute for Development Studies.
Good day, everyone. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, and thank you very much for having the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. I am John Paulo Rivera, Senior Research Fellow at PIDS, and today I will be sharing key insights on the Philippine Tourism Sectoral Review that we did, covering developments from 2000 to 2025. This study is titled From Promise to Power, Accelerating the Philippines Tourism Transformation Toward Sustainability, Competitiveness, and Inclusion. And from the title, this study is really about one central question, and that is, how do we move the Philippine tourism from recovery to sustained competitiveness while ensuring that it remains inclusive and sustainable? And the short answer is, tourism is recovery. But unless we fix structural constraints, we will continue to underperform relative to our ASEAN peers. Let me briefly walk you through how we approach the study. This is not a perception-based review, it is evidence-driven. We combined analysis of the tourism satellite account data, macroeconomic trend analysis, fieldwork across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, as well as benchmarking against ASEAN member states. So what you'll see today reflects data, stakeholder insights, and regional comparisons. That at the center of the study is a very practical question. What structural reforms are needed to make Philippine tourism globally competitive? Let me start with the most important takeaway. Tourism recovery is real. Growth is happening. But we are not maximizing that growth. And maybe you're asking why? It's because structural constraints are holding us back. We see lower arrivals compared to peers, lower spending per visitor, shorter stays, slower investment. So this is telling us that the issue is not necessarily demand. The issue here is systems. Let's go deeper into the findings. First, recovery is largely driven by domestic tourism, not inbound. Second, we continue to lag ASEAN in terms of arrivals, receipts, and connectivity. Third, and very important, many of the constraints are outside the DOT's control. And fourth, there's innovation happening in the different regions in the Philippines, but these are not scaling. So the story here is clear. We have pockets of success, but there are no systems to scale them up. Now, where is growth actually coming from? As what I have mentioned earlier, it's primarily coming from domestic tourism. As shown in the data, domestic travel has been the backbone of recovery across many regions in the country. We are also seeing promising niches such as wellness tourism, cultural tourism, cruise tourism, learning tourism, and importantly, regional innovation is getting stronger, especially in Visayas and Mindanao. So again, the issue here is not lack of opportunity. The issue here is unlocking and scaling these opportunities. So where is the Philippines falling behind? This slide is very critical because we are not underperforming because of weak potential. We are underperforming because of weak systems. Compared to ASEAN, fewer arrivals, lower spending, shorter stays. I have mentioned that earlier. And the root cause are very clear. Connectivity gaps, high travel costs, infrastructure constraints, and weak investment activation. So the challenge here is structural, not promotional. So if we look at our neighbors, we see what works. For instance, Thailand focuses on visa ease, airport expansion, destination management. Vietnam has a fast infrastructure rollout, investor-friendly zones. In Indonesia, there are prioritized destinations with full government support. In Malaysia, there's a strong aviation hub strategy. Compared to these ASEAN member countries, the lesson is simple. Tourism success is engineered, not accidental. But the good news is, we do not need to reinvent everything because there are clearly replicable strategies that the Philippines is currently doing right now, particularly in terms of visa reforms, airport expansion, investment incentives, destination management systems, stronger LGU and national coordination. So this is not really about copying. This is about adapting what already works regionally and globally. So we have identified in the study 3 binding constraints. First is connectivity and cost. Second is fragmented governance. Third is investment friction. These 3 explain most of the performance gap of tourism. That if we are going to fix these three binding constraints, we can unlock tourism growth and development. Connectivity is the biggest constraint. As of the moment, we still have limited airport capacity, relatively higher airfares, weak inter-island connectivity, gaps in cruise infrastructure, and a lot more. And the impact of these constraints on infrastructure is immediate. Fewer arrivals, shorter stays, higher costs. So when people say tourism is underperforming, this is where we should look at first. Okay? Second is that tourism is not just a DOT issue, because tourism depends on transportation, immigration, infrastructure, environment, LGUs, among others. But it just so happened that coordination remains to be weak. So what's happening right here? Okay? We have a lot of plans. National Tourism Development Plan, Local Tourism Development Plan, Philippine Development Plan. We have all these good plans, well-written plans, but the execution remains to be uneven. Third, from the private sector perspective, the challenges are clear. Okay? There is a need to enhance further, make TEZ incentives fully work, make accreditation simple because it remains to be complex, resulting to MSMEs lagging in digitalization and the persistence of infrastructure gaps. So what we're seeing here is that investment is not the problem. Investment activation is the problem. We have also consolidated everything into 5 major reforms to address the 3 binding constraints mentioned earlier. Number 1 is to update the Tourism Act. The Tourism Act has been enacted in 2009, and from then on, no major improvements, developments, and innovation into the Tourism Act of 2009 has been made. And you will see that on the table on the right. Limited legislation has been passed related to empowering the tourism sector since 2000. Okay, and you're seeing that in this table. Okay? And what is this telling us? That the engine of tourism in a post-pandemic period in 2026, in 2025, is like the laws that are prevailing in 2009. This has to be updated similar to the processors of our computers. This has to be upgraded to support the evolving landscape, the changing problems of the tourism sector. Second is connectivity and airport strategy. Build a national tourism data system, fixing investment and TEZ mechanisms, strengthening whole of government coordination. These 5, they are not random recommendations. They are recommendations that directly address the structural and the binding constraints we have mentioned earlier. So this particular slide you're seeing right now answers a key question. Who should do what? Because tourism cannot succeed if responsibilities are unclear. So for example, we assign Congress and DOT for policy, DOTR for connectivity, DTI and DOI for investments, DOT, DICT, PSA for data, OP and DepDev for coordination. If you notice this one, a lot of agencies are involved because this is about execution, not just plans, not just strategies. This is a whole of society, a whole of government approach. In the study, we also applied a futures thinking approach. That instead of asking, what do we do today? We ask, if tourism is to be competitive by 2028, if tourism should become a powerhouse in Asia by 2028 as per the National Tourism Development Plan 2023 to 2028, what must already be working by this year, by 2026? It is because decisions today determine competitiveness tomorrow. So by 2028, success means easy access, higher value tourism, strong investments, regional distribution, community support. So these five. Okay? And this is not about volume. This is about quality, inclusivity, and sustainability. So to get there, to get to 2028, what must be true by this year? To get to 2028, to get to our milestones, to our vision of 2028, 5 things must happen now. Travel must become easier. Investments must accelerate. Governance must improve, must be coordinated. Products diversify. Visitor experience improves. So what is this telling us? The window for action is now. Otherwise, we will not be able to get to our desired state by 2028. So if we only fix, no? If we fix only 3 things. First, connectivity. Fix connectivity and cost of access. And this matters because tourism growth is constrained by expensive, limited, and fragmented access. What to do immediately? And the country is already making strides in this particular solution. Expanding airport and slot capacity, incentivizing new international routes, improving inter-island connectivity by air, sea, and last mile, accelerating cruise port readiness. And doing this now, doing this immediately, will generate impacts by 2028. We will be seeing higher arrivals, longer stays, lower travel costs, and better regional dispersal. Second, in upgrading the Tourism Act of 2009, why it matters? The law no longer matches global tourism competition, which I have mentioned earlier. And priority amendments can come in the form of infrastructure financing for tourism gateways and destinations, stronger and usable TEZ incentives, digital and data governance for tourism, and clear LGU national coordination mechanism. And if we do this now, there will be impacts on 2028. There will be faster investments, clear governance, bankable tourism zones, and stronger private sector confidence. Third, treating tourism as a whole of government industry. Why it matters? Because most of the constraints that we're facing right now are outside DOT's control. So what must happen? Interagency tourism delivery dashboard must be established, shared KPIs across agencies, stronger OP and DepDev coordination, and public-private execution platform. If we can do something about this one, this 2026, by 2028, we will be seeing faster project delivery, less fragmentation, stronger investor confidence. So all players in the industry must work together to let tourism grow and develop. One sector cannot simply claim that they are just part of that sector because everybody is part of tourism. So let's now go to politically feasible high-impact wins. Why are we talking about politically feasible high-impact wins this time? It's because there are certain solutions, milestones, that are realistically achievable before 2028. Some may not, because it would take a longer period of time for their effects to manifest. And the first one is really amendments to the Tourism Act. Targeted amendments rather than an overhaul. What is realistic? Infrastructure financing provisions, TEZ operational fixes, digital and data mandate, stronger LGU alignment. And why is this feasible? Because there's already broad industry support. This is not controversial, but rather it is investment oriented. So we can make this happen before 2028. Second, another politically feasible win is connectivity and airport improvements. It is realistic because there are already ongoing secondary gateway upgrades, route development incentives, cruise port upgrades, and better inter-island transport. And this is already feasible. This is feasible because it's already in the infrastructure pipeline. It just needs prioritization, not reinvention. Third, another politically feasible high-impact win. Quick wins in visitor experience, and these are realistic. Because as of the moment, we're doing something about visa and entry streamlining, digital travel processes, cleanliness, safety, mobility programs, and the scaling of the Filipino brand of service excellence. And why is this feasible? This is simply an administrative action. It's low cost with high visibility. Another politically feasible high-impact win would be in terms of investment climate improvements. These are realistic because there's already TEZ activation, investment portfolios in relation to emerging TEZs, MSME digital support, clearer incentives, and public-private destination partnerships. And these are feasible because private sector is ready. It simply just requires coordination more than funding. We're saying that there's no budget, there's limited budget. True enough. We just need coordination in making these happen. So let's talk about those are the realistic ones. Let's talk about system enablers that are hard now but remains to be necessary. And these are enablers that may extend beyond 2028, but groundwork must start now. We have to stop being reactive, but more of being proactive in planning now so that we achieve our milestones, our vision in the future. One would be major airport expansion timelines. It will require a lot of time. Rail connectivity to destinations. Again, it's difficult, but work must start now. Full institutional restructuring and deep LGU capacity equalization. Conclusions. Okay. Tourism constraints are largely structural, not promotional. Decline in arrivals is not seasonal. It is structural. The Philippines has strong demand, strong destinations, strong people. What we need is simply coordinated policy, infrastructure, and investment reform. Because tourism can become one of the fastest drivers of jobs, regional growth, services exports, MSME expansion, if and only if we treat tourism as a national economic strategy rather than just a sector. What we need is coordinated reform. And on that note, tourism can deliver one of the most visible economic wins of this administration if we treat it as a system's priority and not just a promotional sector. However, it requires a very challenging part. because the reform journey to tourism is a collective one. It is easier said than done, but we have to get our acts together if we really want the Philippines to become a tourism powerhouse in Asia. And on that note, maraming salamat po.
Once again, thank you, Dr. Rivera from the PIDS, for that important sectoral review. Very comprehensive. Thank you again, PIDS. From the long view, we now shift to the present realities. Tourism today is operating in a more complex environment shaped by changing markets, global pressures, costs, connectivity issues, and shifting travel behavior. To help us understand what has changed and what these shifts means for the business environment, may I call on Mr. Angelo B. Taninco, Chief Economist and Research Head of Security Bank and former Assistant Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, for the presentation on what changed the reality check.
Pleasure to be here. My first time to attend an event sponsored by Tourism Congress and with, of course, the support of the Management Association of the Philippines. So delighted to, in fact, receive the invitation yesterday and for me to prepare last minute to talk about our latest macro views, which would be very important, especially for the private sector and even for government, given that we have been seeing crisis after crisis, and it has become a very common phenomenon. So my presentation, of course, they said 20 minutes, maybe less. I've entitled it Crude Reality because we are again witnessing what we call an oil shock, which is usually associated with wars in oil-producing countries, such as in the Middle East. So, as you can see in these two charts, things have been pretty erratic or volatile. The chart on the left represents the geopolitical risk index. It has been developed by two economists from the Federal Reserve, which is the US Central Bank. And we have seen this index on geopolitical risk spiking. The last time we saw it prior to this one would be in June of 2025 when Israel and Iran engaged in a 12-day war. But of course, that was short-lived as the US brokered a ceasefire, which apparently was already fragile. And then as we enter 2026, things have been pretty upbeat because we have seen, for example, rates coming off, given that our local central bank has been slashing key interest rates, which of course would be lowering borrowing costs. And then at the same time, we have seen that the trade policy uncertainty, which heightened last year in April when President Trump of the US introduced his ridiculous reciprocal tariffs, and that happened in April of last year. So the chart on the right depicts the trade policy uncertainty index. So it jumped in April of last year. And since then, it has been coming off because US has been forcefully pushing its trading partners to enter into so-called trade deals. And when I was at DTI, I understand that trade negotiations have been pretty intense and long. It takes a while, years. For example, the RCEP ended, I think, after 10 years or so of negotiations. And then US wants trade deals in an instant, which to me is very much also fragile. So now, it has been at the sidelines, that tariff policy uncertainty, and so we are now in a geopolitical risk uncertainty. So my key takeaway on this, always expect that these two risks will be there more regularly until Trump ends his power. Because this is his two main policy agenda: trade and, of course, foreign affairs in the Middle East linked to rich resource such as oil. So with that, we have this oil shock, which to me is not just purely oil alone, it's really more broad-based. We're talking about energy price shock. So to clarify, I am emphasizing this is an energy price shock, not just purely oil price shock. But of course, a benchmark would be global oil prices. So the chart on the left represents your WTI, your Brent, and even the Dubai price. And what is different now, unlike say in 2022 when Russia-Ukraine war had the global oil prices like Brent topping $120 per barrel, is that this time it's Dubai oil, which is of course understandable because that is more related to the Middle East. So we saw Dubai oil price topping 120. At one point, I think it reached 130, and more days it's above $100. Now, the past couple of days, we saw again Brent rising for 7 straight days, and it's now back at $110. WTI overnight came back at $100 per barrel, and that's because you have this negotiation between US and Iran that is really taking a while. But at least they are already talking, unlike last March when they are bombing each other. So now there's some progress happening, talks. And to me, in terms of an incentive approach, I think that things are getting better in terms of arriving at either an extended ceasefire, a fragile peace deal, but at least no more bombings, and most importantly, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is the choke point for 20% of the global energy supply. So I'm not talking about oil alone, it's also LNG and even fertilizers. So if you look at the chart on the right, we have seen the ship transits at that strait plummeting since March. Less than 10 ships per day. And I'm just looking at tankers. Of course, you can add more, but still less than 10 versus pre-war episode of nearly or more than 100 ships transiting at that strait per day. I will be very happy if we can just get half of that 100 pre-war because that will boost sentiment of global markets. We are not alone in this fight, by the way, the Philippines. And just to say that historically, we have seen how oil price shocks tend to spill over into food prices because fuel is the engine of transport of food. And food inflation, by the way, accounts for nearly half of Philippine CPI inflation. So if you have food price inflation accelerating, and we can see that later in upcoming months because of the elevated fuel costs, then we can see the overall inflation in the Philippines likewise quickening. But also, historically, we have seen how LNG prices are correlated with fertilizer prices, which in turn are very much important for food prices. And we have seen how straight choke point of LNG will eventually translate into much higher fertilizer prices, and that will be costly into making food items and therefore passing it on to consumers. And on the Philippine side, we are heavily dependent on fuel, oil. More than 90% of crude oil comes from the Middle East. And then also more than 80% of refined oil coming from Asia, which in turn gets their crude mostly from the Middle East. So that's why Dubai price has jumped much more versus Brent and WTI. And hence, the inflationary pressure is much stronger in Asia, especially in import-dependent countries like the Philippines and even India, as opposed to, say, in Europe and even in the US. So that's why you have that behavior of the oil price benchmarks being not really in sync in terms of the levels. So how does this affect the investor sentiment? Well, bottom line, there's risk-off sentiment. We saw that last March. We call it March madness. Equities plunge, bonds sold off, currencies depreciated sharply. Year to date, the Philippine peso is the second worst currency in the Asia-Pacific region, following the Indian rupee. And India, of course, is heavily dependent on Middle East oil as well. And if you look at stock markets, Philippine stock market index, again below 5,900 points at a 5-month low and near the bottom, a recent bottom. So we are seeing again bearishness on equity investor sentiment. We have seen foreign funds moving out again. Pre-war, we have seen net foreign inflows already in the Philippine stock market. And even in the Philippine bond market, we are seeing also foreign funds moving out of the Philippines, rotating towards other markets that are less vulnerable. And if you ask, how come there is some divergence on the performance of capital markets? Like if we compare US stock market versus ours, why is the US stock market attaining record highs? Are they not also affected? They are, but the reason being is that the AI, artificial intelligence story, is overshadowing the geopolitical risk in the United States. And currently, given that US stock market is now at its first quarter earnings season and ahead of the mega tech earnings story, no wonder we have seen that rally basically shrugging off what's happening in the Middle East, unlike us, Philippines. But it's not also uniform across the Asia-Pacific region. Just pluck, say, South Korea and even Taiwan. Their stock market over the past 3 weeks have been rebounding, coming from the March madness. And year to date, they have been earning double-digit returns. And the reason being is that they are also connected to the AI, since they are churning semiconductor chips that are used for the AI story. So we are, in the stock market world, left behind again because we do not have an AI-related stock. We are more into banks, conglomerates, property, and the like. And even the Philippine bond market, where foreign investors hold a certain chunk, even the news of that JP Morgan Global Bond Index inclusion of the Philippines is not enough to pull back, to attract back the bond investors overseas. And partly because we just heard Fitch Ratings downgrading the outlook on Philippine ratings to negative from stable, and partly because it's also a growth story. We have entered 2026 from the position of weakness when the second half of last year saw the flood corruption scandal evaporating the sentiment and the confidence of businesses and consumers, translating into sluggish GDP growth. Oh, and mind you, yesterday the dollar peso just breached 61 to again reach its a new record high of 61.3. Will this run away towards 62 or even 65? Let me share in a while our exchange rate view. But talking about sentiment, this is vital for economic growth because whenever you have positive sentiment, things get better. And if you have the opposite, which is what we are experiencing now, you have a pullback of capex plans, and just that we heard from the likes of property developers, Ayala Land or SM Prime, and because construction costs have gone up sharply. In March, we saw the business confidence index from the BSP. It's already at record lows. And what more in upcoming months, unless of course we have this turnaround in the sentiment across businesses. On the consumer confidence side, the first quarter doesn't fully capture yet the war because the survey was done January and Feb by the BSP. Wait for the second quarter results and things will be very much downhill compared to this chart. So our GDP growth outlook is flattish for this year. Last year, we grew by 4.4%. This year, we are projecting 4.2%. And when we talk to some clients, foreign clients especially, they're saying, it's a bit too high, don't you think? 4.2%? So some are even projecting less than 4% GDP growth, especially with what we are seeing right now. However, there could be a sequential acceleration, not really acceleration, but a sequential modest recovery on the GDP growth. In fact, there are more who are banking on a stronger recovery in the second half, especially if the national government catches up on their spending. Admittedly, first quarter seems to be pretty slow on public work spend, but hopefully in the second half, things could get better. So across sectors, last year, construction was the ultimate laggard, as everybody knows the reason why. And the usual laggards perennially would be agriculture and manufacturing. And it's always services that is carrying the burden or the heavy lifting. So for this year, given that our GDP growth forecast for the Philippines is at 4.2%, we think that services will again lead the way, but there are more downside risks on tourism-related sectors that are within the services segment, such as accommodation. Also, we have retail trade, and even, well, of course, real estate, which I think, based on what has been reported thus far by the property developers, we think our estimate is a bit upbeat. Now, inflation is again back in the limelight for the bad reason. First quarter, we saw Philippine CPI inflation averaging 2.8%. So that's good because it lies within the target range of between 2% and 4%. But when we saw March inflation topping the upper bound at 4.1%, then we know that this already took a hit from the oil price shock. And we believe that in this month and beyond, we believe that inflation will top 5%. In fact, 6% is our projected average for this quarter and the third quarter. So our full year inflation forecast is at 5.2%, coming from last year's 1.7%. So from being a benign inflation environment, we are now back at high inflation. But 5.2 is not as high compared to BSP's latest forecast of 6.3%, which partly prompted the BSP to start raising rates. Last August 23, they raised the interest rate by 25 basis points after slashing the policy rate for 6 consecutive times last year and until February 19. So our view is that from monetary easing, we are now at monetary tightening because the BSP wants to be proactive in fighting inflation to ensure that they are meeting the mandate of price stability. And therefore, we think that there could be more rate hikes to come, 2 more to be precise, another 25 basis point hike in the next Monetary Board meeting on June 18, and the third and final rate hike, hopefully, on August 27. So that the policy rate will end this year at 5% after settling at 4.25% just last February. Hence, what do we expect with this rising rates? Peso should strengthen. We didn't see that though, not yet, in the past couple of days, because when BSP made that announcement, there were now more growth concerns because higher rates could dampen bank lending or loan demand and could hurt growth. And therefore, investors, especially in the stock market, sold off. And that also contributed to the decline in the equity bourse. And even the peso slumped, reaching record lows, as mentioned, again, because of the growth concern on the Philippine economy. But with that higher rates by year-end on the Philippines, and we expect the US to still cut at least once, 25 basis points in September, then the rates differential by year-end between Philippines and US will be wider at 150 basis points. Philippines ending at 5%, US ending at 3.5%. So with a wider rates differential, this ought to bode well for the Philippine peso. And there's ample liquidity still in the financial system of the Philippines. Our money supply to GDP at 70% or 71.9% to be exact. And we see growth coming from bank lending as well as deposits. But this is as of Feb. This does not yet capture the war effect. So there could be more downside risk to the growth of both lending and even deposit. Consumers are turning more precautionary. We are seeing that from the BSP's Consumer Expectation Survey. There are more who are willing to save rather than spend. Likewise, there are more who want to avail of financial services, to tap more debt, because the purchasing power is being eroded by rising inflation, especially this year. And hence, we continue to expect bank lending to remain positive, probably close to 10%. Deposits also, maybe high single digit by year end. And money supply, base case, to remain ample. But BSP, through its governor, signaled they are prepared to inject more liquidity if necessary. And one tool is the reserve requirement ratio for universal and commercial banks. That is currently at 5%. It came from a high of 20% 10 years ago. It's sort of like a friction cost. So the BSP wants to reduce the friction cost by cutting the reserve requirement ratio. The last time they cut was last year by 200 basis points. We estimate that for every 100 basis point cut in the RRR, about 160 billion pesos are injected into the financial system. And for this year, we think that there is still room for the BSP to conduct another 200 basis point cut in the reserve requirement ratio that could inject a total of 320 billion pesos. And that would bode well for bank lending, even for investments in government securities that can suppress yields. Because if bond yields are high, and we saw that last month when yields jumped by at least 100 basis points, bank lending rates, which are benchmarked to the BVAL yields, will also go up. But now we think that with that potential RR cut, that could suppress, as mentioned, the borrowing cost. Oops, I jumped, sorry. Fiscal metrics so far are still fine. Deficit to GDP at 5.6%, debt to GDP at 63%, but watch out for the debt to GDP because government has been front-loading its borrowing, especially when you now have more need for subsidies or social assistance. And given that, it could move up further, talking about the debt to GDP. The deficit to GDP could be flattish because even though you have revenue growth from BIR and Bureau of Customs, that's going to be offset by the growth on the expenditure side. So net-net is somewhat the same. I do not think there could be a widening of the deficit sharply because the expenditure of government is not yet that buoyant. But the debt to GDP is being watched by rating agencies. So if this goes up to, let's say, 70%, the last time we saw it was 2005 or 2003, and that led to a rating downgrade, then that is something to monitor closely. A potential downgrade on not just the outlook on Philippine ratings, but the rating itself, especially if growth slows much further. Remittances, we talked about it because Middle East accounts for 18.5% of our remittances as of last year. And we are, of course, hearing reports of less deployment of seafarers and also into the Middle East, and that can adversely impact. But outside Middle East, if the global economy tanks, given the oil and energy shock, it's hurting everybody, then that can also reduce remittance flows coming from others like US, Europe, or Asia Pacific. So our remittance growth, which has been consistently at 3% over recent years, we project it now to grow by only 1.9%. And that has a negative bearing on household consumption, which accounts for 70% of our GDP. Now, on the dollar peso, we still maintain our year-end forecast of 59. Now, it's not at above 61, as mentioned, and everybody is asking us, why are we still looking at 59 year-end when it's now 2 pesos higher at 61? Well, we think there are still enough external buffers to withstand the strong depreciation pressure. One is the BSP's foreign reserves. As of end March, it closed at $106.6 billion. It used to be a high of $113 billion. Gold reserves are going up because international gold prices, especially pre-war, has been rising sharply. But let me tell you, if this war ends as early as this month or next, if you have even a fragile ceasefire, you can see investors resuming their purchase of gold. And I'm talking about central banks around the world. And that's going to be an add-on to the central bank's foreign reserves. Likewise, if this war ends, then you can see the US dollar itself weakening again. You have seen the dollar index, DXY, already weakening thanks to Trump. Trump's policies are making the dollar look bad. And it's just that the war makes it again look good, but war is temporary. So if this ends, the dollar will resume its downward trajectory, talking about the DXY, which is positively correlated to the dollar-peso exchange rate. And therefore, the dollar-peso exchange rate could also resume its downward trajectory, suggesting a stronger peso by year-end. Yes, we will always have twin deficits, balance of payment deficit, because our trade balance is always less growth on exports versus imports. We are always import dependent. Now, especially, we are going to see less net receipts in trade and services because travel services will be hurt by this war. Also, we'll see BPO export proceeds, its growth will slow down as well because there are already changes happening in the BPO landscape, not just because of the war alone, but also because of the AI adoption. And also, you'll have remittance flows, as mentioned, slowing. So net-net, wider balance of payments deficit, still have a fiscal deficit, so the twin deficit will hurt the peso. But if you have this war ending, then investor sentiment will bounce back, foreign flows will return into the stock market, into the bond market, into the peso, and hence that BOP deficit will be manageable. And alongside a hefty external buffer, then the peso fundamentals will regain its positives by year end, we believe. But always be mindful of the risks. So we are now seeing more occurrence of geopolitical tensions, trade policy uncertainty, let us not forget, it's always there. Natural disasters for the Philippines especially, and also now, because we are moving towards 2028, then noisier political risk in the country. Bottom line, for 2026 at least, our base case is that GDP growth will remain flattish, inflation will accelerate, policy rate will move up again because of the heightened inflation, fiscal metrics will be fine so far, and the external buffers will support the peso to regain its appreciation trajectory by the end of this year, for as long as this war that started from the March madness will end with Trump going to end this war. Otherwise, he will lose his power starting in November's midterm election in the US, and more so, probably an impeachment by next year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taninco. I think Sir? Mr. Taninco, please remain on the stage. In the interest of time, I think we can accommodate one or two questions from the audience. Very interesting, very good insight, sir. Thank you. Anyone from the group? Yes, sir. May we ask for a microphone for... Please state your name and the organization that you belong to, sir. Sir, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nitra Gasa, representing PTAA, and I've heard a lot of things said here, and we'd like to thank the efforts for the research done by the speakers, no? But speaking from the ground, these are things that travel agents and tour operators are already aware of. But still, it serves a purpose that these statistics are being given to us. Now, on the issue of, let me just address this issue because I have a lot of things to say, but let me just address the issue of the exchange rates. We, as travel agents and tour operators, are very sensitive about this so that every day we practically know how the dollars is moving. And for those interested, we even Google what is the projection. So if I may give a tip, if you'd like some information that is updated, because now we are not going to have this meeting again maybe after I don't know how many months or years. But if you want to know the projection of the central bank and you believe the projection, you can Google it. And Security Bank, which is I think is one of the sources here, every day they send me the exchange rate so that I know how much to charge my clients when I'm forming a group. And the airlines also, if you have a GDS, if you're a member of IATA, they will give you, and sometimes there's a difference between the rate of IATA and the banker's rate. And for those who are not familiar, IATA gets the three rates of three banks, big banks, BPI, BDO, and I don't know which is the third one. They get the average, and that's what they use for exchanging the rates. So I just want to say that, again, people on the ground, I want to say something about the fragmentation. I hear that fragmentation, this does not include you. Fragmentation happened during the time when, incidentally, on day one, I was already part of the Tourism Act. I was dealing with, every day I was attending, not every day, but every time there's a hearing on the Tourism Act by Congress or the Senate, I was there. And one of the things that I objected vehemently, but I was overruled because of political reasons, they were discussing where Department of Tourism will be. They want to devolve it to the LGUs. I was very vehement in my objection, but they said that it has to be devolved also because of the late Senator Aquilino Pimentel's rule. Plus, they don't want to upset the local government units because they will be getting less revenue from the licenses. But I said, this is to the DOT. I wanted them to retain control over the travel. I said, the local government can issue the licenses, the permits, but at least it should be first Department of Tourism. Put the rules. I have, unfortunately the Secretary is not here yet, I have the Tourism Code of 1980, which sets the rules, but I'll share that later.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
So in the interest of time,
Yes.
we have the question
Yes.
posted.
Thank you.
So it's just
Yes, thank
it's
you.
just something that you like to say.
Yes.
That's it. So no more questions. Okay. So I think that's just.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
To their contract effective May 1, And then knowing that your study is about oil prices, is the Philippine market will be drastically affected, knowing that we are dependent
Of OPEC starting May 1, to me, will not have any significant impact on global oil prices nor local pump prices in the Philippines. It's just a maneuver by the UAE to no longer follow cartel rules of OPEC and will want to have more flexibility in terms of the pricing and the strategy on their oil exports. On the impact on exchange rate, and going back to the comment earlier about exchange rate, indeed you see daily exchange rates, and you of course base it from what you see from the bank's quotes. But from our end, we forecast more of what's going to happen, say, several months ahead, and even years ahead. So, and that is based on a certain type of approach, more fundamental driven, not really day-to-day trading, not flow driven, not really tactical driven as, traders would like to use it more. So you can have these divergent views. On one hand, if you are, say, a bear or permanent bear on the peso, you could say the dollar peso might move up further. My worst case is 65. And you could have a bull case where you could see the dollar peso moving back, say, towards 55. So for me, my base case is 59. And even at year end, you can have a range of views. So if you have heard some of the bearish views, at least from this end, from security banks, it could be a bullish view. So you have two views apart, and that would be much more useful for you to make a decision on what could be your FX management play. But in the end, if it's more volatile and the ranges are wide, best to hedge. So we are, of course, offering those hedging products from the banker's point of view.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And thank you for your comment and your questions. May we now invite the MAP VP, Ms. Maan Hontiveros, together with DC President Alan James Montenegro, to on stage to present our token of appreciation to Mr. Taninco. Once again, thank you, Mr. Taninco, for that very, very insightful information. And thank you also again to Tourism Congress together with TIEZA, DOT, and MAP for bringing this event all together. I think this is very, very useful really for everybody in this room. Now, we proceed now. We have now heard about the context and the reality check from both PIDS and of course also from Mr. Taninco. The next part of the program is where we begin to unpack the issues from the perspective of the sectors that directly shape tourism outcomes. For this dialogue, we will focus on three critical lenses: movements, markets, and monitors. Movement is about access and connectivity. Markets are about demand, customer behavior, and business viability. Monitors are about policy, regulation standards, and the enabling environment. We now proceed to panel one, movements. What's ahead in land, sea, and air transport? Tourism only moves when people can move. Agree, right? Roads, ports, airports, inter-island connections, terminals, schedules, and last mile access are not just support systems. They shape cost, convenience, safety, and the confidence of travelers to choose a destination. May I invite our first panel speakers to proceed directly here on stage. I'll call in first Mr. Francis Chua, Head of Sea Travel of To Go Group. will be joined by Ms. Juliet Milamina, CEO and General Manager of Propane Travel and Tourism Services Incorporated. And the third is Ms. Ana Victoria Lu, President and General Manager of Air Asia Philippines. Moderating this panel is Ms. Josephine Romero, Senior Advisor for Digital of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council of the Philippines and President of the Private Sector Jobs and Skills Corporation, or P Corp. So Ms. Romero will formally introduce our panelists and guide us through the opening statements and discussions and then the Q&A.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and good morning to our panelists. So, we'd like to say thank you to the Congress, the Tourism Congress and MAP, for putting this dialogue together. I think our Junie has been very clear in framing this dialogue today. Our intent is to rewire. Our intent is to do something solid about what's happening to our industry, right? So it's action time. We've talked and talked and talked, and I believe with the study that was presented by Dr. Rivera, everybody was nodding, everybody knew what he was talking about. And with the statistics that were given by our economists, as our friend from the BPAA said, you all know this because you live this every day, right? So now it's time for action. And we would like to make sure that everybody in the room participates. This is a dialogue for you. This is a dialogue for you so that government will listen to you and know that you have been doing a lot already. And with that lot that you have been doing, now it's time to collaborate on actions. So, before we start the conversation, I'd like to invite each one of you to say something about what you're doing and your perspective based on the study and the statistics that were given to us just this morning. So, Juliet, may I just start with you?
Yeah. Good morning. I am Juliet Milamina, and I am the CEO, General Manager of two companies, managing ProPrime Travel and Tourism Services, Inc. and Kingyang Tours and Transport. So I am representing the land transportation sector. Right now, I am fortunate to be a partner, a transportation partner of DOT. We are the provider of the transportation of the transit tour in airport that usually there is a schedule every Friday, Saturday, Sunday supposed to cater the layover tourists and the other tourists that may be interested in availing the service. We are also the one providing the tour guides. So, dalawa na yung both provider ng tao and the transportation yung kinikater namin. At the moment, as a land transportation, as a bus operator rather, I'm already advancing my study that I could also answer an excellent service to the demand, no? Kasi with all honesty, marami ang bus or ang transportation operator. Pero kasi right now, we are really trying to be compliant of the franchising requirement of LTFRB and DOT accreditation. So right now, we're really always trying to be updated of our documents with them, no? So hindi naman nag-fail kasi kailangan talaga namin siya para walang sita sa daan. At the same time, we're also advancing our trainings. Pag merong mga patawag ang DOT, so far DOT pa lang, and other tourism organizations po, we are proactively attending to that. Yun lang, I am really looking forward na sana i-extend at maging mas proactive yung LTFRB aligned and also with the DOT combined for the seminars for the bus operators or the transportation, the land transportation.
Okay, thanks very much, Juliet. So, Juliet, basically you're saying you are ticking all the boxes in the checklist para magawa ang kailangan mangyari.
Mahalaga, ma'am, kasi we have always a requirement to comply para laging accredited. Kasi we also enjoy we are benefiting so much with the accreditation.
All right, thank you. So, so that's land. And then, well, we know that in order to encourage people to come to a place, you need to give them the confidence that they will be able to have ease in traveling all over, not just from the main hubs, but to the different parts of, in our case, islands, because we're an archipelago. So that's land, and then we also have air with Air Asia. So Anna, may we hear from you?
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me here. I just want to jump off from the points raised earlier by Dr. Rivera and also Mr. Taninco. So for us in the airline industry, we're facing like a triple threat of pressure. So one is the price of jet fuel. At its peak, it was almost 3 times the price pre-war. Second is the weakening peso. So pre-war, it was around 56, 57. Now, as Mr. Taninco said, it's about 60. It already breached 61. And this is relevant to us because we have a lot of our costs in dollars. These are especially for maintenance, these are airplane parts, etc., to make sure that our aircraft are up to standard and we're flying safely, because that's always our priority. And the third, of course, is lag in the revenue, because 2 things. One, we had already pre-sold a lot of our seats, and with the assumption that, it was normal times. But of course now, with the sharp increase in costs, we still have an obligation to our guests to fly them. So that is something that the airlines are bearing. Second, as mentioned also earlier by Mr. Taninco, we're seeing the consumer spending habit is changing, especially now with the uncertainty of this war. They're choosing to preserve their money and choosing not to spend. So travel is now seen as a luxury. And also with the rising inflation, the purchasing power of the peso is weaker. So they're choosing to spend more on the basic necessities. Except, of course, for those who travel regularly, then for them, they have no option but to travel, right? So those are the challenges that the industry is facing. So I think this dialogue is actually very timely, because it's not something that can be solved by one industry alone. We are interconnected with the tourism industry, with the infrastructure industry. And I really like the theme where it's movement, markets, and monitors, because we have to work together across different sectors and together with the government in order for us to be able to hurdle this. So for us, we're hoping to see like more responsive policies that will help support the broader tourism industry in general.
Okay, great. Very good points that you raised, and trigger for a lot of questions as we go through this conversation on stage. So Francis, what about you?
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Francis. I'm from the logistics and sea travel business called Togo. Togo is actually an affiliate of SMIC. So in the business today, actually kami yung neglected child, I feel. Everyone talks about land, everyone talks about air, but hardly anyone talks about sea travel. And when it comes to sea travel, it is still, a primary mode of transportation for many of our kababayans, especially those living in Visayas and Mindanao, because for one, clearly this is the mode of transportation they've had for many, many years. Before there was air, before there was bridges that connect by land, people used to travel by sea. And so this whole positioning of Togo is all about the renaissance and when it comes to sea travel. For those who do not know who is Togo Travel, we're actually a cruise ship or a cruise-like ship that's doing long haul travel to 20 ports in the Philippines. And most of them are actually in Visayas and Mindanao. Today, we serve passengers from traders to even tourist travelers going to Siargao, Coron. And also, we serve a lot of the business workers from Batangas Pier going to the Panay region. So it's actually a composition of many passengers. Our biggest agreement to what has been said so far is really a need for us to review connectivity and for us to work together as a group. Already as early as now, we've been working with bus partners like Ceres and Jam because we realize that we cannot live alone. Because basically we serve the same passengers, and when passengers start to choose, eventually it's not about speed anymore per se, but also about reliability and efficiency. And that's what we aim to provide at the moment to the public. How do we serve the public without raising our cost too high?
That's a perfect segue to my next question. Well, actually, my first question, because I asked you to introduce yourselves, is how can you break the silo between your different transport formats so that you build the confidence to the traveler? And not just to the traveler. Tourism and trade are two sides of one coin, right? So while you move people, you also move the goods that they eat when they go to where they visit. You also move the souvenirs or goods that they buy when they go there. So there really is a need for a seamless coordination amongst you. And that is one challenge, right? So maybe you'd like to expound on that. And then we'll go on later to the other challenges. Please feel free to talk about the challenges. By the way, for AirAsia, for instance, one of the challenges you mentioned is, taking off from the study is the higher cost of operation. So I think across the board, it's right there. So maybe you can answer that first, and then we'll go on to the others. Start with Francis? Yeah.
Okay.
Expound on what you started on.
So, okay, maybe on our end, travel and trade are really combined experience for us. So, for example, may mga pasahero kami na who are really bulk travelers. Like, for example, those who are going from Manila to Zamboanga, Manila to Jensan, even as far as Puerto Princesa, they carry about more than 50 kilograms with them. So, and we know that's our unfair advantage because if you think about it, the ship actually offers 50 kilograms of free baggage. We want to encourage them, please abuse it because we know na pag meron mga pasahero, and whenever they land, in the outports, right, where a tourist goes, business follows. And also, merong umi-exit then, and so therefore, goods are also established. So not only spending, but also commerce basically happen in the region. So what we tell our passengers, please, abusuhin niyo yung 50 kilograms. In fact, we made it free for everyone because we really want to encourage that. Number two, I guess we also are driving in a lot of support now for SMEs. What they used to think na parang hindi naman kaya, mahirap magnegosyo at this day and age, we say, no, mabilis lang talaga because now you can do it with just buying a ticket. I guess where we want to really focus our energies now is that sure, tourism and maybe tourist-related or leisure-related travel may be challenging at the moment, but we feel na there is still travel to be had. Students, negosyantes, business owners, they all need to travel. And so therefore, we just
They still need to travel, no?
Yes.
Yes, oo.
And so supplying that experience to them is going to be very, very important.
So you're basically saying you also try to look for where the demand is. There is demand overall, or the demand overall is declining, pero dun sa mga mas importante ngayon na kailangan, the basic needs that you're saying, the less luxury bent needs, so you're looking for those.
Yes. Also, we're reviewing consistently our network. For example, we know that with AirAsia, we've tried to, with the team before, we tried to map out which areas they can serve, which areas we can also help them with.
Okay.
Bus
So
companies.
more coordination.
More
Okay.
coordination
Yeah.
because the passenger wins.
Okay, great. Sige.
Actually, just taking off from what you said, no, because I think it's not really. We should all be complementary.
Yes.
Because I mean, airlines can't fly to all the destinations in the Philippines, and I mean, vice versa. No one particular sector or even company can cover the entire Philippines. So what we should do is like a coordinated effort to bridge yung mga last mile, like from islands to major hubs, and then from these major hubs to major airports. Then you see how the sea, the land, and the air can all work together to bridge any connectivity gaps. And it's true, it's not just for passengers, it's also for cargo. So yung mga cargo na hindi pwedeng mag-antay na matagal, like you have these live seafood, etc., or perishables, that one we also carry. So I really think more discussions amongst us, and not just us, but also the airport operators, whether it's the private or public sector, because one of the things we hear from our passengers, because I think Dr. Rivera mentioned earlier, he cited Malaysia as an example on how they leveraged a hub strategy to grow their tourism. So as our parent company is Malaysian and operating one of those hubs, I think we can learn from that. So we leverage from our network. And when we bring in people from our international network to the Philippines, they always say, okay, so when you get to the airport, when you land, then how do you get to the destinations, your hotels, etc.? So I think that's where we can improve on connectivity. Sure, we can bring people to the major island destinations, but then what next? And that's where their challenge is, especially if they're foreigners. For locals, it's easier for them to navigate.
That's very interesting that you said that. And I'm sure you're going to say that you're coordinating with everybody. And in your case, you're even really going the extra mile of anticipating what the compliance requirements are so that you're always there. But all of this is analog. These are discussions you're doing. And it's initiated by each of your firms or your subsectors to coordinate with each other. What interventions besides these discussions are you doing? What are the intentions? Is there a plan to make this, to use innovation or technology to make this more systematic? Or is that something that is not even in your mind because of the present situation? Anybody?
I guess from our end, the good news is we have partners who are very willing to help us. For example, just a few weeks back, we were able to talk to an OTA, an online travel agency called Want2Go. Not our same company, not a different company. Same name lang.
Local.
It's a Thai-based
Foreign,
company.
okay,
It's a foreign company. And basically we asked them na, why don't you help us do the AI of travel, right? And if you look at many different foreign travel, ready na sila for AI travel. How come not us? And they were saying that the conversation we had was, how can a foreigner, because they primarily cater to foreign guests, plan end-to-end using just one platform, right? So they were saying that it can be done.
Right, so from Bangkok, or say from Bangkok down to Tawi-Tawi.
Yes, exactly.
Something like that.
So, and it
To
can
the
be
last
done
mile.
via AI.
Kaya ba yun? Will there be a bus going there through Roro?
I experience catering clients, no, from Manila to Clark and other parts of Luzon. So kaya naman, it's just that alam mo, masyadong mahaba ang travel kasi by land, no? Pero kasi with connectivity, kailangan talaga na may coordination yung tayo, no? I discovered Palawan operators kept on asking me a support of transfers, airport transfers, and then a city tour. And then the client will go after that to Palawan. So there will be a connectivity and a seamless experience of travel kung coordinated siya at alam din namin sa transport side, sa land transport na sino-sino ba yung mga niche na to na mga kailangan sa amin. Alam mo, dito po sa bus transport natin, hindi talaga gumagamit masyado po ang mga foreigner ng bus. I observe that they always ask for coasters and vans. But right now, my mere concern right now is we need to support professionalized drivers. Madaling mag-drive. Alam natin yan. Pero to become professional in driving, that really takes a lot of work. So we need a support from LTFRB DOT to create more trainings, seminars for the manpower. Kasi ako, with my experience right now po, nakikita ko yung mga professional drivers tumatanda na. All professional drivers, tourist drivers. Pag sinabi pong tourist drivers, one-man sila. Wala silang konduktor, wala silang mekanikong kasama. So yan po yung professional driver, marunong sa ruta. Marunong po sa management ng client, no? Hindi sila maayos po ang pananamit, no? So all of those, I also observed then, no, na maraming trainings given to tour guides, to TAs, to tour operator. But we oftentimes neglect the drivers. There's where the safety comes from. So to give a good connection and to have a seamless experience, to provide a good experience to client, nag-uumpisa din, kasama din po sa frontliners, si driver.
Oo. And I think that is the same for the pilots and for the ship captains. And we experienced this during COVID. Talagang medyo nakita natin kung gaano nagkulang o kaya tumatanda na. But I know, I'm sorry to rush. I thought we had 35 minutes, but we were just given the warning of 5 minutes, last 5 minutes. And I have not asked the most important questions. So far, what you've heard are initiatives of private sector. And I've deliberately asked you to focus on that. Because later on, we'll talk about the monitors, those that are not being done by private sector. And that's great. I commend you. And I think there's more need to be intentional, no? Now, this is the question for the workshop later. From your perspective, if we're looking at that 90-day pivot that Dr. Rivera mentioned, from each of your sector, maybe suggest how can that be done? Yung 90-day, sabi niya na, let's do something quickly now so that we can restart. We can start the rewiring, sabi niya. Of course, this is just a short term, just to get us started. And then, of course, we will need a more structural discussion, a more strategic discussion for midterm and longer term transformation. But to start our change towards a more prosperous ending to this 2028, we need to do something now. Anything that comes to mind for this 90-day pivot? Ana?
I think for me, because it's 90 days, for the next 90 days, we're grappling still with the impact of the war.
So definitely, his suggestions about amending the RAs, the Republic Acts, di pwede yun, di ba? But there can still be policy changes within the 90 days. There can still be more conversations amongst you within the 90 days. What would those look like? So with the war there, let's assume that the war will end, that the ceasefire will continue to be there for the next month or so.
Yeah. So but the impact of that is not, it lasts beyond, assuming the war ends tomorrow. The impact of this will last for a couple of months.
Several
right?
years pa.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think on that end, we'd like to seek more responsive policies that will at least help the airline industry recover from this period. And anything that will help support the just tourism industry in general because tourism is one of our, we're part of the tourism
Yes,
industry,
you are.
right? So anything that will help strengthen that, whether it's in the form of renewed policies on the form of government or any
With
relaxation.
relief
Correct,
like
any relief.
being given to the passengers, the jeepney passengers or students, would that be something that would be interesting to the bus, the air, land, and sea
Yeah.
sector too?
Relief to the passengers as well as to the operators as well.
And the operators. Okay, good. Yeah. Sige, Francis.
I guess on my end, there are two parts. The first would be the undertone. The undercurrent would be very, very important. Like, for example, securing fuel. More than anything, I think, kung merong crudo, tatakbo. Tatakbo ang air, tatakbo ang land, tatakbo ang sea. I think that's the most important
So that should be
aspect.
assured.
Yes.
Okay.
Number two, I think, and this might be a little controversial, I think tax. I think there's a lot of talk about the tax, what to do, how much to shave off, and all of that. In my opinion, and this is really just my opinion, not the company's opinion
Sure,
as well.
of course.
It's that I think we don't need to slash it zero. I think we can half it, but that half should really go as an incentive to help in the fuel price mitigation.
So still on the relief, find ways and means
That's
to
right.
find to relieve all sectors. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess on the surface level naman, very important for the regulators and our regulators at DOT, in our case Marina, to understand and to really say, who do we want to talk to in the next 90 days? Do we want to talk to the foreigners? Do we want to talk to the domestic?
So do some targeting.
Yes.
Really, really target.
Because
Okay.
I think the foreigners is probably harder. Domestic consumption, domestic tourism is probably easier. But once that's done, again, I'll repeat the word abuse. Please abuse us, because if we're willing to come here,
Yes.
we're willing to also come to DOT, to
Yes.
DOTR. Please have us once a month. Let's
Okay.
talk about
All
what
right.
policies,
So
what
you're
things can be
open.
done.
The industry's
Yes.
open. Okay. So thank you. Juliet, I love what you said about the additional training. I think training. And those are not available not just with LTFRB. TESDA also has a lot of training for the tourism industry. And yeah.
Yeah, in addition, because LTFRB has imposed the NCAP, no? Two of my drivers hoping to go on abroad. So that's the only time that we knew about that NCAP, no? Ang daming rules sa daan. Sabi ng driver ko, kulang na lang wag na kami mag-drive sa dami ng rules. Pero
Okay.
this has not been reached to a lot of the drivers na dapat alam nila yon. Especially the tourist drivers
Okay.
then.
Right.
So, sana with LTFRB nga, another thing that I want sana is, in my opinion, na pabilisin yung policy, yung execution po ng CPCs ng mga franchises. Diyan po kami tumatagal. No?
Anong CPC?
Certificate for the Public Convenience.
Okay.
No?
All right.
So I hope that DOT and LTFRB and the DOTR will have the answer on this quickly. I heard that there is a memorandum this January around 06-2026 that amnesty about yung mga colorum, no? Pero kasi more than that, honestly, as a bus operator and as transport operator, sino ba ang gustong colorum, no?
Yes.
So we're really trying to, we're really complying. We're giving all the requirements to them. Tapos we're still waiting for their answer. Ang tagal. Umabot ng taon, namamatay ang transportation.
We
Tapos
feel the
bibili na naman uli
frustration,
ng bus, ng mga vans. Yun po.
Okay, so sorry to really rush you, but I think everybody is also still interested in what you have to say. But our time is up, but thank you very much. Now, those are food for thought for when you do the workshop later, and we'll synthesize even more as we go along. There are 2 more panels to follow. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Ms. Romero, and thank you to our dear panelists. May we invite MAP Vice President Ms. Maan Hontiveros and President James Montenegro for the presentation of tokens of appreciation and a photo op with our panel, one speakers and moderator. We now move to our next panel discussion, which brings together two very important lenses in tourism. So earlier we've talked about movement, and now we will now cover markets and monitors. If the first panel focused really on how people move, then this next discussion focuses on two equally important questions. First, what does the market now need? And second, what kind of policy, regulatory, and enabling environment will allow tourism enterprises and destinations to respond better? Tourism demand today is no longer just about volume. It is also about changing traveler expectations, price sensitivity, meetings and events demand, sports tourism, destination readiness, safety standards, and the overall ease of doing business. At the same time, regulation, infrastructure planning, standards, and interagency coordination strongly influence how confidently the private sector can invest, operate, and grow. So for this merged panel, may I invite our panelists to please proceed directly to their assigned seats here on stage. May I call first Mr. Benito C. Bengzon, Executive Director of the Philippine Hotel Owners Association. He will joined by Mr. John Patrick. He will be joined by Ms. Pamela D. Pascual, Chairman and CEO of World Trade Center Metro Manila. Mr. Arjun Shroff, Auditor of the Philippine Tour Operators Association. Undersecretary Marierica C. Bueno, Undersecretary for Tourism Standards, Regulation, and Human Capital Development of the Department of Tourism. And Mr. Raymond Joseph Chan, Assistant Director General of the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. May I call back on stage our moderator for this panel, Ms. Josephine Jopin Romero. Like what we did earlier, she will introduce our panelists and briefly invite them for their opening statements. And of course, facilitate the discussion and Q&A. I leave the floor now to you, Ms. Jopin.
Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. So I'm back, and to continue with our conversation earlier, and then now also talk about markets and well, everybody's been excited to talk about policy, so this panel will also discuss that. You heard earlier, the way I was trying to draw out the information is showing that the private sector has really been doing a lot for this sector. And rightly so, because it is your business. But at the same time, there is, of course, there should be a symbiotic relationship with government so that we can have that whole of society synergy, as stated in the study of Dr. Rivera. So anyway, before we start our conversation, please note that this is a bigger panel, but because in the interest of time, we are combining panels 2 and 3, markets and monitor. So now it will be a more lively discussion. So we have government and private sector here. We will start by asking our private sector group to introduce themselves, and then we'll ask government. So Bong, you crossed over to the private sector, right? So I'd ask you to introduce yourself first and say something about your perspective about the situation in your sector.
You have to excuse me, it's been a while since I last held the mic. Thank you, James, for this invitation. Congratulations to TCP, MAP, TIEZA. Brief introduction, my name is Bong Bengzon. I am the Executive Director of the Philippine Hotel Owners Association. We're made up of 221 hotels all over the country. I used to work with government. I've crossed to the other side, from regulator to the regulated. I think my brief, just some quick comments, because I was really impressed with the presentation of Doc JP and Mr. Taninco. Thank you for the very incisive presentation. For me, that has been by far the most incisive, evidence-backed presentation, and I hope parts of it, if not the entire presentation, can be used as a backdrop for this particular conversation.
Thank you, Bong. And we, of course, have Pam.
Yeah, so I'm Pam Pascual. So apart from heading the World Trade Center Metro Manila, it's an exhibitions venue. I also represent Paseos in my capacity as chairman. So Paseos is the Philippine Association of Convention, Exhibition and Organizers and Suppliers. That's the industry association here in the Philippines, and that's also affiliated with the AFICA, that's the ASEAN Federation of the Exhibition and Convention Organizers and Suppliers. So I would just like to start off, Joe Pino, by saying that the MICE industry did not really come unprepared, because we were, we went through this same scenario 5-6 years ago. And so there's a lot of, learnings, a lot of resilience that happened there. So in as far as the situation today is concerned, I'm happy, just a little positive note, that exhibitions and conventions are still happening today amidst a lot of speculation, across the different markets in the different regions. There have been no material cancellations or, just setbacks in terms of, holding these events. And this feedback actually came from the Global Association of the Exhibitions Industry. That's the UFI, the Unión de Foire Internationales. And before coming here, I really wanted to validate that, that scenario. So this is not only happening in the Philippines, but across Asia and across international markets. But definitely, the stakeholders of MICE and exhibitions, for that matter, are particularly mindful of the squeeze in as far as many different areas, like pricing, logistics, that all result in smaller delegations or shorter stays in as far as hotels are concerned, and also regional travels over long haul travels. So this all actually impacts on the high cost, of travel, of participation. So if at all, while shows or exhibitions and events are ongoing, still happening, what is compromised really is participation. So some are feeling the pinch in as far as participation is concerned. The shows are ongoing. So if exhibitor companies
end up not traveling, then that leaves, that would be very evident in empty spaces in exhibition halls, But since exhibitions are institutional platforms, and these are, deal makers, and these are venues where you can really make investments and transactions which create multiplier effect to the economy. So it's not really very easy for show organizers to cancel or to push back on their plans. Exhibitions really are planned more than 18 months ahead, and so it's not, I guess that's where the pressure is coming from the stakeholders of event organizers.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll get back to you later regarding the ASEAN chairmanship because that is under MICE mostly, right? So, yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the organizers to this year's Tourism Congress. I'm Raymond Joseph Chan, the CEO of 5 of CAP, Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines. You can call me RJ. I'm representing our Lieutenant General Raul Del Rosario, our Deputy Director General. Sorry, this is my first time to be a panelist, so be kind.
It's okay. This will be a conversation. Wala naman ho yatang nangangagat dito.
To set the context straight, ma'am,
Yes.
The CAAP is aligning with the tourism. We regulate airman, provides air navigation and traffic services. We also handle 77 airports across the nation. So,
how many again?
77.
77.
It's actually 87. We have 87 airports.
Yeah, I thought it was 87.
Yeah, 87. But the other airports already is a private-public partnership.
Ah, okay. All right. Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Sige. Yusek?
Mabuhay! Good morning. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. But first of all, please allow me to thank and congratulate the organizers, the Tourism Congress of the Philippines, led by Ms. Marge. No? Actually, ang bilis ng action because just to give everyone about of course, nag-declare tayo the country declared this energy crisis. Our OIC secretary then was Verna Buensuceso. And she immediately called, I think a week after, she immediately called for a meeting with our industry associations. And of course, one of those is TCP, really to discuss how we can all work together in facing another crisis that we are in today. And so here we are, kasi nga, DOTS actually has put together an initial framework on how the country would respond to this crisis because we wouldn't know how long this would take. And so one of the suggestions then was for TCP and the industry to also come up with something similar, how they would want to work together with government. And we've been hearing collaboration and partnerships is really key in whatever challenge that we are facing in our sector. And so nandito na tayo ngayon. So maraming salamat sa TCP really for very, very responsive and also our partner industry associations. But let me also take the opportunity to acknowledge I'm supposed to be in the panel of regulatory challenges. And if there is one component or service of government that is most challenging is to be in a regulatory function. Parang we eat challenges for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So maraming klaseng challenges, but it doesn't mean to say that the government cannot overcome or address these challenges. We just, need to keep an open line in terms of talking and understanding, what needs to be done. Find that middle ground, no? Because at the end of the day, ang gusto nating mangyari is really what is best for each and every stakeholder or for each and every Filipino that is being affected or being impacted by our industry. So, yun po. And then I'd like to thank, of course, dahil nasa regulation tayo, I'd like to acknowledge my former mentor, in regulations, one of my mentors in DOT, si Yusek Alma Jimenez. So if there are difficult questions, mamaya, she's my helpline. Yes, but my first mentor also is former Undersecretary Haspin. So yes, we are very, very, really open and very thankful, for this dialogue today. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Yusek. So, Arjun?
A very pleasant morning to everyone. I am Arjun Shroff, representing Philippine Tour Operators Association. Thank you, TCP and the organizers, for giving us an opportunity to be heard on this panel. We have to really admire today morning's start of the day program when Dr. Romero gave his opening salvo of knowledge, information, and what really needs to be done. So we all have, I think, taken our piece of a sense of being that there is still a lot of hope, there is still a lot of goodwill in the Philippines that we can tackle together and be resilient about making our tourism industry grow, cooperation jointly with all our forces put together with collaboration. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, so we heard, these are the panelists. So let's manage our time because we only have about, 40 minutes. I think we are given until noon for this panel. And at the end of this panel, we'd like to make sure that the audience hears about what private sector has been doing to help the sector. And also, we'd like to hear government side for the same aspect. And for our workshop this afternoon, we'd like to know your ideas about suggestions for collective action, collaborative action, for rewiring this industry for the 90-day sprint or the 3-month sprint, and then later on for more structural changes. So I'll take up from what Pam was saying earlier. This is the ASEAN chairmanship year of the Philippines. It is one of those events that usually draws demand to the country, right? Tourism demand to the country, because I believe in ASEAN chairmanship, there would be about 600 meetings that can be done in the country that is chair for that year. Now, at the end of March, we saw a memo from the National Organizing Committee instructing everybody to transition these on-site meetings to online. So, how did the tourism industry react to that? How did I'll ask the private sector here react to that? And what do you think should have been done instead? So, Arjun first, then I'll go there. Bong, you'll be the last.
Tough question. Always, tourism, when it moves, it brings with it revenue sources to the host country. And this scenario that is happening will definitely curtail between the ASEAN countries the meetings that are supposed to take place. Beyond the meetings, there are always people who accompany together for tourism purposes, the family, the aides who join up. So this is a big blow on that part for me. That's what I feel.
Yeah, but what was your reaction? What did the PhilToa do when they heard about
we
that?
as an organization, this is a government thing, so we cannot give anything on the policy of if they decided that they want to do it online. It's not our mandate to
That's
be
it? You just accepted it?
What can we do? Tell me. We cannot force them to do something that is mandated by the government.
Okay. All right. No,
Thank you.
that's very good. Thank you very much. Pam first and then Bob.
All right. So that memo, when it came out, was, it created a lot of worry among us in the private sector. But because there are some cancellations that happened, I believe some of the ministerial meetings, the small meetings, pre-November, some of them have been canceled, some have transitioned to hybrid, I believe. But, well, the good part there is the leadership meeting or summit is still going to happen.
In November.
As far as I know, as of today. It's still,
the retreat will be in May.
Yes.
In Cebu, and then the summit will be in November.
In November.
Yes, in
All
Metro
right?
Manila.
So that's still happening
Not
as
yet
we speak
final.
today. As we speak today, as I said, no? And so, but this is, this is really my personal opinion. I think, in as far as the declaration of the energy crisis in the country is concerned, and this is actually a feedback that I also receive from foreign counterparts, is that, the crisis was just really felt in the Philippines because there was a declaration of the crisis. And I think that's also, that also manifested in how the mice industry in other countries, in our, neighboring countries responded to it. That's why they said there were no material impact in as far as cancellations is concerned. No? So it was only felt in the Philippines because of that declaration. And as a personal opinion, I think that government should be the first to spur spending in the country in order.
I think that's what our economist said earlier,
yeah,
that there
so-
should be continuous government spending, right? Yes.
Yeah. So, in as far as my company is concerned, World Trade Center, the very first speculation actually came from a government account. They wanted to pull out, but in the end, they went through with it. But it was a good thing because it's better that government gives that boost of confidence. In a situation that we're in today.
Right. Thank you, Pam. Bong, we'd love to hear from you.
I think the answer is fairly simple. Do not cancel the meetings. Okay, it doesn't get any clearer than that. Scale down, yes, but do not cancel. As Pam mentioned earlier, government should be the first ones to spur, tourism. In fact, related to that, if there are government agencies here, but maybe the request also should be continue with the conferences in the World Trade Center, SMX, in the hotels. Continue with the seminars because we need to pump prime the economy. Government should be at the forefront. I think right now we're still underspending. I think one thing that I'd like to emphasize here is that the critical role of hotels in the entire ecosystem. Don't look at hotels just as a standalone structure because the hotels basically serve as an anchor for the mixed-use ecosystem, the retail, the shopping, and all. And what we want is for revenue to continue to flow. I think we have something that we share in common, with theme parks, with convention centers, exhibition centers, and it's the fact that we play the long game. Planning for a hotel takes anywhere from 1.5 to 2 years. Construction, another 2 to 3 years. You're looking at 5 years. And when we develop something, it's there permanently. We're there for the long haul. Look at this hotel, 50 years old, and it's still here. So we look at things very differently when crisis hits us the way COVID did in 2020, the way the Middle East crisis is hitting us now. We tend to take on a different approach. I might as well tackle one issue because we talked about
Yes, please, go ahead.
regulatory aspect. I think on the matter of governance, because we talked about the possible review of RA 9593, I strongly suggest that we review the regulatory aspect of the law because we feel that the private sector should be given not only a front row seat in determining what policies are to be formulated, but in the future, maybe we can move from co-formulation of policies to co-regulation, something to think about, something that will give private sector a greater role in decision-making.
Great. But can you imagine how it will be for all of us if it is a whole-of-country approach, right? So, Bong, thank you very much for that. What do you think of that suggestion of Bong?
Well, those aspects have to be put in context too. And also, anything that is outdated, like the policies and rules and regulations, we need to evaluate what is now currently happening around us with the other countries in ASEAN. What are they doing and why are they progressing? Which we saw earlier on the video, the whole process where we are and how we can bring it forward. So it is up to the private sector also to roll up their sleeves and say, yes, this is not for us to worry about the crisis, but to look at how we can resolve and be resilient to make a value chain among our businesses with each other, whether it is air, whether it is sea or land transport. Even the previous panel gave a very good description of what things are happening. So those connectivities are also very important. But again, what are the regulations holding them back is what should be reviewed so that we move forward in a very positive manner. Especially being islands, we really need inter-island shipping industry to really boom, which will help a lot along with the airlines.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I would just like to add, there is such a thing as the MICE Roadmap 2030, and this was presented and approved back in, this was pre-COVID, 2018, January.
So 2018 to 2030, it's a long roadmap.
It was. But because of COVID, of course, it was a prolonged time that the roadmap was shelved. No?
Okay.
And until today, it has not moved.
So it has not been refreshed or
and it needs
looked at again.
updating. Yeah, it needs to be refreshed. And we would really, well, the private sector would really like to work with the Department of Tourism or the Tourism Promotions Board to finally, work on the roadmap. No? So we've identified several,
Was the
pillars.
roadmap initiated by the private sector?
Private sector, Paseos, in fact, and it was done for us by the AIM. Of course, we did this in collaboration with the Department of Trade and Industry, the BOI, as well as the Department of Tourism.
Tourism, of course, right.
Yeah.
So if you have those initiatives already, knowing what you know now and having been through these two crises, COVID and then now the energy crisis, and anyway, we in the Philippines are really, in Southeast Asia for that matter, because we are monsoon area, we experience these disasters all the time. What do we need to do, or what are you doing already to generate demand so that people will actually come here when this crisis come? I will not ask, if you notice, I'm not asking government yet. Kayo muna. Yeah. So, like with this, you're confronted with this memo. So, transform to online. Now, what will you do so that more people will come? Instead of the meetings, who will come?
So, well, as far as the MICE industry is concerned, as I mentioned earlier, this is an institutional platform, right? So, a big majority of our business are recurring events. So, every year they happen, right? And it's, as I said earlier, it's not very easy. It's not a walk in the park to just decide, let's cancel it, move it next year. So, there's a whole, dynamics that go into decision making in as far as that is concerned. No? So, in as far as demand is concerned, it's recurring. It happens every year, no?
Right.
And these are exhibitions, these are conventions that happen. No? So these are not only gatherings, these are platforms for trade, platforms for investment, no? And deal making. Speaking about the foreign market wanting to penetrate, for instance, the Philippines, and I'm talking about MICE, of course, there's a big demand in the global market for Asia. Asia is an emerging market for MICE. And I say that because the markets of Europe, North America, Middle East, these are all mature markets. And you would note, I mean, people here from hotels, from the travel agency and tour operators, when you go out within the region to do your, sales trips and sales blitzes, you meet with foreign show organizers based out of Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, right? Because these are companies that originate or are based out of Europe, but they have migrated to Asia.
They have regional offices.
Because they want to penetrate the Asian market. So if the Philippines would like to capture a slice of that market, we have to provide the infrastructure, all of these policies that we're talking about. No? We have to be ready. We have to ready the country to receive that market.
Okay. Bong, anything else?
Just to echo the importance of MICE, there was a survey that came out, a survey conducted by a real estate consulting firm. 4 segments that have been affected by the cancellations, top to bottom. Number 1, MICE and corporate. Number 2, inbound leisure. Number 3, domestic. Number 4, long stay, etc. So it's really the top 2 that need resuscitating. And I hope that we can work with the government in terms of determining which markets to target.
Which markets to target and how to generate demand for each. Okay, for the tour operators, you're really very dependent on who intend to come here or not, right?
Very true. Our whole business depends on the hotels, the transport, the guides, and the local facilities for entertainment that are available. So we consolidate all of this to create a magical package for our customers to come here. And what we need to do is to keep revisiting the destinations which are closest to Philippines with direct flights. That would be a continuous activity. We do not stop because of this current scenario. If there are road shows which the government is, the tourism is doing, we should join them. We should go on such platforms so that we can invite new tour operators and educate them also. Personally, on my own company, we do weekly seminars for our foreign agents abroad. Weekly, every Saturday, we have a fixed schedule. Whether whatever is happening in the world, we have to be there at 3 p.m. up to 3:45. We give a 30-minute seminar on Philippines. This helps us to educate our partners in whichever part of the world they are. A lot of them still don't know. And 2/3 of the world's population, remember, lives in Asia alone.
Yeah.
So we have a big factor of bringing them into the Philippines. We get our act together, everything should be good.
Okay, all right. I thought we had until noon. I was just given the 5-minute warning. So I'll give that last 5 minutes to government. So USEC and to the aviation industry, right? Let me ask you this very, very difficult question. You're a regulatory bodies. And my question would be, how can we reframe our current regulatory approach so that it acts as a catalyst for innovation and big ideas? This is very important for when they do their workshop this afternoon, rather than just a traditional constraint.
Can I answer?
Yes, please, Yusek.
Thank you. Actually, I was happy to hear what former Yusek Bong, now on the other side of the fence, nasa private sector na, recommending that action. In fact, the amendment to RA 9593 is underway. The DOT has started the review of RA 9593 and while hindi pa na isasubmit yung initial draft, there is still time to get more inputs and insights from our industry partners on how we can pivot or actually improve our regulatory mandate. Gusto ko yung sinabi ni Yusek Bong na, and I really would like to see this one day, that regulations for our industry can be, ano yung word mo Yusek Bong? Parang yung partnership. Because in other countries, accreditation and regulation is actually led by the private sector. You police your own ranks. So parang sana one day, our industry would mature enough to have that kind of ano. Pero yun nga po, it's still, but I've also seen in other countries because in my work at the Department of Tourism, I'm very blessed to have the opportunity to see and of course, interact with our counterparts outside. Yung mga nauna na sa atin with a very strong, sabihin natin, private sector-led regulation or policing, parang dumadating sila sa point because at this age, with digitalization and all sorts of challenges, ang daming talagang challenges that they also go back to government. Please help us because it didn't. So parang I think yung best really is a partnership between government and private sector in terms of regulations because government cannot do it alone. In fact, when I on a personal level, when I assumed the Office of Tourism Standards and Regulations in 2010, and that was the year when we rolled out the RA 9593, where also, primary tourism enterprises became mandatory for accreditation. What we did was really to shift also the perspective of our internal accreditation and regulatory officers. Kasi parate, ang tingin ng bawat, private sector sa isang government is really yung very strict regulator. But we wanted to shift that because the kind of accreditation that we want our industry to appreciate is that it's helping them level up the quality of their services and facilities. And it's also good for, their own business operations, for promotions and marketing. So, not much really on requiring them, eto dapat meron ka, ganyan. But we're competing globally. And a lot of our foreign, travelers are expecting so much sa ating services, sa facilities, and sa ating products and experiences. So, we have to benchmark internationally and somehow, of course, guide, guide our stakeholders on how to meet that international standards, minimum international standards. So, but syempre, sa laki ng ating sector, it's still difficult to really impose, accreditation for primary tourism enterprises has been mandatory. It's salamat nga kay Mr. Nitz, na-emphasize niya kanina na gusto niya, nandun pa rin yung DOT, hindi natin bibitawan, di ba, solely because yung regulatory mandate ng Department of Tourism over the 50-year period has evolved. We used to issue licenses wherein the DOT really has full control over the operation of hotels and travel and tour agencies. But over time, nagbago po yun. So from licensing to voluntary accreditation, now to mandatory accreditation of primary tourism enterprises, and now we also have progressive accreditation systems. So it has evolved. And we're trying to address yung ating mga challenges that we face along the way.
Thank you very much, Yusek. That's refreshing. The public-private partnership approach is something that you welcome. And I hope it's not one day it will happen, that it should happen now, right? Sir, sa inyo po.
Tama naman po sinabi ni Yusek, government cannot do it alone. We need the private sector to help us. Like in the air sector, ma'am, we always collaborate these and align to our partners and stakeholders like the airlines, the PAL, Cebu Pac, AirAsia, etc. So we can align the ICAO standards also. And then between balance between the private and the public partnership para mabuting maayos yung, lalo na sa air sector, yung safety and regulation, yun po pinaka-importante po.
Okay, thank you very much. So, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have left. But for this panel, I think, again, just as the previous panel, the private sector is doing a lot. And we heard a very good suggestion. And the private sector should not be passive. This is your sector. And we heard from government that they are welcome. They welcome you participating more and making more noise so that they can hear you better. Right? Tama po, Yusek? All right. No, but the noise should be something that will influence the industry and level it up, as you said. Now, I hope you got inputs from this for this afternoon. And I hope that some of the things that we heard today, especially the more relevant ones, can be communicated to the new DOT administration, the DOT management. Now, from the study and from the recommendations by Dr. Rivera this morning, two things struck me. One is what Bong said, the public-private partnership. The barriers identified there were more government-centered and very little mention of private sector. So maybe this private sector should step up some more. I'm not sure, So I'm not from your sector. I'm really more in the DTI, and we hear a lot of the industry. And the second thing I noted was the recommendation to change the Republic Acts, the laws. That takes time. You do not have that time available to you. So what are the in-betweens that you can do? There are a lot of in-betweens. But aside from ASEAN BAC, I am part of the Private Sector Advisory Council, which advises the President, particularly on education and jobs. We do not even think about changing laws. What we do is to think about making recommendations that he can act on today or tomorrow. Actually, we're very happy that after every meeting we have, he issues a presidential directive based on our recommendations on the same day. And I hope that this industry will think of it in that way as well. It's for your own good. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much. Let's take a photo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Romero, and to our panelists. So I think the question was actually thrown to the private sector. So maybe FOA and TCP will organize, I think for this year's another summit. I think that will be really highlighted. Maybe like what Ms. Romero said. May I now call Mr. James Montenegro and of course Ms. Mano Ontiveros to present our token of appreciation to our panelists and speaker and moderator. So once again, thank you very much, Ms. Romero, and to our dear panelists. This discussion reminds us that tourism competitiveness is shaped not only by market demand, but also by the systems that support it. So that's from standards and infrastructure to regulation coordination, investment confidence, and the ability of destination to respond to changing traveler needs. It is also clear that if we want tourism to be more resilient and inclusive, we need both strong market insight and a more enabling environment for action. Once again, thank you, Ms. Romero, for moderating our two panel discussion this morning. Our next presentation focuses on strengthening collaboration for sustainable and resilient tourism infrastructure, advancing tourism economic zones, and enhancing the traveler experience. Infrastructure is not only about building physical assets. It is about unlocking destinations, improving visitor flow, supporting private investment, and making the experience more seamless and competitive. To introduce our next speaker, may I call Event Program Director, Tourism Congress, Co-Vice Chair, MAP CEO Conference, Mr. Michael J. Albania.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Mark T. Lapid began his career as a youth leader and later became governor of Pampanga at the age of 24. He holds a Master of Arts from the University of the Philippines, leadership credentials from Stanford and Harvard, and a Doctor of Business Administration from the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. Now leading TIEZA, he has advanced major projects such as the 1.2 billion peso Boracay Drainage Project, San Juanico Bridge illumination, construction of tourist rest areas throughout the country, rehabilitation of heritage churches and sites, construction of sewerage and treatment plants in key island destinations such as Puerto Galera, Mindoro, and Coron in Palawan. As an investment promotion agency, TESA has registered 26 business enterprises and designated 22 tourism enterprise zones with a total committed investment of 192 billion pesos. Under his leadership, TESA was recognized as one of the top 10 GOCCs for the year 2022 and continuously earned ISO certifications since 2015. In recognition of this transparency and accountability, TESA received unqualified audit opinions for 3 consecutive years from 22 to 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let's all welcome COO Mark Lapid.
That's Mike. Thank you for that very wonderful introduction. Of course, let me just greet first to our President, Tourism Congress, Sir Alan James Montenegro, to our Treasurer, Ma'am Margarita Monsayak, Assistant Secretary Jackie Louis Leber, our Trustee Captain Stanley Nang, and of course our Executive Director for POA, Yusek Benito Bengson, Yusek Berna Bences is here, Yusek Maria Rica Bueno, to our Yusek for DOTR, for Planning and Project Development Department, Yusek Teodorico Jose Delfin, to COO Bob Zozobrado, to my next co-speaker, the next speaker, Ma'am Alma Jimenez, co-vice chair of MAP, Trade, Investment and Tourism Committee Chair, to the TCI past presidents, Travel Association heads, and of course to our new secretary, Secretary Maria Bernadita Angara Matay, Department of Tourism. To each and everyone, a pleasant morning po sa inyong lahat. Good morning. Of course, I won't be presenting this time our office on what it is. I think everybody knows it already. The travel taxes, yun po ang pinanggagalingan namin ng funding, which is 50% of that goes to us, 40% goes to CHED, and then 10% goes to NCCA. But for today's theme, for this meeting's theme, is sustainable. So let me just present on what we have. Of course, aside from the TEZ and ownership. Next slide, please. So for the seamless travel, what we have done is, of course, the TRA, Tourist Rest Area, that I already presented, but the new one is we're already implementing our collaboration with CAAP on rehabilitating 10 domestic terminals all over the country, and we have this list. So we have Butuan, Zamboanga, Tuguegarao, Siargao, Rojas City, Pagadian, Lawag, Calibo, Dumaguete, Calbayog in Samar. So this will be the first batch of rehabilitation. And I hope, do we have a slide for before and after of the presentation? Nung ano? Maybe later we can present to you. Parang ganyan po siya. We have since AirAsia, Palace here, Cebu Pacific is also here. So what we're trying to convert, if you could see on the lower screen, is to remove in each domestic terminal the color coding that we have when you check in. We have the yellow, the red, and the blue. So we're trying to remove them, and we're in talks with these domestic airlines to really put it up na medyo bigyan namin sila na magandang signage for them without the color coding scheme na ginagawa, what we have right now. So ito yung sa baba would be, I think, the Siargao terminal. But that's why we're in collaboration with CAAP, because the really objective is yung funding na pwede nilang ma-save up for CAAP is to really, together with the OTR, how they can expand domestic runways, paano yung mapapahabaan, because based on our previous dialogue with our airline carriers, the really main issue on why we have a high price on airfare is really because of short runways. So yun po ang nagpapataas talaga ng cost. You can even ask them. I think they're here. So what we're trying to do right now is to really give an answer to this high cost of airfare. And one of the main reasons is how to expand the runway para maging Airbus yung mga airlines or aircraft na maglaland so that it can really lower the cost. So that's one of the things. So yung gagastusin nila for the terminal, maybe they can divert it to expansion of runway. So kami na ho ang mag-shoulder ng expansion for this 10 domestic terminals, and we're also intact kung alin yung mga pasadong domestic airports na pwede naming lagyan ng night railing ba ang tawag nila doon, para pa night grading, para pailawan yung mga domestic airport para magkaroon sila ng night flight, and that would also give way for decongesting NAIA kasi pwede na silang lumipad ng gabi. And upon discussion with CAAP, there's a lot of slots on the evening na pwedeng ma-accommodate ng mga domestic routes natin if we can just provide kung alin ang capable at pwede. So we're in that one for our seamless travel, and of course we also help like Coron, Puerto Princesa in providing them some floating docks na pang dadaungan, because before diretso sila sa shore. So ngayon meron na kami mga pin-provide na ganito para maging mas easement ang paglalakbay or pag-access sa mga boat rides or inter-island tours ng ating mga turista. So next slide please. And then we also provided solar street lights dun sa mga tourism infraroad na ginawa ng DPWH, that street lights or illumination is not part of the program. So kami na rin ang nag-ayos ho niyan. So sa key to domestic tourism destination natin like La Union, Coron, Puerto Princesa, and other parts. So marami pa ho kaming nasa pipeline. Next slide. So when it comes to resilient projects, I know you're all aware about our projects in Boracay for the sewage and water treatment facility, which we partnered with Manila Water. So nandyan na po yan. And then aside from the drainage and pumping station that we've done for the island, so for the rest of the other tourism destination, we also have Coron. Ongoing po yung aming water and sewage treatment build-up ngayon project, because otherwise Coron Island will be shut down by DNR if they cannot comply with this one. So tinutulungan namin sila. We have funded around 500 million for the construction of that. And then next one will be El Nido, in the same situation with DNR, that they can be closed out because of issues with water, sanitation, and the sewerage also. Nandiyan na rin po kami together with Baguio also. Inaantay na lang namin ng City of Baguio to submit the feasibility study when it comes to the expansion of the water and sewage treatment facility. So yun po yung sa aming environmental impact. And then ongoing din yung ginagawa naming rehabilitation for the landfill of Bohol. And then we also have, I think we already finished the construction of the seawall protection of Alona Beach na nandun, so that we can stop yung degrading po nung beachfront natin, at yung sand ay hindi na mawala talaga. So I think by next month tapos na siya, together with the floating docks na nilagay din namin dun sa area for the island tour ng mga turista natin. Kasi if we notice yung boat ride natin, di ba? They go to the shore. So ngayon we already provided the floating dock. So next slide please. So we also have one in San Vicente, Palawan. Ongoing din po yung water and treatment facility na ginagawa dyan. So yan po yung mga nasa pipeline namin ngayon. Ongoing sila. Next slide. So when it comes to TEC naman, of course, we have our Enchanted Kingdom partners are also here. Thank you, and we hope marami pa hong maging kapartner namin na mag-invest dito. And of course, I would like to acknowledge, nakalimutan ko, I saw yung gwapong director namin coming from the TCV, Director Martin, na nag-iisang private sector director na lang ho namin, ang natitirang bayani namin sa opisina. So gusto na namin siyang gawan ng monumento kasi mag-isa na lang siya doon. We're hoping na may padala na sa aming mga bagong private sector directors kasi kulang na ho. Dahil puro siya na lang ang nagtatrabaho dun sa mga committee hearings namin. So anyway, yun po yung status namin right now. But of course, we're also encouraging. That's why I'm here through TCP, through POA, through MAP. We're using these platforms to really present CHESA and try to encourage all investors. And I'm very glad to inform you, since we've been doing this, since we're partnering with TCP, partnering with POA, partnering with MAP, ang dami na ho ng mga hotel owners locally and internationally ang pumartner sa amin. Of course, we have Discovery Shores, we have SEDA, we have Holiday Inn na nag-apply na for their investment or RTEs nila. So dumadami pa ho through this platform. Sana matulungan niyo po kami. And we're trying to encourage also investors who wants to engage into electricity, water and sewerage. Ito yung mga infrastructure na kasi sometimes they think that yung infrastructures only limited to roads, mga hard infrastructure, but this kind of soft infrastructures are really what we need for the tourism destinations because ito yung mga sustainable na kailangan natin and ito yung mga nagtatagal talaga and to keep up on how we can preserve each destination because as we all know, we're heavily rich when it comes to beaches, good beaches, mountains, and everything. So ito po yung mga makakatulong. So maraming salamat po. Even for medical tourism, we already have, as I mentioned, even on the past presentation, we already have Belo, we already have Avignon, we already have, I think, IVs coming in. So these are the big one. And what we're looking at, I don't know, with JOC, kung they're gonna come in also, I think we presented to them. Torre Lorenzo is already on board for the Davao property. So I think they're also inquiring on their other hotels na pwede pa. So yun po yung ongoing namin and we're really encouraging yung sa may energy sector. If anybody wants, we can help. Kung mga solar man yan or anything, if they want to invest. And then I also had a talk with the Association of our Maritime in also asking them if they want to look at applying for the TEC program because para dun sa kanilang mga roros and everything para mapababa yung cost and travel on our seaports and everything. So yun po yung mga discussion namin, hoping mag-move forward and makatulong on how we can lower the cost of traveling around the Philippines. So yun po yung tinitingnan namin. Next slide. So yun na, that's the last one, Ben. And I hope you have a lot of questions right now, but we're also in the middle, we're kind of busy right now also, aside from all of these projects, there's also a pending abolition of travel tax in Congress. So we presented to it in the House already. So we're waiting for the notice in the Senate. But we already presented in the Committee on Ways and Means in the Senate through Senator Pia Cayetano. So we already presented kung saan napupunta ang travel tax, magkano ba. So on the issue of whether we're the only ASEAN country who's collecting travel tax, we already presented it. And based on our research and everything, and based on their website, other countries like Thailand, Laos are also collecting, but it's not travel tax. They call it departure levy. So may kanya-kanya. So it's still there, even Japan. I think Thailand already announced that they will be increasing their amount on their collection. So we presented it, so we're hoping for consideration na right now, as I presented several forums of TCP, for 2025, we already collected around close to 9 billion pesos, which is way higher, 1 billion than the pre-pandemic figure that we have. So that's 9 billion pesos, 40% goes to CHED, which technically what CHED told us is catering to around 40,000 scholars, 200 faculty development training and programs. And then the others of the 40% shares goes to the UNIFAS under their HEDF program na tumutulong to support all the state universities, local colleges sa buong Pilipinas. And then the 10% also going to NCCA is also being used as part of their programs because under GAA is nakakakuha lang daw sila or their share in the GAA General Appropriation Act is around 30 million. So, do we have the figures for our 2025 collection so that we can report it to TCP on how much we had for 2025 collection, to the exact amount as we presented in Congress? Okay, for 2025, so we were able to collect around 8.7 billion pesos for the 2025. So that's what I meant a while ago, close to 9 billion pesos. So if you would notice our 2019 figure, pre-pandemic figure is 7.1 only. So we all know what happened with the 2020, 2021. This is the pandemic years. So why mababa ang collection because of the shutdown. So ayan po yung figures natin. So we're trying to ask Congress to really maybe reconsider the position for the travel tax. Because based on our research is, I'm not an economist, but I mean on the economic side is what's really the benefit that it's gonna give the impact kung tatanggalin yung travel tax because these are outbound passengers and the 1,620 that they will save is, the question is, will they spend it here in the country or they're gonna spend it outside since they're going out? So yun yung titignan because what we don't want is the money is being brought outside. We want it here so that the economic development would be here and we can help all the stakeholders, investors and everything. So I think that's clearly also the position of POA when POA attended the committee hearing in the Senate na together with all this Hotel Owners Association is really looking na baka pwedeng papaano. Maybe we can restructure it. I know the problem is the lines in the airport. We can always give a solution, but ang problema kasi bakit nagkakaroon ng linya in the airport as we presented in the committee, it's because we also have a lot of exemptions. So because of this exemption, so hindi maiwasan, we don't have enough data. The other agency doesn't want to share their data because of data privacy and everything. But I think for this one, what we told Congress, we have to do it. You can restructure it. We gave option 1, 2, 3. But we're trying to really ask whatever options that they choose is not to really reconsider abolishing travel tax. Although they told us the replacement of the funds will be coming from GAA. So we don't know right now kung paano magiging position because during the committee hearings, we don't have yet this crisis na meron tayo ngayon, the war in the Middle East. So I don't know now kung paano ang position because we have a crisis right now. Fuel cost is really so high. So sumusunod lahat. So even on airfare, mataas na dati, tumaas pa ulit ngayon. So I think they have a cap of 8% on the high cost. But until when that we can control it, we don't know. Hanggang nagtatagal po itong crisis natin in the Middle East. So we're all praying na sana matapos na and so that we can have an adjustment. And even DOE is saying na even matapos ang crisis, it's not an overnight solution na biglang bababayan. So gradually. So medyo magtatagal. So yun po yung amin. And I think that would end my presentation to you. And I'm really glad if I can answer if you have any questions po. Sa ngayon, yes sir.
Well, again, congratulations, Mr. Mark Lapid, for still being there. I met you when you were just formally inducted to office, and you're still there. Go. And it seems that you're the only component of TCP Tourism Act that is really doing a good job. Because TSA was part of the Tourism Act, as you know.
Yes.
Now, with regards to the travel tax, no, I agree with you. Maybe some people here will not agree with me that it should not be abolished. It's 1,620. Before, when I was in the industry, it was just less than 800 and became 900, nobody complained. I mean, they complained, but they still traveled. So what some of my friends now, when we were discussing this, probably the best solution is not to abolish this so that the revenue of the government will not be lost, is to reduce it to 50%, but no exemption. Because the OFW are exempted, but it's not their money. It's the employer's money that's being paid. So even if you exempt you're not really exempting the OFW. You're exempting their employers overseas from paying the travel tax, which could be used for other purposes in the Philippines. And again, maybe the other thing is, if that would be approved, 50% no exemption. And also probably the distribution. Because right now, PSA is enjoying what, 50%?
Yes.
Which I think you're doing a good job distributing it. CHED is 40%, and 10% is for other things.
NCCA.
Yes, NCCA, but nothing for tourism. And this is a contribution of tourism. Of course, outbound, but still, it is money generated out of tourism, but tourism does not benefit from the travel tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Technically, when we assume in 2021, CHESA is already negative 98 on financials simply because the 12 billion savings that they had was being used for Bayanihan Hill as one. So it was the money, the 12 billion was used for purchasing vaccines and everything so during that pandemic. So yun po yung nangyari. So, but of course, unfortunately, that's why the figure shows there na medyo mababa siya kasi everything is closed. And we all know that even our neighboring countries, they shut down. So, ang pera is outbound. So, kung walang lumilipad, airports are closed, hotels are closed, wala ho talaga. Problema ho talaga. Bababa ang numbers. But now, since we opened, so nandyan po yung efficient ng collection. And as you mentioned a while ago, there are exemptions. Yes, we partner with MOEEG for online, which we launched in 2022, I think. And then we also partner with GCash for, as you mentioned a while ago, yung mga OFW exemption ng mga employers nila for the quick refund. Kasi nga, what we were trying to do is to really tuck it in the airfare. Para pag nag-issue ng airfare, kasama na talaga siya. But yun nga, yung struggle lang namin was on the refund system. Dahil medyo nahihirapan kami because airlines doesn't wanna do that identification kasi dagdag pa sa trabaho nila. So, inaayos namin yung system na yun. But we're really hoping, we presented sa Congress different options. They can even lower it up to as much as 300, 500. It depends on what are we really achieving or what's the goal. So the issue is outdated. Yes, it's outdated because I think it's since 1980s or 70s, andyan na ang travel tax. But the real purpose of travel tax is really to discourage Filipino traveler going abroad. I think that's the main purpose of travel tax, is to really discourage Filipino people. Then, in the 1970s, because in 70s and 80s, 1620s, what? So high. It's a big amount. But now, through the years, traveling in other countries, it's not a luxury anymore. It's like a necessity right now for us. So, yun yung naging. So, since the money is still there, people were not discouraged. Since tourism is booming, talagang umiikot. So, the purpose of CHESA now is rather than discouraging travelers from traveling abroad, we support local tourism, domestic development in each area, yung requirements na hindi pa napopondohan agad. But so together with DBM, DPWH, DILG, so aside from the line agency, kami lang dalawa ni PAGCOR ang mabilis na makapag-support, makagalaw because we are COB, we're not GAA. We're self-sustaining. So we were tasked in order for us to create or do the WTA 125. There's only a window of January na pwede nilang ibigay sa atin. Otherwise, hindi na mapupunta sa atin yon. So, PSC's decision is to really go. So, the admin order was November. We created the court in December, and then the tournament starts in January. So we only have, 45 days technically to really do the courts in order to host the W125. But of course, it created a mark in our country. It's the first time that we host such event, and then we're also part on sponsoring FIVB, FIBA, alin pa ba? Itong mga nandito, yan. Live Golf. Because there's this one notion that I told them in PSC that, okay, if we cannot honestly convince tourists to go here through promotion, and then maybe we can just force them to go here by investing in these tournaments. Because they have to go here if they are qualified to play. So those are the things that we're looking at. So, of course, we have to look at outside of the box. Hindi lang yung puro promotion natin. If we cannot go them because we have a lot of issues because of pricing and everything, so we have to think something else in order for them to bring them here. So this is one of the things that the program na nakita namin is the sports tourism. So kung yung mga atleta talaga is coming, and I think because of being a host of FIBB, FIBA, and all these big ticket sports organization, and I think they're already looking at giving us a leg for the first ASEAN, Southeast Asian to host for Olympic Games. So Philippines, Thailand, so parang yan. Based on the presentation, so mag-host tayo. So magkakaroon tayo ng special event. So dagdag pa rin yan on a part of our tourism activity. So as Sir James and Ma'am Marge was telling me a while ago, so yung proposal for support coming from CHESA for the industry since it's pandemic, I think it's viable, it's doable as long as there would be an issuance coming from the higher ups so that ma-create yung program, how we can help since it's pandemic on all the tourism stakeholders. We can do it. We can set or allocate funding for it. But we need that administrative order, executive order, whatever it is, because otherwise we will be capped by COA. So yun lang naman ang problema namin doon. But if nandyan yung paper na yan, we can do it because the funds is there. So we still have funds while we have under yung travel tax. So pwede pa ho yan. So anyway, any more questions, sir? Medyo ang dami ko na huwatang nasagot. Yes, anybody? So yun po. So we're hoping and thankful kami for Tourism Congress, for POA, for MAP, for ATOP, for really standing on our side on not technically they don't want to abolish travel tax, but to really restructure or reconfigure or anything. Even as my position, I'm not objecting to the abolishment of travel tax. Pero nangihinayang ako on how much yung mawawala sa atin. Probably we can reconsider and rethink on how we can restructure it. It would be more appealing. Papaano? Tanggal yung pila, less hassle to all our tourists. I think that's what we want. Everybody wants. I think rather sayang kasi yung 9 billion pesos, close to 9 billion pesos. And actually, ang target namin for 2026, kung hindi lang nag-crisis, medyo nasa 9+ billion na sana ang collection. But medyo we're trying to figure out yung effect talaga ng crisis sa atin, especially on our Southeast Asian market. And we also presented na hindi ho pwedeng tanggalan exempt ang economy class on travel tax because 95% of the money that you've seen, the 8.7 billion pesos, is coming from the economy class. Because there's only 4% of the business class and 0.53% for first class. Kasi hindi naman ho kaya ng ating runways na mag-host ng mga malalaking eroplano. So what they're doing is, from the Philippines, you go to kung Korean air ka, you go to Korea and then you change plane to a bigger plane. Diba? That's what happened. If you're Singapore Airlines, you go to Singapore and then you change plane. And so forth. So yun po yun. So technically yung mga ibang airlines na merong business class, more is mga 20 seats, 30 seats, minsan 10 seats nga lang or 6 seats. If you're going to Vietnam, to Da Nang, you only have what, 6 seats o baka wala man business class. So 95% of the collection is coming from the economy class. So yun po yung in-explain namin in Congress that these are the figures, these are the percentage. And technically, if we abolish travel tax, tatanggalin natin, it would only cater around what, 7% of the total population. So those are the things that we presented to them. But the impact that it will create once we abolish it based on the local government units and the grassroots would be huge also. So that's what we presented to them. So we're hoping and praying that on May, on the resumption of the session, on the next committee hearing, we hope that there would be some light regarding the issue and how we can move forward and papaano. Because we're all, to be honest, Chess is nakastrap financially right now because we don't know yet on how to move forward because it's the first time we'll be going to GAA for 2027. So hindi pa namin alam. So we're in close coordination with DBM. We're doing a lot of seminars, strategic planning on recalibrating all our targets for 2027 because it's new to us. We don't have a lined item or an item, budget item in the GAA because simply we never asked for it. We're self-sustaining. So yun lang po. Pleasant morning to each and everyone. If you have any more questions, may tanong po ba so that I can answer it right now? So mukhang nabanggit ko na po lahat ng gusto nyo malaman sa kadaldalan ko. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Pleasant morning to each and everyone. And of course, Chessa is a product of TCP. Lahat tayo magkakasama. So we're all into this. We love tourism. And don't worry, wag po tayong sumuko. Sama-sama tayo sa tourism development and growth. Thank you very much. A pleasant morning.
Thank you very much to TIESA CEO Dr. Lapid. So please remain on stage. May I now call Mr. James Montenegro and Ms. Man Ontiveros to present our token of appreciation to Dr. Lapid. Again, we'd like also to thank our sponsor and partners. So of course, TIESA for supporting today's event together with MAP and Department of Tourism. Once again, thank you, Dr. Lapi. So may I also remind all delegates to complete the form that was earlier distributed to you. The organizing committee will collect the completed forms during the program as these will be used for the breakout session later. Okay, we now move to a presentation that speaks directly to the theme of today's conference. Rewiring for resilience, value, and inclusion. The word rewiring is important. It suggests that recovery is not enough. The industry must rethink how it creates value, how it spreads opportunity, how it manages shocks, and how it avoids overdependence on narrow markets or fragile system. To share big ideas on establishing strategic pillars for a more shock-resistant and inclusive tourism industry, may I call on Ms. Alma Rita R. Jimenez, Co-Vice Chair of the Management Association of the Philippines, Trade, Investment, and Tourism Committee, Chairman of the Board of AirAsia Philippines, and former Undersecretary of the Department of Tourism. Her perspective is especially relevant for today's discussion given the strong link between air connectivity, destination competitiveness, and tourism resilience. Ms. Jimenez?
Hi. So, good afternoon na pala, tourism leaders, advocates, and players in a turbulent industry. We have heard a great deal today, data, trends, projections, and perspectives We have seen the numbers, we understand the pressures, and we recognize the shifting landscape. Why is this not okay? Now, let's step back for a moment and ask a very simple question. Given everything that we now know, what do we actually do next? Tourism has always been more than an industry. It is livelihood for communities, opportunity for small enterprises, and a bridge between places, cultures, and people. So when tourism slows, contracts, or become unstable, it is not just businesses that are affected. It is lives. It is communities. It is dignity. It is the tricycle driver waiting for passengers, the boat operator hoping that the weather will hold, the family that depends on high season to get through the year. When tourism struggles, it does not struggle quietly. It struggles in households, in barangays, in daily meals. We must keep that in mind, that when we talk about tourism, it is about people who are counting on it to work. And that is why what we do next matters, because what the challenges we face today are not temporary disruptions. They are structural shifts. In industry being reshaped by three forces. First, that volatility is the new baseline. Pandemics, conflicts, inflation shocks, climate changes, geopolitical shifts, these are no longer disruptions, but recurring conditions. Next, we also have to recognize that demand has fragmented and travelers are more price sensitive, more purpose driven, meaning they have wellness, nature, and meaning, and harder to please because there are many options. And third, that trust, safety, and security now drive also choice. Destinations are judged by their reliability, how they respond to crisis, and availability of infrastructure and seamless mobility. Tourism has always been vulnerable, but what has changed is the frequency and the scale of disruption. And if you think about it, it gets harder and harder to recover. Just like we have not really found our way back after the pandemic. And you would think we should have a complete playbook by now. A plan we pivot to the moment we feel the tremors, just like those earthquake drills. And yet, we are never ready because we do not have a plan. It is tempting to frame everything in terms of recovery, but recovery suggests going back. And the truth is, we cannot go back. Not to the same assumptions, not to the same models, not to the same dependencies. What is needed is something deeper. We need to rewire our tourism, how our tourism will work, how it creates value, how it distributes opportunity, how it withstands shocks, and how it avoids overdependence on narrow markets and fragile systems. Tourism must shift from a model built for growth in stable times to one that performs under uncertainties. Unfortunately, we built a tourism system optimized for growth in stable times, not for survival in unstable ones. And this is apparent in the industry's overdependence on international markets, weak domestic demand buffer, fragmented coordination, and limited value that is reaching the communities. And whenever we are confronted by challenges, much of our responses remain the same, almost a habit. We increase our promotion, we wait for recovery, and we compete on price. Yes, they may work until the next hurdle. We keep treating the symptoms, never the causes. Old models are delivering diminishing returns. And this is because our favorite solutions do not recognize or address structural fragility. What we need to do is to build insulation into the tourism system, in demand, in revenue, in access, and in community. Instead of bringing numbers back, we must reframe the goal and shift our thinking from volume tourism to distributed high-value tourism ecosystems, from short-term recovery to long-term resilience, and from centralized efforts to shared ecosystem. The goal is to lessen dependence on few source markets, have more domestic and regional resilience, and I am glad that Jopin mentioned this a while ago. The intra-ASEAN travel market alone is 141 million, and we have never taken advantage of that because the market share of the Philippines has always been just 1% of the intra-ASEAN. Create more value per tourist, not just more tourists, and stronger local economic retention. And this is where the idea of rewiring comes in. Not adjusting, not fine-tuning, but rethinking more fundamentally how we create value, how we distribute opportunity, how we manage the shocks, and how to avoid over-dependence on few markets or fragile systems. But that is easier said than done, right? And the next question is always, where do we start? And I will offer some ideas in the next 150 slides that I'm going to show. I'm just kidding, kayo naman. Because I'm the only one standing between you and your lunch. So I hope you keep track of them because they can help you in your breakout sessions. And these big ideas are clustered into 3 segments. We start with what we already have. How do we build on our basics? And then we move beyond the basics. How do we do bold but doable shifts? And then we push the envelope. That means we think outside the box. So, you know what, the next few slides, I will not explain a lot because I made it very busy. So you will just, take out your cell phone and take a picture of that. Because I will not discuss this anymore. Gutom na kayo. And then we're in a hurry because the meat of our discussion today is actually the breakout sessions. That's where the dialogue will happen. So I will start with what we already have, meaning we build on the basics. This does not mean that we discard everything we've done. There are already many good initiatives in place. So how can we make our current tourism products and destinations more interesting? Or how do we introduce variations that we can execute even with current constraints? Some you may already have thought about or even applying, but let's enumerate them nonetheless. So first, let's talk about market rebalancing, meaning domestic plus regional first. The most resilient tourism economies like Japan and Thailand actually rely heavily on domestic and short-haul travel. So these are the actions that you can take to generate that kind of interest. And really, the immediate effect when we do all this is to stabilize our baseline demand. I mentioned something about ASEAN corridors. Let us try and aggressively push for the market of ASEAN. Why? Because in a fuel crisis like we have right now, it is easier to do short trips rather than encouraging people who will have to travel 10 to 15 hours to come here. So let's go with volume then, no? And we already have that market, 700 million population in ASEAN, 140 million at least traveling inter-ASEAN, and we only have what? 1% of that market. So let's create that market. Next is product repositioning. We move from sites to experiences. We move away from passive tourism into community-based tourism, cultural immersion, and the like. So it's all there. What are the high resilience segments? Ecotourism, agritourism, creative tourism, etc. The effect of doing all of this product repositioning is that we increase the spend per visitor, even if the volume is lower. The third is geographic distribution, meaning we decongest and expand. What does this mean? We need to remove overdependence on few destinations that creates fragility. So these are the recommended action plans. For example, instead of Boracay only, why don't we talk about Western Visayas Circuit? So meaning we include a lot of destinations, not just one, so that we hit many birds with just one stone. What is the outcome that we want? We spread income, we reduce pressure, and we build resilience. Next is the micro, small, and medium enterprises and community resilience equal to MSME survival. And these are the actions that we can take given our present capabilities, because the focus is really to keep communities economically alive during downturns. And I hope we can do all of this because it helps MSMEs. And finally, the digital plus data infrastructure. The decisions today must be data-driven, because this is where we get market intelligence that are actionable. These are the actions that we can take, and the effect will be to allow us to respond rapidly to shocks. Now, these are important, but they are not yet enough, because many of these remain fragmented, incremental, and often implemented in isolation. We need to have cross-cutting enablers to tie them up together. And some of these ideas include crisis-ready tourism systems, meaning we need to have rapid response protocols, unified communication system, as well as insurance and contingency frameworks. We also suggest some actions for ease of travel and sustainability as core strategy for all of these. So it's not just ethical. This is how, and this is now, market-driven demand. The next step is to strengthen what we are already doing by making them more connected, more coordinated, more intentional. So instead of individual offerings, we move towards integrated experiences. Instead of isolated efforts, we build aligned systems. So to create a predictable base for tourism, why don't we look at membership-based tourism, meaning annual passes, long-stay programs? Well, this is already happening with the digital nomads, right? That's the market. So it's really going after tourists that will stay longer time in our destinations. If we want to start engagement before arrival and continue after, we can look at hybrid tourism, meaning combining physical plus digital experiences, plus pre-engagement before travel. And if tourism must reach people who are not yet traveling, then we go for mobile tourism activations, pop-ups, traveling showcases. Remember, Rika, noon we were thinking about caravans, exchanges in the regional setting. So we can still do this because we need to reintroduce our market and product to people within our region. I'll have to digress a bit, and I was talking to Margie and Mike in our alignment meeting. I was telling them, people are not traveling now, right, because of the fuel cost. If tourism produces 2 billion of the CAF ng income, if they are not traveling using airlines or using transport, what are we doing and what have we done to tell people in our locality that these are the places you can visit pag hindi ka aalis? For example, in Manila, I was wondering why most of these sites that we have, we did not even bother to tell people that if you're not going to Batangas, in Manila, you can go to Mind Museum, you can go to... Meaning, 2 billion pa rin ang income. Redistributed lang siya somewhere else. What we cannot afford right now is a reduction in tourism income. But redistributing them to spaces where they can be used, meaning maintain mo yung 2 billion, iba-iba lang ang pinupuntahan. I think we should start doing that because we have a very cheap way of doing all of these interventions, social media. We just have to reintroduce to them sites within our localities that they can visit. Para ganun pa rin ang expenses sa tourism, just not going out of their localities. So, in summary, the differentiators, meaning structural insulation strategies, would require domestic insulation, which will be domestic and regional travel as baseline, then subscription and membership. Revenue insulation, we do digital tourism products, pre-sell travel credits, and hybrid tourism expenses. For access insulation, clustered destination, alternative transport systems, reduced trip frequency and long stays, plus community insulation direct participation in value chain, cooperative ownership models, and local economic integration. When we look at tourism as bold innovation areas, we can consider tourism as a service, yung sinasabi nating SaaS, tourism subscription-based travel, or tourism without travel, meaning digital monetization, mobile service platform, bringing experiences to markets and cross-sector integration, health, education, and retirement. So the third segment is innovation, which means we push the envelope. Building on the basics and bold, doable shifts can help, but given the changing dynamics, even those may not be sufficient, because if we continue to think only within the boundaries of tourism, we may continue to arrive at the same answers. Other sectors have already been forced to decouple from physical presence, stabilize their demand, build recurring revenues, and reduce exposure to shocks. Tourism has not fully done that yet. So we must begin to look outward at how other industries have responded to disruption and see if they can be transplanted to the tourism sectors. And there are some possibilities that we can consider. So if you look at the example of the subscription economy, what comes to mind is Netflix and Spotify. What they solve: unpredictable demand and revenue volatility. How did they do it? Subscription and membership models, recurring revenue, and customer lifetime value focus. When you translate that in tourism, can tourism be a subscription service? Annual travel passes, destination memberships, diaspora home access program. The insight here is that tourism doesn't have to wait for each trip. It can pre-secure demand. So we look at the example of aviation yield management. Airlines already do dynamic pricing, but think deeper about what they actually do. They monetize every seat differently. They segment demand precisely, and they optimize revenue, not volume. So how that does translate to tourism? We also do full ecosystem yield management, which means we need to have a dynamic pricing across hotels, experiences, transport, and bundled pricing systems. The insight here is that tourism should not just sell bits and pieces. It should optimize the entire journey value. What can we learn from the omnichannel experiences of retail shops? Retail survived disruption by blending digital and physical and engaging customers even before the purchase. So the tourism translation is that always-on tourism engagement. We can do pre-trip digital immersion, post-trip community and loyalty, and ongoing content engagement. So we keep on producing content for our markets. So tourism shouldn't start at arrival and end at departure. That's the insight for the retail. For the real estate, co-living, and flex living industry, what they solved is actually long-term occupancy and stable income. How does that translate to tourism? We can also go into living plus tourism hybrid, meaning work-stay programs, the digital nomads, the long-stay visas, as well as the retirement and semi-permanent stays. The idea here is that tourism can shift from visits to temporary residency. That way, we increase also the income. What can we learn from the events and entertainment industry? This industry mastered creating urgency and driving travel through experiences. So how can we do that in tourism? Programmable tourism demand. We do rotating festivals, time-bound experiences, event-driven travel cycles. So what we want to come out here is that demand doesn't just exist. As mentioned by Dr. Rivera a while ago, it can be engineered. So let's create and engineer those, sabi ko nga, let's manufacture experiences so that they will have products. What can we learn from the supply chain and manufacturing sector? These sectors solve disruptions and dependency on single sources. How did they do this? They diversified. They declared redundancies and they did localization. How do we translate that to the tourism market? We also create diversified tourism system. We have to create multiple markets and not over-rely on just one. We distribute our destination, meaning we also look at not just the primary destinations, but the secondary and even develop the tertiary ones. And this is how Vietnam is positioning itself. It has managed to create primary, secondary, and tertiary destinations that sell everything. And we need to have localized value chains. The insight here is that tourism resilience is a portfolio strategy. It's not a single bet. So what lessons can we learn from these other industries? The subscription economy created predictable demand. The platform model connected fragmented players into ecosystems. The experience economy shifted focus from product to meaning and experience. And the sharing economy unlocked the potentials of underutilized assets. And the question becomes, what can tourism learn from this? Can we create longer stay, higher value engagements instead of short visits? Can we design tourism as an ongoing relationship, not a one-time transaction? And can we build systems that connect players instead of leaving them to operate alone? So that means we need to start redefining our value. At the heart of this is a shift in how we think about value, not just number of arrivals, but quality of experience, the length of stay, the value retained within communities, and the resilience of our system. But there is one uncomfortable truth. Most destinations will implement similar tourism strategies. What will make the difference for us? What will differentiate us? Maybe we can answer this in three items. How far are we willing to go beyond tourism? Not incremental tweaks, but in new revenue models, new customer relationships, and new system structures. How fast we can test, not with perfect strategies, but in first pilots, which we will do later in the session, and beta testing. Let's not look for perfection. Let's look for immediate deployment and then correct as we go. Diba? That's what the apps are doing. They just put it out there, and then pag may feedback ang customer, i-arrange natin ang product natin, ayusin natin. And lastly, but most importantly, how integrated our system becomes. Others will improve parts, but leaders will connect the whole system. Tourism is not a sector. It is a platform for living, working, experiencing, and belonging. If that is something that we believe is true, then let us stop designing trips and let's connect the whole system and start designing relationships and ecosystems. So how can we establish a governance model? Because not having this is where many efforts will fail. A practical solution which Tourism Congress of the Philippines can really spearhead is to create a public-private tourism war room. Because we always need that. Lagi tayo may crisis. Where government, policy, plus infrastructure can come in, private sector's market intelligence plus execution, and community reps for ground realities. Because growth alone is no longer enough. We must think about the quality and sustainability of that growth. So what's a practical path forward? All we discussed may sound ambitious, so let us ground it to practical ways forward. We do not need to redesign the entire system overnight. We can begin with phased actions. For example, what can we do for the next 0 to 6 months or in the next 60 to 9 days? We take a look at domestic tourism activation, regional market targeting, clustered destination packaging, and safety assurance system. So in the next 60 to 90 days, let's test small but focused policy initiatives. We build on existing partnerships and start where we are right now. Phase 2 is adaptation, 6 to 24 months. And these are the priority actions. We start designing long-stay and high-value segments. We do product diversification, like wellness, creative, and agritourism, transport and pricing innovation, and digital distribution systems. In the next 6 to 12 months, we refine what works. We expand our collaborations, and we strengthen our systems. And beyond that, we start integrating our learnings into broader policy and industry practice. As Dr. Rivera said, we do not have a lot of time to waste. In fact, we are late in planning this. That's why we're discussing this again, kasi wala tayong plano. So let's start doing it. And phase 3 will be system redesign. And we think that this will happen in 2 to 5 years. And I think DOT can also take a look at this as they craft their direction. We now shift to destination hubs, which are self-contained ecosystems. I think you're witnessing this, but good example is Danang. Self-contained ecosystem, energy-resilient tourism zones, community-integrated value chains, and crisis-ready governance systems. The idea is we start small, but we start deliberately. From there, we refine, we expand, we strengthen. The important thing is not scale at the beginning, but move it. Let's move it forward. Let's take a step forward. Efforts to diversify markets, to develop products, to adopt digital tools, to integrate sustainability. All of these matter. But if we're honest, many of these are still happening in silos, in parallel, and sometimes without connection to each other. So the first shift is not about doing completely new things. It's about doing what we already do, but better connected. Tourism is not a single sector. It is a system in a long value chain that includes transport, accommodation, tours, communities, government, and private sector. And the visitors experience all of this as one journey, which means the system is only as strong as how well we all work together. This requires coordination, trust, and shared ownership. So we arrive at a moment of choice. We can continue with incremental adjustments and operate within our familiar boundaries, or we can begin the work of rewiring together, not perfectly, not all at once, but intentionally. And this is where leadership will come in. If you lead, influence, or shape any part of the tourism ecosystem, then you are already part of the solution. The question is, if you will step into that role now. What we all do matters because delay has cost, fragmentation will weaken the whole system, and most importantly, the communities that depend on tourism cannot afford inaction. Industries rarely transform because everyone understands the future. They transform because a few people design processes that make better behavior unavoidable. The session that follows is not just another workshop, not just another dialogue, not just learning experience. It is an opportunity to look honestly at where we are, understand our respective constraints, and begin designing solutions together. Not theoretical solutions, but practical, testable, actionable initiatives. And I hope you are raring to go and join the discussions because that is how you will earn your lunch. Pag wala kang contribution, wag ka na rin pakainin. We stand today in turbulent times, in difficult moments. But difficult moments are when responsibility finds its people. I have worked in tourism from the policy side in the past. I have seen plans, strategies, attended meetings, the works. And I can tell you this, none of them matters unless what we do every day gives communities and fellow Filipinos a chance for a better life. And that is not a small role. That is how tourism survives. And that is the reason why when there is a chance to have this important conversation with people in the industry, I say yes. And it does not matter whether I will have an audience of 1 or 1,000, because it means that I will not just be a footnote to public service, but a continuation of it, albeit in another form. The industry needs us to step up today. The future of tourism will not be defined by how quickly it grows, but how well it adapts, sustains livelihoods, and creates value in a changing world. This is not about replacing what works, but about strengthening it so it continues to work under new conditions. We cannot control global uncertainties, but we can design a tourism system that withstands it. So the question is not whether change will happen, because it is changing and it will continue to change. The question is whether we will shape that change.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alma. Indeed, big idea. So, to the group, are you G? Are you game with the ideas? I think I love the subscription. But Ms. Alma, please stay on stage. Here, ma'am. Let me call the TCE President, Mr. James Montenegro, and of course, MAP Vice President, Ms. Maan, to present our token of appreciation. So going back, I think I really like the subscription. So if there's Netflix, I would say maybe PhilFlix for Philippine flicks, and probably I would get the premium subscription. So Express Lane and all, but really great idea. But we have Tiesa here, we have FOA, we have PhilToa, we have DOT of course, we have MAP. I think we can all do and really learn a lot from the ideas given by Ms. Alma. Thank you. So at this point, we will transition. I believe that some of you are already, you're having your lunch, so we're transitioning to a working lunch, and in a little while, we'll do our first breakout session. So while lunch is being served, we invite everyone to stay engaged. The next part of the program is designed to turn the morning's insight into sector-based discussion, practical recommendation, and shared priorities. You will see DOT, TIESA, TCP, and MAP video clips on screen as we move into the working session. We will be back shortly after this video.
When it's love, it welcomes you. It appreciates you. It inspires you. And gives you a reason to go on. A reason to do great things and conquer great heights. It is there to give you courage, to empower you, and honor your strength. Love is always worth the wait. It is a deep dive into a life of wonders. Wonders that are found in the smallest of things and in the sweetest little moments, but always better in full view. Better for all to feel, better for all to see, and better for all to share. This is how you know that love is real. When it expects nothing in return, yet makes you yearn to give it back. When it leaves a mark on your soul that you'll take everywhere you go. As you walk into the new chapters of your life. But even if you can't fully understand it, even if you can't put it into words, sometimes knowing it's with you is enough. Because when it's love,
Participants have been grouped according to the following sectors: travel and tours at table 19 and 28, accommodation, tables 9, 11, 12, MICE, 13, 14, 22, land, sea, and air transport, 18 and 17, tourism estate development, tables 24 and 15, and other tourism enterprises at table 21. Let me just repeat that. Travel and tours, 19 and 28, accommodation, 9, 11, 12, MICE, 13, 14, 22, land, sea, and air transport, 18 and 17, tourism estate development, 24 and 15, and other tourism enterprises at table 21. We encourage everyone to be candid, but also constructive. The value of this session will come from practical insights from those who operate, invest, regulate, develop, promote, and experience tourism on the ground. To facilitate this breakout session, may I call on Ms. Kai Jimenez, Social Impact Strategist and Gender and Development Specialist.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, but as mentioned, we'll make you work for it. So you really have to participate in these sessions. So we're now moving into the heart of today's event, and that's hearing directly from you, the people inside the sector, first about your realities, and later your ideas on how we can make things better. So we've had a very interesting morning. The presentations and the panel discussions gave us the context within which we're moving. But ultimately, you are the ones in the thick of it. The first breakout session is our opportunity to look honestly at what the sector and the segments within it are experiencing. Not just the challenges, but also opportunities, needs, and more importantly, the resources you see on the ground. So we recognize that, unfortunately, a lot of these realities are unfolding in the global stage, which are affecting both businesses and consumers. And a lot of it are things that we cannot solve ourselves because they're external to the country. But what we can do is to mitigate how they impact the Philippines, especially for this 90-day pivot that we've been talking about all morning. And hopefully, whatever ideas and solutions that we are able to implement are also setting the stage to better position the industry for 2028 and beyond. So by the end of the session, we want to have the groups have a clearer understanding of the realities facing the sector, which includes, again, not only challenges, but the root causes of these challenges and any other blind spots the sector may have. And we also want to identify what each segment of the tourism sector needs from each other, because now we are not operating in silos, but we have this whole of society approach. And what we can offer or contribute as different segments to the broader tourism sector. And these outputs will become inputs to your next breakout session, where we talk about solutions and ways to move forward. Next slide. So kanina, the host already told you the different groups that you will be building around. So each group has multiple tables. It's completely up to you if you want to stay within your table or congregate together in one table. But we will need you to select one rapporteur or one rapporteur or presenter per sector. So only 6 people will be sharing your discussions later. You have the rest of your lunchtime, more or less 30 minutes, to discuss the different questions that will be shown later. And after that, each group will have 5 minutes to share your presentation with the rest of the group. But I know that you already thought about this ahead of time because you were given the forms kanina to fill up. So even if it may sound like a short time, napag-isipan nyo na. So I'm very confident in your time management. Next. So these are the guide questions that will help you discuss later. Again, kanina you filled up a form that had about 10 questions, but what we want from each of your group are your synthesis and prioritizations, focusing on these 4 things. First of all, out of the challenges that you identified, and we know there might be many, which ones are the most practical to target right now, considering feasibility, again, especially within that 90-day pivot that we've been discussing, potential impact to the industry, any multiplier effects that addressing these challenges or root causes may have, and of course, available resources. Then, what do you need to address these challenges, especially in terms of dependencies on other sectors and actors? And this should already include what's already in place and is working well. Because again, we're not trying to start from scratch, but to build on what's already there. And then, lastly, what can your sector offer to contribute toward the joint solution? Because hindi naman natin gusto na puro problems lang din yung pinag-uusapan natin, because there's so much that the sector can offer. As sabi nga kanina, there are a lot of fundamentals already in place. And finally, please identify one concrete action that can realistically begin in the next 90 days. Next slide. So before you begin, just a couple of reminders, but throughout your discussion, we'll flash the guide questions. First of all, we want this to be an honest conversation, but we also want it to be solutions-oriented. So we don't want just a litany of problems, but we want to be able to surface issues in a way that help us understand later today and in the coming days what can actually be acted upon or influenced. Second, we shouldn't stop at just the symptoms. We have to think about what the root causes of these problems are, because usually if we address the root causes, we are able to target more than one symptom. We have to be thinking about where the issue begins and what makes it difficult to address. Third, please be as specific as possible. Instead of broad statements like coordination is a challenge, it would be good to identify coordination between whom, at what point of the process is the bottleneck happening, and what exactly breaks down where, so that we can also be very specific with the solutions and actions later. Which ties into the fourth, na please prioritize what is practical and actionable. We know that you may be experiencing many long-term challenges, but given the time criticality of addressing these problems right now, especially in this global crisis, we need something we can also act on right now. And next, please think systems-wide. As mentioned by Dr. Rivera this morning, apply this whole-of-society approach because tourism does not operate in separate boxes. Each sector has needs and dependencies, but can also contribute to others. So again, we want to surface both what you need from others and what you can contribute towards shared solutions. And finally, let's also think on what's actionable in the short term. Keep that 90-day window we've been talking about in mind. We're not trying to solve everything today. Let's keep to what's realistic para meron actually na mangyayari. Any questions before we begin? Clear? Clear? Okay, great. Can we show the previous slide just to guide the conversations there? So I will leave you to it. I'll be back in 30 minutes, but I'll also be checking with the different groups. So good luck, everyone. Please put your thinking caps on, and we'll speak again later. Thank you.
So travel and tours 19 and 28, accommodation 9, 11, 12, MICE 13, 14, 22, land, sea, and air transport, that's 18 and 17, tourism estate development, that's 24 and 15, and other tourism enterprises at table 21. Again, so for later, please identify your key challenges, opportunities, strengths, weaknesses, and recommended actions. Again, we encourage you to be in one area or one table. So travel and tours, 19 and 28. Accommodation 9, 11, 12. MICE 13, 14, 22. Land, Sea, and Air Transport 18 and 17. Tourism Estate Development 24 and 15. And Other Tourism Enterprise 21.
Our first, travel and tours. Second, accommodations. Third, MICE. Fourth, land, sea, and air transport. Fifth, tourism estate development. And sixth, other tourism enterprises. So we'd just like to request for everyone to self-organize. I'm sure most of you know each other. So we'd really appreciate that. And by one person per group will come forward and deliver a summary of your discussions. Thank you.
The role of the department is vital not only in promotion but in direction setting, coordination, and confidence building for the sector. To introduce our next speaker, may I call on the Tourism Congress President, Mr. Alan James Montenegro.
Good afternoon, everybody. Maybe we take a 5-minute break or a 15-minute break from your workshops. I see there's a group very intensely discussing there. Mga salespeople for sure yan eh. Let's just take a 10-minute, 15-minute break and let's wait for the secretary to speak. Then after that we can go and she can listen to some of your discussions as well. Good afternoon, everybody. I have the privilege to introduce our beloved secretary. A seasoned public servant, Secretary Mathay brings a decade of experience in trade, investment, and international economic engagement. Prior to her appointment, she served as the commercial counselor at the Philippine Trade Center for Investment in Tokyo, where she led a strategic partnership with Japan Industries. Through her work, she has advanced programs that translated to global partnerships and tangible outcomes. Her leadership reflects a clear direction to position tourism not only as a cultural showcase, but as a driver of investment, enterprise growth, and regional development across our country. To deliver her inspirational message, may I call on the Secretary of the Department of Tourism, Secretary Maria Bernardita Angara Mathay. Secretary Mathay, we're honored to have you here today.
President James Montenegro of the Tourism Congress of the Philippines, or TCP, past presidents, other officials, and Board of Trustees of TCP, Vice President Marian Hontiveros of the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP, and the other officials of MAP, Undersecretary Wenceseso and Bueno of DOT, officials and presidents of national and regional tourism organizations, operators and travel agencies, speakers, presenters, panelists, and participants of the National Conference of the Tourism Congress, industry stakeholders, fellow workers in government, friends from the media, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon po. Thank you. It is an honor to stand before you today as Secretary of Tourism. I come into this role with both a deep sense of responsibility and a clear understanding of what is at stake. Tourism is not simply about destinations. It is about livelihoods. It is about enterprises. It is about the strength and resilience of our local economies. And the role of the DOT is clear: to lead, to align, and to ensure that tourism works, not in parts, but as a complete and competitive system. Let me begin by acknowledging what we are seeing on the ground. There are reports of slower booking conversions, more cautious traveler sentiments, and cancellations. At the same time, demand is not disappearing. It is shifting and rebalancing. From January to April 27, 2026, we recorded 2.24 million international arrivals, up nearly 9% year on year. What this tells us is simple. Tourism demand is still here, but it has become more sensitive, more selective, and more dynamic. Tourism contributes close to 9% of GDP and supports approximately 6.75 million jobs. So when tourism is affected, it is not abstract. It is families, livelihoods, and businesses. Tourism resilience is an economic priority. As the lead agency, the DOT will take a more active and deliberate role in coordination. We will lead alignment across government and industry. Tourism intersects transport, trade, infrastructure, culture, and local governments and must function as one system. Our responsibility is to ensure that this system works cohesively, efficiently, and with accountability. My background in trade and investment, industry development, will shape my perspective. I see tourism not just as a sector, but as an ecosystem, one that depends on investment flows, supply chains, enterprise development, infrastructure, and market access. Tourism is an industry, and that's why it requires inputs, coordination, investment, and most importantly, discipline in execution. This lens will guide my work. What then is our strategic direction? We will work to strengthen international connectivity and domestic routes while improving affordability and efficiency, because access is the foundation of competitiveness. We will focus on Asia, China, India, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, ASEAN, and long-haul markets, North America, Australia, and Europe. These markets will be managed with targeted strategies based on demand patterns, connectivity, and conversion performance. We will prioritize sectors that generate economic spillover and longer stays. MICE, culture and heritage tourism, gastronomy, wellness tourism, farm and agritourism, cruise tourism, events and entertainment tourism. These sectors create value not only for destinations, but for entire local economies. We will also support the development of organized pasalubong center in key tourism areas designed to showcase local products and strengthen MSMEs and ensure the presence of clean, well-maintained, and accessible comfort facilities in well-planned and properly designated locations across destinations. These are not minor details. They define the visitor experience and influence repeat travel. We will encourage investments in accommodation capacity, tourism infrastructure, integrated tourism developments, emerging destinations. Tourism growth requires sustained capital inflows and expanded capacity. We will be working to continue to improve e-visa systems, entry facilitation, processing efficiency, and predictability of travel procedures. Ease of entry is a direct competitive factor in global tourism. We will seek to align agencies and strengthen execution across this system because implementation, not intention, defines outcomes. We will prioritize micro and small medium enterprises, local enterprises, community-based tourism, cultural and creative industries. Tourism must generate shared prosperity, not concentrated gains. We will strengthen the use of data, market intelligence, digital platforms, and predictive analytics. Better data leads to better decisions and faster responses. We are establishing a tourism resilience management team. This will serve as our platform for monitoring sector conditions, supporting business community, strengthening industry coordination, guiding resilience strategies. We will work closely with hotels, airlines, LGUs, travel operators, digital platforms, transport providers, and community enterprises, because resilience is not built by government alone. It is built by the entire ecosystem. Some of the challenges we face, particularly in infrastructure, connectivity, and investment, will take time. These are structural issues. They require sustained effort on long-term commitment. So, may I ask for your patience? But patience does not mean delay. We begin now. We will plant the seeds of infrastructure development and investment inflows, and we will build steadily with discipline and consistency. To the private sector, we need your investment, we need your innovation, we need your partnership, but more importantly, we need alignment, because tourism will not grow through fragmented effort. It will grow when we operate as one ecosystem. We have the destination, we have the talent and the global appeal. Now, we must strengthen the system that allows tourism to perform. From fragmentation to coordination, from gaps to quality, from potential to performance. This is the direction we are taking. Thank you very much. Mabuhay kayo. Mabuhay ang turismo ng Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Secretary Matay, for that inspiring message. May I request MAP Vice President Ms. Man Hontiveros and Tourism Congress President Mr. Alan James Montenegro to please join Secretary Matay on stage for further opportunity and, of course, the awarding of token of appreciation. Once again, another warm of applause for Secretary of Tourism, Secretary Mata. We shall now proceed to the presentation of from the different sectors. Ms. Menes.
Thank you so much to the Secretary for gracing us with your presence and for that inspirational speech. Now we will move forward, as promised to all of you. I've approached all of your tables individually with the presentations. So this is an important opportunity to have the Secretary of Tourism and other partners in government to also listen and hear our concerns and realities as the sector. So I would like to start with the first group, Travel and Tours. Have you selected your representative? So please introduce yourself, the group that you are representing, and you have 5 minutes to discuss the synthesis of your discussion.
Good afternoon. I'm Tina Cortez. I'm coerced to because we hardly started the discussion, but anyway, based on the very short discussion that we've had. Hello. The discussion really evolved about cost. No? That's one of the challenges, both for inbound and outbound travel agents. But I'll speak about inbound tourism. No, cost for both the transportation in all the component of the travel product is really high at this point in time, or it has always been high compared to the other ASEAN countries, particularly Vietnam. So that has always been a challenge. The cost of the air tickets, the cost of accommodation, the cost of transportation. So that's one. Second is infrastructure. No? Not all infrastructure are all around the country, or even nearby destinations or tourist attractions have the decent infrastructure, the basic ones. We're not asking for really high class or international standard, but at least clean and well-maintained infrastructures like the basic, the toilets and all. And of course, the destination itself. We have not had any much effort done on product development. So now we have a new market segment, the Gen Zs, the millennials, who are looking for more storytelling type of products, something that they can resonate with, something that they can relate to, no? And I think that is another way of coming up with more interesting product that will attract the younger generation instead of a. I heard the secretary say about that tourism is about people, so that is something that we can really focus on. No? It's about experience, so that's another thing. We could do away with certain components of the tour program that cost a lot, but could give a different kind of experience and a different perspective, no, when they visit a place. So those are the challenges, and that's cost. What your sector can contribute. We can continue to do more, well, we don't want to use the word innovative, but we want to come up with products that are more authentic, that has more community involvement or engagement, and try to offer and highlight the other beautiful islands in the Philippines. I can also talk about cruise tourism, no? Because in cruise tourism, that's one thing that we are trying to promote, the expedition vessels. We are 1,000 islands, but we don't have the infra for big ships. So we're neither here nor there. We only have Palawan to cater to the big ships, the big cruise ships. But we have other thousands of beautiful islands that can only be accessed by expedition vessels. And that's one thing that we have to prioritize. We don't need to invest so much on seaports because they're expensive. We understand that. But if we can prepare the community and have the port facilities or the port agencies and other agencies who can make the call or the visit possible to the little islands in the Philippines, that would really put us in the expedition map of the international cruise ships. The most immediate action, I think it's really to continue conversations between government agencies and the private sector so that we can address those concerns, which most of them can really be addressed, we can come up with solutions if everybody, the different government and private sector can just work together and discuss the different concerns and constraints that they are facing.
Unfortunately, it's always the first one to present. But I do like to highlight what you mentioned, that the big problems really are cost, and how to drive those down comes to the topic of infrastructure as well. So for the next presenters, we'd like to invite you on stage, but maybe just to recalibrate a little bit your presentation to talk about the challenges that are more immediately actionable. Again, especially as we are undergoing this crisis, because we already know that there are a lot of longer-term issues that also require longer-term solutions. But we are in the middle of a crisis. So we need something quicker, more actionable, para hindi tayo nag-iintay lang hanggang matapos yung matagal na panahon. So the next presenter will be from the accommodations group. So we'd like to invite you up on stage to present. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from Philinvest Hospitality and representing the accommodation sector. So for the first pillar, priority challenges and root causes to address, and to what our facilitator have mentioned, we would like to reframe it as to what we could address in the first 90 days. And we are selecting the issue in terms of safety. And the reason behind that is this is something that we believe if our media partners could help us reframe the stories as to what Philippines is and how beautiful our country or our local destination is, there will be a multiplier impact, not just to the accommodation, but even to the local government businesses across the Philippines. So that's number one. But this is something that is worth noting for, that was mentioned by the team, which is connectivity. We know that this is something that we cannot address within the first 90 days, but something that is we believe can be done in partnership with our travel sector is to have a stronger or more productive collaboration. We are the product. We are saying that the hotels and accommodations is the anchor to each LGU. But as we discuss about connectivity, we are also willing to bundle packages with accommodations along with the possible packages that our transport industry could offer to us, because that will also give or accelerate the value that we could give to our guests. So what is needed to address it, as we have mentioned, for that immediate solution, our media partners and our travel sectors. Cost of operating a hotel is a multidisciplinary discussion. So we will leave that to a long-term solution discussion. Then what your sector can contribute, this is the promise of the accommodation sector. We will continue to develop value-driven experiences and products to any tourist that we will be able to accommodate. And that means that we will continue to tailor and identify and study our market by deriving market insights. We understand that our market right now is being fragmented, so we are also proactively identifying what makes sense for them, and that is something that we would like to continue to deliver and develop. And most immediate action, one concrete step maybe that we could do for as accommodation is to have that conversation with our media partners and even with our travel partners. So that's for accommodation.
Thank you so much. Very actionable discussions from the group, and I do like to I like the highlight that sometimes it's also a matter of marketing, diba? meron naman tayong things to offer, but how we sell that, especially in this context, na unfortunately we are quite often in the international news for a bad reason during this energy crisis. So working together with the media and other communications group might be a good idea. So next, we would like to call on the representative from my segment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Shirley Del Prado Quijada. I'm the Director of Business Development, Growth and Expansion of Nurture Wellness Village. Our headquarters is in Tagaytay, and we have branches in Baguio Country Club, Sedano Valley, Alta di Tagaytay, and opening 4 more branches soon within the year. I was designated to be the representative of the MICE group, and with the guidelines that you have given us, we're going to be honest, brutally honest, but constructive at the same time. Okay, I just want to mention we had very little time to discuss the 4 topics, so bear with us. For our group, we had 3 tables joined for the MICE group, represented by Lee Chu, property consultants. For the hotel sector, we have Holiday Inn Manila, Makati, Soler, Lind Hotel, Savoy, right? And we have the DMC, the Destination Management Companies, okay? So I'm going to start with the DMC before I forget, because they mentioned to me we need standardization, even the use of the terms. We shouldn't be using tour operators and tour travel agencies. We should be using destination management companies. So sa number 1 pa lang, sinabihan na nila, can we standardize the use of the terms? Because internationally, this is what they use. So that's education for me on my side. I represent the wellness tourism, ano? Kami ng Lind Hotel and the Spa were under the wellness tourism sector. So, priority challenges and root causes to address. After, dito kami nagtagal doon sa number 1, kasi when we discussed it, parang the bottom line is everything is wrong. So sabi ko, I'm going to report that. This parang everything is wrong. So I said, why is everything wrong? So, unang-una, yung public-private coordination, we really lack the public-private coordination. Ano? So, public sector needs the private sector for the implementation of whatever regulations you have. But at the same time, the private sector needs the direction coming from the public sector. So Secretary, you need to get the private sector deeply involved. Because from my understanding, dun sa aming group, they've been going, ako kasi new to all of this. Siguro I started last year attending these DOT events. But according to them, they're called every quarter and asked the same questions, and parang it's all theory and no practice. Meaning, theory, no action, no implementation. So, magsiskip ako from 1 to 4 and 3. We promise to give you our time, our expertise, our feedback if you get us involved. Okay? The private sector has to be involved, whether it's implementing the existing laws, revising as there is a need for the update, and also, like Lee Chu was saying, they give you data, unbiased data, which comes from DOT, di ba? But then this data has to be used properly, di ba? What's the use of all of these numbers if it's not used in the implementation of whatever adjustments that we're going to make? So aside from that, there's a parang message that they want delivered. We don't have a MICE parang organization. So wala talagang nagte-take over sa MICE. And there's a confusion, di ba ma'am, of which agency do we follow, the DOT, the Tourism Board, or whatever. Medyo lack of clarity in the scope. So, kunyari sa MICE, kanino kami magtatanong, kanino kami magre-report, di ba? Or if we have a bright idea or suggestion, there's a lack of clarity, may delineation kung saan ba yung scope nitong mga government agencies na to. Kaya siguro communication is the number one problem, coordination. Okay, incentivizing, 'di ba? Sabi nila, in other countries, parang for you to get a big event, continuing event, you're incentivized. You're given incentives to bring these events here, which we don't have in the Philippines. Kaya, example, ano ba yung example na binigay nyo sa akin kanina? Yung event in Singapore ba yun? That Singapore Tourism Board was heavily involved. Which event was that? Taylor Swift. Hindi ko kasi generation. So yung Taylor Swift concert daw brought in big money, but the Singapore Tourism Board was heavily involved and everyone was incentivized. But you see, everyone benefits. It's not just one sector. Parang the whole government. Tama nga yung sabi ni Dr. Rivera, no? Yung parang dapat we work as one unit. We have to really collaborate. Parang we have to work as one unit. Kulang tayo sa direction, yung pag-conduct ng direction na saan tayo pupunta, and everybody has parang scope of work. Ano ba yung gagawin natin sa government and then sa private sector? Kailangan natin ng conductor na gagawa in which direction should we be going, incentivize, and then yung direction na ibibigay dito sa ating mga target. At the same time, we need to address corruption. Okay, as I said, everybody in our group in unison, we have the resources. We have to address corruption. We have the resources. Is it being used properly? We have so much talent, di ba, in the Philippines. Aren't we one of the smartest people in our region? Is it being used properly? So, parang ang dami nating contribution, pero siguro kung tinanggal natin yung corruption issue, mabibigyan natin ng tamang direction tong ating mga bright ideas na hindi natatapon lang, So, did I miss anything? Our group, the corruption issue, government has to do its job. Sorry, we have to be brutally honest. Because, galing sa Lichu yan, ask government to do their job. Property consultants, Sabi ko, I'm just gonna report, what everyone is saying. But actually, we can work together because we know you need us and we need you. If you give us budget. Sabi pala nila. So we need daw the budget for all of these projects to materialize. Example, so let's say itong mga Taylor Swift concert and everything, merong portion dyan that is subsidized by government, covered by government. So sa atin, kasi yung number one from the hotel sector, number one complaint nila is ang hirap mag-compete with other countries because mataas yung cost natin, di ba? Because everything is napapad on, di ba? Sabi nila yung bus from this place to this place, we have to pay so much. Walang subsidy, walang incentives, walang whatever. So lahat yan mapapad on. So the cost of, let's say, running an event is going to be really very expensive. And all of us in unison, if we bid for a certain event, tapos nakita yung prices ni Vietnam, ni Thailand, di ba? Even Indonesia, even Malaysia, parang kahit ang ganda-ganda na nung package natin, pagdating sa presyo, magdadrop yan. So, we have to maybe find ways, get the numbers people to help how we can bring down the cost of all of these packages, and how it will still be profitable for the government and the private sector. MICE, what else? Events, infrastructure. So they were saying, kulang din natin yung mga malalaking venue that can host big events. I know there are some in the works already, but currently not yet. So kung kunyari, example na naman ng mga ating mga students from AIT, di ba? From UP, our alma mater, di ba? Asian Institute of Tourism. Kasi generation nila yung si Taylor Swift. That event brings in a lot of money. Talagang billions talaga. Pero, meron kasing venue yung ibang countries. Tayo walang ganon. So, yung venue for a big event, tapos yung connectivity from the event to all of the destinations, hotels and inter-island and all of that. Transportation is also a problem. Infrastructure, venues, budget, marketing. Okay. In unison, we don't have branding. Wala tayong Filipino branding. So kami, when we talk about, let's say, Filipino brand of wellness, malayo yan sa Filipino brand of wellness sa Thai, sa Vietnamese, whatever. The Filipino brand of hospitality and service doesn't have branding. We have to have certain branding. Pag sinabi mo Filipino, alam na nila. Yun. Dadagdag ko na lang kasi I don't have time. Health services. We have big tourist centers with no doctors, no med-evac procedure. Meron lang nurses and health center. Okay, that's a major problem for me. If an emergency happens, we only have 2 stretchers in the airport. Okay, 2 stretchers in the airport. This is in discussion with the OH. That's a major problem. Don't tell me we're going to bring in hundreds of thousands of people. You don't have stretchers, you don't have doctors, you don't have med-evac procedure. Something to consider. Thank you very much. Oh, we promise to help you. Give you our time, our expertise, and our, you wanted to add something? Expertise and our support. And we'll help you if you get us involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that very comprehensive discussion. I see a lot of recurring themes now coming up, but I think something that was very important is building not just our tourism industry, but the adjacent industries as well. As mentioned, healthcare is one important thing. Our next group now will be the transport industry. We're running a little bit behind, so we'd greatly appreciate a 5-minute presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. From our end, we're for the transport sector, which is the land, air, and sea. Maybe I'll ask for a few things. No, number one, if you can close your eyes for a minute, I wonder if you will see that if our airport, seaport, and bus ports are all the same. I'm sure the answer is no. Number two, if I ask you to also tell me your experience, pag meron kayong balikbayan guests, would you actually let your balikbayan guest find their own way? I'm sure hindi rin. Yung ginagawa po natin is actually escorting the person all the way through from start to end. That's the Filipino kind of service that we know. But today, you ask a foreigner to come here and relate that experience, would the foreigner actually say no or yes? Na daman niya yung Filipino brand of experience? The answer is probably no. Because they're probably left to their own devices to say, ano bang kailangan gawin? And that's why the whole problem of predictability is actually, I think, the bigger problem that we need to change, we need to address from our end. Volatility, I think from a weather standpoint, human resources standpoint, the workforce and skilled labor set, fuel, safety, infrastructure, regulatory, franchise, predictability and reliability are the cornerstone of vessel operations, of transport operations. No? So doon pa lang, magka-problem tayo already, it will affect the whole experience and journey of any person. Thus, it correlates to weak demand and the problem on the skilled labor. No? And then we talk about the port experience and the underdeveloped route economics. So ang daming problems to be addressed. No? So if you think about it, travel experience is supposed to be one seamless experience that is across all. Hindi siya dapat fragmented. But then, if there is no predictability, then there is no reliability also. And I think from a transport operation standpoint, we believe that reliability and predictability are very, very important. That's why we even have our own scores when it comes to being on time. So I guess from our perspective, we want to be able to work really as one, not as silos. and to really work on the route economics and network efficiency. So pag sinabi natin which ports are actually very sea, very land, and very air, and I think we want to be able to stick to that, and we want to be able to really play it out in the market, no? So in terms of what can we offer, I think as a service sector, we want to be able to really talk about the service guarantee, the Filipino style of hospitality, being reliable and dependable, end-to-end dapat ang service, no? We call that the top one service. And I think from a short-term standpoint, we want to be able to really reframe a few things. Number one, being able to do things end-to-end. I think maraming tayong transport operators, maraming tayong tour operators, agents, who can all help us create one roadmap for all tourism projects. So why can't we do it? Which leads us also to one PH calendar for tourism. If you think about it, we're so reliant on the peak season. When it comes to peak season, parang lahat ng tao, sige, taas na natin yung price kasi peak season is the only window that we're actually allowed to, make money. But the truth is, what about the rest of the year? Rainy seasons don't mean no tourism, no activities. It can also mean a different kind of activity. That's why we want to be able to work on as an integrated system. How do we do even an all calendar, all year round tourism calendar? And also number 3, I think, related to branding and marketing that Malaysia has done significantly, kailangan natin to be able to pinpoint who is really in the market. I think one problem we need to be able to address is that kanya-kanya tayo ng market, and if you ask who is the market, no one will be able to define who is the real market. So maybe it's about time we talk about women, we talk about schools, we talk about foreigners, we talk about culture, we talk about all of the many markets that we can create and very clearly identify what needs to be done for each. And so therefore, I think from the next 90-day standpoint, the most important thing that this group can do is to have one control tower which will create actually a governance body to help tourism speed up and become more reliable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much from the transport group. I think very important point speaking about not investing only in a few months a year ng peak season lang, but being a lot more creative in the way that we package the offerings, which comes again from identifying clearly who the market is. So for our last group, may we call on the representative from LGUs to present.
And mabuhay. I am very happy to be here because my mentor, Yusek Alma Jimenez, is here together with my other best friend mentor, Yusek Maria Rica Bueno. Well, on the perspective of the local government unit, I think we came prepared because honestly, I think from the people who are here right now, we acknowledge the challenges in tourism. And practically, we know what to do. But most of the time, we are not yet ensynced. The government and the private sector group. So two weeks ago, we convened both the government and the private sector because of this energy crisis. And we were able to come up with recommendations, and we called it the Energy Resilience and Economic Recovery Agenda. Based on the stakeholder consultations, the recommendations had been reorganized to provide a clearer policy direction for local chief executives, emphasizing immediately doable actions, short-term and medium-term and long-term interventions, while distinguishing between policy actions and pragmatic interventions. Natutunan ko po ito kay Yusek Alma. This also addresses the need to strengthen the role of government as the primary driver of solutions. Sana nag-agree po kayo sa amin because now my role has changed. I'm working for the province of Laguna under Governor Sol Aragones and introduce more innovative and supply chain-based solution for food security. Utilize tax instruments as investment tools for private sector participation. So based on our analysis, there was an economic and tourism decline. And ito po yung in-identify namin. Declining tourist arrivals, reduced overnight stays, cancellation of bookings or deferment of bookings, reduced festivals and tourism activities because there was an EO coming from the chief executive, and decreasing business tax collection on the part of the government. With the high energy and fuel costs, rising electricity and fuel prices, increased logistics and transport costs, higher operating costs for tourism, and medium and small industries. So what did we identify as business sustainability risk? Increasing cost of goods, reduced profitability, threat of business closures, and there are some who have already closed, and burden of taxes and regulatory fees. The same for transport and mobility constraints, less transport vehicles. When we did a consultation with one of the big transport group in Laguna, during the hilt of the energy, the high fuel cost, they actually decreased the number of trips to 50%. But I think ngayon, mga 25% na lang. Of course, high commuting cost and lack of EV or electric vehicle infrastructure. Now we identified the immediately doable solutions for all of this, and our timetable for this is 1 month to 3 months. What are the policy actions that is easily doable on the part of local government units? Temporary tax relief measures. I think the private sector will be very happy about this. And that tax relief will be done during your renewal of business permits in January 2027. And we are recommending for the moratorium on penalties for business permit fees, realty property taxes, tourism-related fees, and the temporary suspension, deferment, and reduction of environmental fees and tourism fees or tourism charges. So fuel access priority policy that we recommend is to issue LGU certifications for farmers and fisher folks for fuel prioritizations, because we were able to capture an incident where farmers were denied fuel. Binigyan lang sila ng cap ng 1,000 per pagpunta nila sa mga gas stations. So we practically implemented a flexible government operations, adopting a 4-day work week, but Friday is also dedicated for online transactions. Then implement work from home schemes, and it was really feasible. For other program interventions on the part of the local government, we find that local tourism promotions should never stop. Taking advantage of social media, making promotions more active on TikTok, on Reels, and other social media platforms. Then for emergency transport support, free or subsidized transportation. Because honestly, when we had the meeting, we were very happy because none of our private sector friends and partners asked for ayuda. Wala talagang ayuda. They were just asking for government support and route organization for commuters. So for our short term, this is 3 to 12 months, our policy actions, recommended policy actions, is tax incentive framework for private investments, property tax incentives for solar-powered businesses, EV fleet adoption, and energy-efficient establishments, business regulatory review, review of local fees, introduce investment-linked tax incentives, and green tourism standards policy to incentivize sustainable tourism establishments that embrace green practices. And one question that actually hit us is one private sector asked us, especially from the transport and travel agency associations, ma'am, how about if we convert our buses and our vehicles to EV? What can the government provide? And we were able to come up with an infrastructure rollout recommendation that is for each LGU, not the provincial government, but for local government units to establish EV charging stations and pilot EV jeepneys and e-buses. For shared logistics and supply chain program, the need to consolidate delivery systems and shared transport for manufacturers and MSMEs. Digital tourism and booking platforms, centralized tourism booking app, digital promotions and local campaigns, and strengthening Kadiwa expansions na tuwing Friday lang. So we were harping on not only for a day, for Kadiwa, to make available, kasi ang Laguna is also a food basket for the entire Calabarzon. So meron pa rin po kaming mga medium-term solutions, which is 1 to 2 years and 3 to 4 years. So I think I will just skip and full EV ecosystem development province-wide for Laguna, and I think this can be adopted by the other provinces who are here present. Iloilo province is here, Rizal province is here, Cavite province is here, Batangas LGU is also here. Okay? Then an energy resilience help desk, permanent support center for our partners in the industry. So we have also identified strategic policy gaps, over dependence on government intervention. So most recommendations actually rely heavily on government, but we practically need greater participation from the private sector, the business associations, and community cooperatives. So our move right now is for LGUs to activate, for the benefit of our private sector group, the use of tax holidays, investment incentives, and fee reduction tied to sustainability investment. So the key message for local government units and executives, immediate focus should be on resilience plus stabilization, strategic focus, investment plus resilience, and our long-term goal is transformation and sustainability. The energy crisis must not only be managed as a problem, but it must be leveraged as an opportunity for us to redesign the economy towards resilience, sustainability, and competitiveness. So thank you very much. I hope you learned something from us. Thank you.
Okay, I think that ends the group presentations for our first breakout session. I would like to thank everyone for the very honest and grounded discussions that you all had. I know that some of these conversations might not be easy, especially because we're taking a hard look at what's difficult, what's not working, and where the pressure points are in the sector. But what's important about this session is that it gave the different segments space to look at its own realities first before we even think about planning for what we should do. And a few points did stand out throughout the discussion, and I'd like to group it into 3 buckets, no? So first, it's always a matter of cost. I think across the board, that is something that came out, and it is even more pressing now with the global crisis on the price of energy. So some things to address the cost of travel and tourism are longer-term solutions like infrastructure and connectivity issues that we've been talking about again and again. But some of them have to do with things like predictability, reliability, and just overall volatility, as was mentioned by the transport sector kanina. But it's good to hear, starting now pa lang, that there are already some solutions that were brought up by the LGU group. For instance, the LGU group discussed in detail the different tax incentives and other things that can be offered by the local government, especially in this time of crisis. The next bucket is a matter of positioning. So both in terms of destinations and packages, as mentioned by the tour groups and the other groups, but also the reputation of the country at large, which was mentioned by the accommodations group kanina. So this would need a lot of data, which the different groups already volunteered that they'll have, because the private sector is more likely to have the data based on actual market workings rather than just research conducted intermittently. And then lastly, we also saw the issue of incentives brought up again and again. We heard that the private sector may have some resources, but it is important to direct where those resources go to also support whatever longer-term plan that the government has. So what the government may need to show the private sector, not only that it's profitable, but there's a shared vision that they can move toward para hindi siya segmented. I think some of the things that also came out is, again, the importance of data, and we got, I would like to say, some commitments from the private sector to share their data across industries and for planning. We have the transport group talking about being a control tower to help with the route economics, and then we have the MICE team also volunteering the data that they do have. And I think this factors into whatever plans, both short and long term, that the government may do, but also that other segments may do. So we see now really that it's a multi-sectoral initiative. And then another thing that I would want to surface is what the LGU group was saying about the importance of creating these incentives to ease the burden on businesses from the sector at this specific moment. So a moratorium on penalties or temporary tax relief, but I think it's also an important opportunity to pilot test if these will lead to longer-term results for the industry. Because we know it's a crisis now, and crises usually present a very short but very important policy window. Now, government is willing to do a lot of these things kasi nagkakagulo tayong lahat. But if we see that it works, then hopefully these could be institutionalized long-term, and the government and the private sector may come to an agreement of how we can raise money for the government, not only through direct taxes, but through impacts to communities and Filipinos themselves. So with that, I would like to thank the MAP and the Tourism Congress, DOT, and TIAZA for organizing this important event. Again, I think it just shows how common your problems are, which hopefully also means you can come up with solutions that will benefit all. So with that, I'd like to close my session. Thank you again, everyone, and good afternoon.
Let's remain on stage, and let me call Mr. James Montenegro together with Ms. Hontiveros to present our token of appreciation to Ms. Jimenez. So thank you very much for facilitating this session. I mean, it's great to hear from different sectors today, not only the challenges and opportunities, but also the eagerness, passion, and commitment that each of our this industry sectors, are dedicating, or that they would like to bring to this industry. So that energy let's continue that and let's bring it to the next breakout session. Session. May we kindly request everyone to remain engaged and follow the guidance of our facilitator and the secretariat team. So we now move to breakout session number 2. Alignment across sectors, value chain collaboration. This is where the conversation moves from sectoral concerns to shared solutions. Tourism is a value chain. A visitor's journey may begin with a booking, continue through transport and access, unfold through accommodation, tours, events, dining, safety, and service, and end with a story that they tell after the trip. Of course, right? Because of that, collaboration across the value chain is not optional. It is essential if we want to build destinations that are resilient, inclusive, and competitive. The expected output for this session is the identification of pilot programs for beta implementation. In other words, we are looking for ideas that can be tested, refined, and eventually scaled. To facilitate this session, may I call on Ms. Janina Velosa, social entrepreneur and advocate for sustainability, culture, and women empowerment, and a member of PhilToa and WEDAP.
Good afternoon to everyone who's still here. And I'd like to say that the fact that you're here means you're committed enough to come together in various groups to make sure we come up with an output. So you do not leave this room if you're really committed that we come up with pilot programs around the country, which we hope MAP can hold space for and work with after this, no? So what's important is for us to have a different mindset. We can't come in anymore, I'm part of MICE, I'm part of accommodation. No, we're gonna all come together and each sector should be represented, if we can, within that group. How many groups would that be? It depends on Secretariat's breakdown, but I believe that most are from Luzon. So we would like to ask some of you to take on the Visayas and Mindanao. I think you've been given already this guideline. Yes? Secretariat has given the guidelines for the next breakaway session. What is important is that everybody comes together to focus on just one thing that we can do in the next 90 days. Okay, let's forget all the issues. We know them already. We've discussed it. So let's just focus, hold hands, dive deep, and tell a story. Okay, because if there's no story, it's kind of boring. So you make sure whatever outcome that you have there is not just an integration of a journey, a travel experience, or a stay, but that there's a story that we'll be telling. We want to talk about branding the Philippines, and yet we're not telling our story properly. So can we incorporate this in that discussion? May I ask the help of Secretariat? How do you plan to break them up, break away the groups? So there's another paper here. Who of you have received it? It says Action Planning Worksheet. Raise your hand, please.
The second worksheet that been distributed early this morning also. Everyone has it. I think we reminded also the group, the delegates to submit.
I think we should identify which tables.
Okay. So, but we agree that we divide it by, because if it's a lot, that's a lot of region, but we do Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I know there's not much Visayas and Mindanao, but some people can take it on.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. Of course, we all know that majority are from Luzon, but I'm sure you're also interested in doing something, maybe representing also Visayas and Mindanao. So we take Luzon on this side, Visayas in the middle, and then Mindanao here on my right.
Remember, we're going to pilot this after the conference. So this is actually business for you. So if you want to be able to be part of this, I think it'll be important for you to be active. and take it on, no?
Correct.
Somebody from the transport should be part of another one with accommodation, another one perhaps can be part of the other tourism offerings. Maybe another one would be tourism estate, whichever. So if we could just kind of move a little, at least, you know what? If the others aren't so interested, let's have at least 3 pilot programs at the end of this.
Oh,
Okay?
agree.
Why don't we identify a table?
Okay, we'll ask the help of the Secretariat to please split the group. Again, Luzon on our left, middle is Visayas, and here is Mindanao. And then we have to ensure that each group, they're represented by accommodation, transport, and also
Other services.
Other services.
So you're going to create a real plan. All right? So, we talked about leadership as wanting to change. Who are the leaders who wants to stand up? Stand up with a paper like this so that people can go
So
around
we'd like to
with
lead
you.
Luzon.
Who wants to lead Luzon?
Luzon,
At
please.
least one Luzon. You see, we wonder why our country isn't moving. If private sector wants to take a role, who wants to lead one table? Just raise your hand with a paper and we'll give you a table to take it on. Our objective...
So is Luzon ready? I think Mindanao is ready.
You are
want
Luzon. All right, fine.
Okay, because
Luzon.
So, okay,
Who
let me
wants
just...
to take Visayas?
So you want guys Luzon. Sige, because you volunteered first.
Yes,
so this
take
is now
it.
Luzon,
Luzon's there.
Visayas.
Who's Visayas?
In the middle.
Hey guys, we are in private sector. This is your business. You want to make money? Come up with a program.
I thought earlier I said eagerness and passion.
Yeah, okay, there you are. Going. One more table.
Okay, so we have now Luzon on my right, Visayas here, and then Mindanao. We need your leader.
Who's the leader from Mindanao? Yeah, but you can make other tours on the side. We'll roll it out too. But come on, Mindanao. Who's taking Mindanao? How about the boat, sea? I mean the sea and the plane.
You do not need
Who's Mindanao?
Comelec to assign your leader.
You know.
It's eager and passion. Yeah.
Huh?
So Luzon is ready, I think.
Luzon, go ahead. You have 30 minutes. Mindanao is
Visayas here.
here.
Visayas, ma'am, is in the middle, and then Mindanao is
Okay.
So Athena. I know, no, not Athena though, because she spoke already earlier.
All right. What's important with this? Visayas. Ala,
Diyan na lang daw po.
you're voluntold. Hey guys, you will make some business out of this. So come on. All right, 3 tables. All the others there later. You have to help pilot this, okay? All of us are gonna have to pilot this. You talk private sector involvement, so I guess we have to act it out, work it, and embody it, okay? Let's go. Firstly, let's be clear, okay? Listening? Let's be clear that we're integrating together. We're not thinking just by ourselves. You want to think out of the box. If we're going to try to solve a problem, we have to think out of the box. Who was that wise guy who said it? Einstein? Einstein said you have to get out of your head, guys. Okay, take a look at the paper. Think of a pilot project. Okay, can be as simple as a sample has been given already. For example, La Union Work and Stay Program. Diba? Let's expect a storyline from that. So you have 30 minutes to be able to work this. So I'll go around just in case you need help.
Miss Jenny, I think they can also pick up from the presentation of former USEC Alma earlier. There's a lot of ideas there too. Maybe they can really deep dive and really create a full program out of that.
Full program. What transportation? Where will you stay? Who will you visit? Who's your market? What are they going to do when they get there? Think of the MAP members and everybody here going to pilot that program. We will have to pilot it after this. So it's actually business. So if you have a hotel accommodation, you better raise your hand.
I see Luzon team is actually, they're starting already.
Okay.
Very
Luzon's
serious
there.
Luzon
Come on,
group.
Visayas and Mindanao. Come on.
We're expecting a lot from Luzon, I think. No, just kidding. Good luck to the
Remember?
groups.
Doesn't have to be perfect, huh? What's important is the rough idea is there. And the process of you working together is there.
So what is your guiding light to them, Miss Jeannie?
Well, I want to see that we're obviously in a crisis.
Yeah.
Livelihood and poverty issues are clear, so you want to be able to incorporate the local community,
Of
which
course,
means you
yeah.
have to work with local government,
Uh-huh.
which means to have the touch points that are all there. What
Correct.
experience are you going to go there when you have a specific drink? What kind of hotel accommodation, depending on what market. So you can choose any market. It can be students, if you like. It can be foreigners. It can also be just single moms, right?
Correct.
You can make new things.
So treat of like this is like your business plan for the Philippine tourists.
This is like our actual
action
tactical action plan,
during
right?
especially at this time.
Yes, and also because MAP is a power force.
Yeah.
We can sell this program to the companies of MAP after.
Correct. Yeah. That solid group, one of the oldest actually group or longest professional group in the Philippines can really, you know what, tama si Miss Jeannie, we can capitalize on that.
We will
While
capitalize.
MAP is really here.
Exactly.
They're with us.
Literally. Aside from that, we also have Philtoa here.
Yeah.
So Philtoa can actually sell this one.
So
This pilot. So can you imagine if you're the accommodation, you're gonna make money, guys.
So the stakeholders that you need are here. Kailangan lang i-enable eh. So Philtoa is here. Well, I'm sure TIESA, we still have representative from TIESA here. Of course, Department of Tourism,
We will,
TCP,
we will tell
and
the
then MAP.
secretary that
Oh,
this
yeah.
can be a national pilot of
Correct.
integrated, strategic, focused tour experiences
Exactly.
on the ground.
We're all
we-
good, Dave?
90.
Okay, so we have now Visayas here in Mindanao. They're requesting, if there are more people who'd like to join the other group.
Remember, you have 90 days. We have to roll this out in 90 days. There has to be an ownership of the program, right?
So
to
any-
pilot.
So we still have room in Visayas and Mindanao. We need your cooperation and expertise. Let's shower it to Visayas and Mindanao.
Isn't it exciting? We're in the beginning of something new. And they're taking part in this. These 3 tables.
Exactly.
Right?
I'm part of it.
Yeah, you're part of it.
I'm part of it.
You're part
Ang sarap
of it.
i-claim. I'm part of it. Yeah. We just did that discussion in the dialogue organized by TC with MAP and then boom, it's there. It's in the national news.
You see? This is MAP. It will be the national
Yeah.
news.
But ultimately,
it has to be clear though.
correct.
Hindi ho pwede vague idea. Talagang pag-arrival, saan titira, anong bus na yan, sinong grupo, has to be clear. Okay?
But it was clearly mentioned earlier, in the other discussion earlier on how the private sector would really want to be involved. It was, I think, mentioned by the group here. So this is now their opportunity to
Exactly.
translate that into an idea and a plan.
And an actual business revenue generating plan.
Exactly.
Okay? Now, if there's issues with LGU, they can use this to
Correct.
discuss something with, things with the LGU.
Correct.
This specific pilot, di ba? We'll tell DOT and the secretary to put a stamp on this with MAP.
Okay. So Miss Jeannie, if you need, probably if the group needs some assistance, I think we have some people going around. Miss Jeannie will shower them with some of your guidance per group, or
I think they have to work with their out of the box.
okay, out of the
thinking.
box, yeah.
Out of
So,
the box.
You guys are on your
You're on your own, but we're here to catch you.
yeah. Okay, snacks are also being served. Of course, hopefully the snacks will really help Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao to come up with really something like, according to Ms. Ginny, out of the box that we can institutionalize, really make it really a good business model.
But
or
it
idea.
should also be very doable. Not, maybe we can do this. No, not like that.
Okay, yeah.
Kailangan magawa kaagad.
Yeah. I think it has to
90
be
days.
practical,
practical.
I think accountable and linked clear to the sector. So, doable. Sabi nga ni Ms. Jeannie, it has to be very, very doable.
I also suggest not to be so ambitious.
Oh, yeah.
Diba? Parang, let's keep it small. Let's really do it. There's a ownership to the program.
Yeah.
You know? Parang,
Correct.
let's own it. Let's want to own this.
Yeah. So, pero let's not look siguro baka maybe some people you'd look automatically the 5-year horizon. Wag naman.
Wag. 90 days lang tayo.
Days lang. Baka nga
90 days.
too ambitious eh.
Too ambitious.
So 90 days. So you have the leading groups here to help you. Like we will bridge that to the office of secretary.
Let's give them
Sure.
15 minutes of
Okay.
silence.
All right. We'll be back.
The first group. Wow, Visayas. Mindanao. Let's go, Mindanao. Let's keep. No, he said, oh. Huh? Are you ready? Oy, Luzon daw mauna. Kasi Luz Viminda. Anyone from Luzon? Mindanao's pushing to you. Kasi Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao daw eh. Kung sa bagay, okay, wait a minute. Point of crisis tayo. We cannot be the same. Let's start with Visayas or Mindanao. You know what? I don't want to start with Luzon because it's so normal. It's Luzon. We're in the point of crisis. Okay, Mindanao, come on over. Yay, let's go. Come on over.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm representing the group from Mindanao, and our action plan centers in Siargao. So we call this Siargao Safe, Seamless Surf, Swim, Socials, Sarap Kumain, Tara sa Siargao. And then our group already made a visual for this. So we are the sexy S. So we focus on the branding of the letter S, the big S, that represents the island, Siargao. So we are planning to have a cost-competitive price compared to others, most especially with the online travel agencies, online booking platforms. So this is in reference with the DIY booking platforms that we have online. And then we also have identified the ease of travel as well as the confidence. So we are going to have a ready-to-sell packages that the tourists are going to buy from us. When they go to Siargao, everything is ready for them. They don't have to worry, but they're just their pictures, OOTDs, and such. And then we are targeting domestic tourists. So we should start with Filipinos just to remove that notion that Siargao is very expensive. Going to the Philippines, traveling around the country is more expensive than going to other countries. And then we are going to offer 3 days, 2 nights, 4 days, 3 nights tour packages that is going to center on community-based tours, which are going to allow the tourists to experience local food, local activities, and an interaction with the community. We are also going to have 2 different products, one for premium and one for mid-budget. And then the travel agency will be spearheading this pilot program. So our pilot location will be in Siargao Island. So the travel agency will coordinate with local tour operators, and then we are also going to coordinate with the local tourism, regional tourism office, and the provincial tourism office. And then for the first 30 days, of course, the travel agency will be coordinating with accommodations, airlines, transport, and other operators in the island. And then after that, we are also going to finalize pricing and the inclusions and other other things to consider going to the island. So this is gonna be an internal work first for the first 30 days. And then for the next 30 days, 30 to 60 days, we are going to execute. We are going to provide promotional packages, promotional materials rather, social media posts, and other marketing materials. And then run and adjust for the 60 and 90 days. We are going to execute the package. So those invited are going to Siargao and visit the island. And then for the success indicators, of course, we are going to see if this package is a success depending on the number of bookings, repeat clients, and the participant feedbacks. We are also going to test if they are going to, through the word of mouth marketing, if this is going to be effective. So what will be the very first action? You're going to set up a meeting with local stakeholders and other stakeholders for this package. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any of you can come up, ha? If I ask questions, I'm going to be your revalida. Kasi my mentor gave me a big problem here, oh. Where is she? There. Okay. Who exactly is championing? Who exactly? I need a name. I need a tour operator. You cannot just say we. Who exactly?
It's gonna be from our travel agency, Lakbay Kabayan Tours and Travel Services.
Accountability. That's good because you want to make sure you're going to take this on, huh? Right? So if MAP has to call someone about this, it's you. All right? Okay. I have another question. You talked about 3 days, 2 nights. You talked about Siargao with all the SS and SS and SS. What's your story? Why will I go to Siargao and why can't I just go to Boracay? Or why can't I just go over to Danang or to where? What's your story?
It's the people of Siargao. It's about meeting the people of Siargao and experiencing how to live in their island in that part.
Why don't I go to Coron? You need to tell me a story. I'm not going to buy it if you're not going to excite me. Okay? Think about that. So I think it's important. What's highlighted here is that we need to make sure it's different. How will we sell this abroad? Why won't I go to Maui?
Siargao, our story is S. Let's go Siargao. It's safe, it's seamless, it is good for surfing and swimming, plus sarap kumain.
Okay.
Kaya letter S. So that's our story because right now the challenge is the flights are very expensive in Siargao, but we're trying to erase that from the minds of our audience. So we have to come up with this promotion so that we can we will get KOLs or key opinion leaders to visit the island, use this package done by the travel agency, work with the local government, do a lot of social media, digital marketing, and of course, work with the airlines. Hopefully, they will give us good rates, even for a certain period, promotional period. So that's the Siargao story.
Okay. She wants to ask a question. Revalida, ha? Revalida to yun. Okay. We have to tighten this and make sure it's different. Okay, go ahead. Well, anyway, I'll talk while you don't have the mic. Can you imagine if we go to ASEAN? Hey guys, ASEAN, everybody, we want to tell you the Siargao story. Why? You have to think about it. Then somebody from Malaysia is going to say, but we also have like this. And then somebody from Vietnam goes, but we have the V of whatever. Diba? So, you gotta sell it. Oh, Alma's gonna say something.
So for Siargao, it's the surfing capital of the Philippines, the best island in Asia, according to Condé Nast and other publications. We can position the Philippines as an iconic destination compared to Bali, for example. You can do a food crawl. We have the most diverse restaurants, dining places in Siargao, where you can go around the island, explore it, using a similar to tuk-tuk, and we can have a storyteller talking about Siargao as a destination.
Okay, let's bring her to ASEAN so she can market. Okay, our chair is gonna say something here. Okay.
Actually, sabi tama, Jen has this approach that you need, this is a revalida. The core question here is, everything that you said, I can find in other locations. So why Siargao? What is we need to be able to define what makes us unique, what makes us stand out in the marketplace, what is something that we are doing differently from Palawan, from, what's the other surfing capital na isa pang nagsasurf sa La Union, meron din sa Baler, meron. So pag sinabi mong Siargao, it cannot be just, doon kasi marami kaming pagkain. Marami din silang pagkain. Dito may tour guide kami. Meron din silang tour guide. So what we're saying here, pinipilit namin dito is give us a compelling story that makes us think of no one else except Siargao. That's what we want.
I'll tell you a story, excuse me, just because I thought about it now. What is so unique about Siargao that keeps it in our mind? The typhoon that wrecked everything, and a community that rose up no matter what. That is the resilience of the Filipino, right? That's your community, and they make great food. And you know what? We are so resilient, we're gonna hold your hand, whatever. You have to find one thing so unique. I never got to Siargao nga kasi nag-typhoon. So kinancel ko. But I remember that, oh my God, Siargao, they're all up again. That's unique. Da Nang can't say that, Vietnam can say that, but Siargao and the Filipino can say it. Get it? This is what we're trying to let you see. What's your story that's gonna compel everybody about the brand Filipino and the brand Philippines, that they must come here. Okay? What else? Okay, good. Anything else? But you know you're gonna market it, huh? Sa ASEAN, okay yan.
The other groups can also ask that question.
You know, ma'am, if I may, Siargao is super unique, and that's what makes it unique because of surfing. Surfing in Siargao is year-round. If you try to compare it with La Union, with Baler, and other surfing destinations in the Philippines, it's seasonal. So it's facing the China Sea. Siargao is facing the Pacific Ocean. So it's a year-round surfing. You have 24 surfing spots in Siargao, from beginner to advanced for athletes. So that makes Siargao unique. Number 2, in terms of sustainability, Siargao has the largest mangrove cover in the Philippines, and it's being protected. So there is, Del Carmen, for instance, won several awards in terms of sustainability. Number 3 are the people, the resiliency of the people. So that can be talked about, how they were able to recover from Odette, from the COVID, from the pandemic. So that's the story that we want to share. And if you try to compare it with other island destinations, the development of Siargao, when we started it in 1994 to present, if you see Siargao now, the scenic view of Siargao is still the same. The development is done along the roadside. So the coastal area is still the same from 1990s to present. And that's how you position Siargao.
Okay, that's great. I just want to shake you up a little, guys, because we can't think tours the same way. We can't think our business is the same, because it's not. So clearly, your market are the surfers, the athletics, right? So I obviously, if I had a grandmother, I cannot go there, di ba? Even if I'm a surfer. So I'll just have to rethink my plan. Tama? If I had a grandmother. Okay. Oh, yes.
Sorry, if I may add, I think one of the things that we've been talking about all day is really scaling solutions that could be replicated. That's why we mentioned we are just choosing Siargao. The objective of our project is really to address the cost, value of travel, and the ease of transportation. So maybe that is one of the reasons why we did not discuss what is very unique in Siargao, and we discussed about the operationability of how can tourism be promoted. Because we agree that we need to promote something about Siargao, but what the team is developing is really the mechanics, the system as to how that could be done feasible and scaled to other regions in the Philippines, like our other small islands. So I guess that is something that we are trying to pilot in Mindanao. It's not really Siargao, but really the system that we would like to share to other regions of the Philippines as well.
Thank you. And maybe that's why your group down the line would have an example that could be replicated, di ba? So this process we're doing is just to shake everyone up so that you can think from another space. Really, that's what it is. Yes.
One last.
Sure.
The market has not stopped traveling. They're just picky about where to go.
Yes.
And given our culture of bayanihan, we can angle it as the entire community working together to make sure that your travel is done right, that every single touch point is done perfectly well, meaning there's value for money for your travel.
Thank you. So anything else to wrap up Mindanao section? Yes, others? Somebody, yes, please.
I have a question. No? So, popular destination like Siargao, how do we manage and address over tourism? That's another thing.
Premium travel. Okay. For the entire day, we have been talking about the cost of traveling. And we want to position Siargao as a premium travel destination. Premium in terms of experiences. And also the ease of travel. So, and then the ready-to-sell packages. So those are the three objectives that our group identified earlier. And so to address the carrying capacity of the island, we need to position it as a premium destination. So even if traveling to Siargao, they always say it's very expensive, but it helps in terms of sustainability of the destination. So even if you don't, because we've been talking about the carrying capacity of an island, and to protect it is to position it as a premium destination.
Thank you. Let's all give Mindanao a clap. Okay, Luzon, Visayas. Who's next? Natakot kayo? Come on, Luzon. Here. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's me again, Shirley Quijada from Nurture Wellness Village, representing the MICE group. And now we're presenting our collective ideas for the Luzon project. Okay? So our product offering will be wellness experience featuring Filipino gastronomy and Filipino wellness services. So we want to promote our own businesses in Luzon, but we will curate a special package which promotes
healthy Filipino dishes kasi nga kilala ang Filipino food to be brown and fatty. So now we're going to be working with nutritionists and chefs to curate menu from different provinces in Luzon that are healthy but with the Filipino flavors pa rin. And then combine it with Filipino wellness activities using the natural features of Luzon. And of course, our businesses, okay? So pilot location, we're going to go north and south, okay? So our headquarters in the south will be Laguna and nearby provinces. And then for the north will be Cordillera and nearby provinces. So we can present the project modular, south lang, north lang, or traverse north to south with stopovers in between. But then the activities will be primarily Filipino wellness services and healthy Filipino dishes. In Laguna, to be led by Suzette of Enchanted Kingdom, they do have a ride called Saring Buhay. Tama ba? Aguila, the experience, Saring Buhay. According to Suzette, so we're learning about each other's businesses. They have a ride wherein habang nagra-ride ka, nakikita mo yung different areas ng Pilipinas, yung environment and yung kanilang mga culture at yung kanilang environment, di ba? Tama? So, after the ride, we want to promote syempre yung mga pwede nilang puntahan. So, available na yung aming mga hotels and resorts, yung packages, na if they say they wanna go to Boracay, Lind Hotel has a package in Enchanted Kingdom. If they want to go to Metro Manila, if they want to go to Laguna, lahat yan, available na natin. Kasi ang problem naman is yung they don't know how to do it. So after the ride, if they see Boracay, I wanna go to Boracay. So meron na tayong available packages. At the same time, we have our representative from Katutubong Lokal, si Camille, who will be coordinating, bringing communities to these venues. So yung kanilang mga products, mga weave, yung kanilang culture, ika-calendar namin sila. So let's say for the month of October, we want to feature the Cordilleras. So ang i-feature natin in our different locations should be the Cordilleras. Yung indigenous people, kanilang pagkain, kanilang mga products. So, we're combining the environment, the food, the services, and yung ating indigenous people and communities, educating them about Luzon and the different types of people in Luzon, hindi lang sa Metro Manila. Organizations, we have EK, Raja, Tours, of course, yung ating hotels and resorts. And then for the wellness services, for the relaxation, health, and fitness, it will be under me, under Nurture Wellness Village, and our partners, our medical partners and our fitness partners. So we'll come up with wellness services following the 5 components of fitness, 5 components of health, and the combination of the 3 branches of wellness. Yung ating health, fitness, nutrition. Isasama natin lahat yan. So wellness talaga yung package. Action plan, we're gonna meet right after this. All of the representatives of MICE, we were going to meet kasi gusto nga namin agad-agad. So kung ano na yung existing services namin, i-ano na lang namin, i-curate na lang namin for the concept of wellness, gastronomy in Luzon. Filipino wellness, gastronomy in Luzon. Okay, run and adjust. I think in 30 days, it should be ready for implementation. And then 60 to 90 days ating ina-adjust na lang based on. Ang aming market, domestic and international na experiential tourism ang tinatarget. Wellness tourism, experiential, meaningful tourism. So yung mga naghahanap ng kanilang purpose in life. Di ba? Yung kanilang who am I, yung mga ganun. Ito yung ating mga market. So, ano ba ang wellness? Ano ba ang Filipino? How can I find myself in the Philippines? And how can it be meaningful? And hopefully, help also the communities in the Philippines. So, yung storytelling is very important. So, we're going to promote the communities, the people, the services, the products,
the food, at lahat ng Pilipino. So kailangan talaga push natin Pilipino, pero kasi assigned sa amin Luzon, Luzon lang muna kami. I think we're okay up to there unless my group mates want to add something. Do you want to add something? Suzette, Camille, Fritzy, the rest? Wala na? We're good? I think we're good. Thank you.
Stay first, stay first. Maybe comment, stay first.
Sure, sure.
Since you're the spokesperson. I think it's reflective of the fact that you were all trying to work together. That's important, okay? And that you were aware that it is a business direction, okay? From a cell, I'm confused what you're selling. Gastronomy? Are you going to sell wellness? What is it? It's kind of hard to sell everything at the same time. So if we could maybe make it tighter
Yes.
as a cell. Because parang you'll eat, you'll get well, you'll get everything.
Yeah.
Then you have
Actually-
indigenous people. So kind of have to have a clearer capture because you want to go after a market.
Okay.
Specific market. We can't naman throw the net outside, diba, and expect whatever.
Mhm.
We would like to be clear.
Yeah.
With this one project, no matter how small, is it food crawl? What kind of food? Is it just wellness? And food is only secondary, maybe? You
Yes.
have to choose.
It's wellness. It's a wellness experience featuring Filipino services. But since food is part of the wellness, we're just going to curate special menus which are Filipino but healthy. Kasi the main experience is wellness experience in Luzon using the natural features of Luzon. And then the food of Luzon, but we have to adjust the food kasi ngayong totoong Filipino food. Hindi
So-
naman ganun ka-healthy. So, gagawa kami ng special menu for this wellness. Kasi under wellness kasi nutrition is one branch. Under wellness, we have 3 components, the health, the fitness, and the nutrition. So, hindi mawawala yung nutrition. Kaya lang yung nutrition existing ngayon, hindi pang wellness. So, curate pa namin yun.
Okay, so in other words, you're just kind of taking out gastronomy. Because
Yeah.
when people say gastronomy,
Okay.
it's very clear they have a picture of what gastronomy is.
Yes.
right?
So, we have to change
So
the
you have
the branding.
Yeah, so I think the experience of working together
Yeah.
should be able to teach you about the focus, di ba? Because if we are to go out and to try to sell these, you're going to say, what are you selling ba talaga? Are you selling Cordillera jewelry? Are you going to eat what? Di ba? So I think that's going to need tightening
Yeah.
if we're going to sell this to MAP.
Yeah.
Yeah?
We really have to sit down and have more time.
So,
Not just 30 minutes. Yes.
Who is a champion?
Meron kaming delineation ng mga assignments eh. But I will own it for now. I will
Alright.
own it for now.
Okay. Anything, yes? You'll cite an example? Yeah, please. Can you get the mic to here, please?
Hello po, good afternoon to everyone. Marilyn Seredon po ng Love Me More Travel and Tours from Laguna. Ma'am Jeannie, we can actually complying with what the requirement is or the requirements are that we get to have a collective one depending on the requirement. But I would like to cite an example. Is it because you want to have a clearer focus? So that's why I need to cite an example. For example, I am from Laguna. So ano ba yung gusto ko? So I have this package which is curated into, for example, we have what we call pakalum. So what is that pakalum is? Pagsanhan, Kabinti, and Lumban in a day tour. So we incorporate there also what we have had said here. Included the wellness, included the food. It's all in there in a day tour.
Yes.
And we also a side trip in Caliraya.
Yes.
So that's what the package that I have been with me, in particular in Laguna.
Okay.
That's why I set an example.
Right.
Is it because all of our ideas and our magaganda, ma'am eh.
Lahat
Kanya-kanya kami.
magaganda. Lahat
I just had an
magaganda.
example for a day
Yes.
tour. You don't need have to fly
Yes.
domestically.
Because it's Luzon.
So it's only in Luzon from Manila. It takes only 2 hours.
Right.
2 hours. 4 hours if it's traffic. But nawala na tayo ng traffic because of konti na lang yung bumabiyahe sa EDSA ngayon. So I think that's the convenient, but there then, ano ba i-feature ko sa Pagsanhan? Aside from the Pagsanhan Falls, the boat ride,
Okay.
and
Those are the touch points of the
Yes.
experience.
Yeah.
As a group.
Yes.
Is it wellness? So I'm just trying to put together one product that we will take and sell. So if you will have to explain each and every one, kasi pupunta kayo dito.
Yes.
It's going to be so hard to sell that.
That's why.
Yes,
That's
yes.
why I set an example. Kasi
So are we only going to sell Laguna? Day trip?
Pakalum, kasi it was actually launched also,
No,
this
my question to the group, are we only going to sell one day trip?
Yes, a
Yes?
day trip.
Yes?
Yes.
The group will sell
I
one-
have this package with me.
Excuse me.
Actually,
Is the group-
if I may,
Yes.
as a group,
As a
we have
group.
options. So
Yes.
let's say the Laguna is 1 day trip. But since we have north and south and traversing north and south, it may be more than 1 day. And then the reason why we have this, let's say, the Katutubo Lokal, is still part of the wellness, what they call this, the branches of wellness, kasi yung social awareness. So if you look at the wellness component, ang daming components niyan, yung wellness wheel. So I will pass my mic to Camille to discuss yung indigenous portion ng aming concept.
Hello po, good afternoon. So maybe I can also cite an example with the project that we are proposing. By the way, I'm Camille po from Katutubot Lokal. So we're a social enterprise and we are conducting livelihood workshop for the indigenous community, like for the Aita, Igorot, and Dumagat community. So what I presented to the team earlier, last year po kasi we had this project at Okada, Manila, wherein yung mga Igorot po from the Cordillera, binaba namin sila sa Okada, then they presented kung paano ginagawa yung weaving. How that will help the tourism industry. Una po, with regards to the Inabel, we are receiving a lot of questions. Bakit mahal nga ba yung Inabel? So, from what we did, na binaba namin mismo yung mga Igorot dun sa Okada, Manila, people and the tourists and all the local communities, they can be able to experience kung paano ginagawa mismo, maiintindihan nila kung bakit mahal yung product. And not just with the Cordillera, as well as with other upland communities. That's what we are trying to propose. Kasi like for example, in EK nga po kanina, they cite an example that they have this area wherein they can show a teaser of what we can offer in the Philippines. So yun po. Kaya po siya naging medyo magulo lang tignan kung what are we trying to sell. But in summary po, what we are trying to sell is yung mga makikita nilang cultural experience in other provinces. But then, since we are representing Luzon, we're bringing the people in Luzon. So yun po. Thank you.
Okay. Where's the wellness? So I'm just being very, bouncing back.
We
Because I
connected
thought
it to wellness since ang target locations po namin is yung mga hotels. And those hotels also have wellness experiences in their location. So if those tourists will visit the hotels, then we can also support the wellness industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alma, Chair, you have any question or comment? Anyone with a comment? Will you buy the tour? This is your market. So I'm just, as a grouping that comes together, and this is, I think, reflective of our, this is the first time actually that everyone is working together from different groups, no? So it's also reflective of why sometimes it's very hard for private sector to move forward. So unless we're focused without just looking at what is it only just mine, right? What can that be? Because we still have to have one product. So if you're going to tell me you're going to sell me a wellness, all touch points must say, make me well, make me healthy, whatever. Yeah.
I think my comment here is that when you tell your story, it has to touch emotions. we're not talking here about products. We're talking about experience. And one of the biggest experience, especially for both North and South, is really culture. What do you have to say about the people? How do you anchor the experience so that it brings out that kind of conversation? I think Jen talked about storytelling. What is more interesting in the story? It's actually history. Kasi very rich ang history ng North and South. And how do you weave that into your services? So think beyond products. Think about ultimate experience. What will they talk about when they go home? What will I tell my children? Will I tell them about the food that I tasted? Or the fact that when I tasted that food, several Spaniards during the time ng also tasted that, and that's what they taught us. That's the evolution of the food. So it's not just talking about good restaurants, good food, or hilot, or massage. It's about, in the olden times, this is what the people used to experience. And this is where they experienced it. So come over and let us tell you that story and let you relive that experience again. That's the story that we need to tell, because then it separates you from all other food crawls or other culinary tourism, because now you have history, not just story. Okay?
Okay.
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So
Thank you. Actually, totally agree.
I think this process is for us precisely to get ourselves out of the way we think. We have to break it. We have to go deeper. We have to find the roots and really embody it. Because if not, we're just going to be like any other country vying out for the cheapest ticket. And why do we want that? We'll get the lousy tourists. We won't get the higher paying tourists. But then if you romance it, right? If you give me just one touch point, and you give me, for example, a Cordilleran textile, and then you weave everything around that textile. That's a story I think I would think about, because suddenly, as a woman, I would like to know about the textile, right? And the shopping. Okay, so thank you very much for that. Let's give Luzon a round of applause. And last but not the least, the Visayas.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Ana Tan of Calm Traveling Tours and representing Visayas. Okay, for our pilot program, actually, we are just given 90 days just to get the opportunity of selling right after the what's happening now globally. No, we're just giving 90 days that what shall we do for us to be able to regain back what we have lost for how many months this crisis is doing right now in our tourism industry. So what we are doing, what are we representing is, because Visayas, we want to focus on the two popular islands in Visayas. Because yun was lesser effort na kasi sikat na nga. So we're focusing on Bohol and Cebu. Why Cebu? Cebu because there's an international airport in Cebu. So the entry point will be Cebu, and then the exit also will be Cebu. So our program is targeting the niche market, which is the honeymooners or couples. Kasi yun yung hindi natatakot mag-travel ngayon. Because given, they're going to get married, di ba? And also, yung anniversary, they can stop their anniversaries. Di ba? Hindi naman mag-stop yan eh. So, especially for the ladies, once that nakikita nila that their partner is not afraid of traveling and experiencing something new, for them, it's something na rin talaga. So, what we were focusing right now are the honeymooners, are the couples. And yung wala sa Cebu and Bohol are the cruising. And it's doable. From Cebu going to Bohol, it is via fast craft, right? But now, there's no cruise in Cebu and Bohol. So what we are focusing right now is that aside from the city tour in Cebu, for the honeymooners, we want to also focus on the cruise market, focusing on Cebu and Bohol. And the beautiful islands of, romantic islands of Bohol na meron siyang cliff na dinner while having the sunset. So basically that's the program that we're looking at for the 90 days. Kasi nga 90 days is so mabilis and we want to have that market already. So our partners are the international travel agencies or tour operators that we are tapping already. Ngayon kasi, the opportunity for the travel for the Asian countries is that most of the travelers, especially in Europe, are afraid of going to Europe. Ngayon, talaga syempre, we will have to grab that opportunity that to travel instead of going out to Europe or long-haul travel, we focus on targeting those nearby countries which are in Asia to go to experience the beautiful islands of Bohol and Cebu. So what we want to do is that partner with the tour operators, baliktad, tour operators from, for example, Korea, tour operators in Thailand, tour operators in Taiwan, tour operators in other nearby Asian countries to promote our programs to them. Promote their programs to their locals, to go here in the Philippines. Kasi sila, they are also affected by what is happening because of the crisis. Yun pa lang is that cutting the cost already. Di ba, mas shorter flight, mas lesser the cost of the airlines. And also, mas shorter flights, mas hindi nakakapagod sa couples. So that's the program that we're looking at. Mas mabilis ang turnout, mas mabilis ang ma-market because we have the existing partners already. The tour operators that we have outside of the Philippines. So who are the pilot lead? Because this is a cruise tour, we want to target with To Go. They have the facility already. Hindi kasi natin pwedeng ma-partner yung mga fast craft of Cebu and Bohol because they don't have the rooms inside the cruise, right? Or they don't have the cruise. So we want to partner with To Go, which anyway, they are already cruising already from Manila to Tagbilaran or Manila to Cebu. Yung cost will be shorter also. Because of the cruise is shorter, the cost will be minimal. The cost of the cruising from Bohol to Cebu is minimal because of the limited distance lang po. So that's what we are looking at. And then, the responsible group, syempre, once this will be championed by To Go, will be the hotels, will be the travel agency partners, will be the tour operators of the Philippines. And then, the length of stay is 5 days, 4 nights. Because aside from Cebu, we also want for the guests to explore also what's the area ulit? What's the island ulit in Cebu? The Simulon Island, and also Anda. Those unpopular islands, or those unpopular beach areas in Bohol and Cebu because syempre pagka marami namang tourists, hindi na siya romantic for couples.
So this is a romantic cruise.
Yes. For couples, meron siyang niche which is the couples, newlywed or those who are just want to explore.
So are you
this
open also for the local tourists if they are?
Yes. It's very open to the local tourists also. But because of we want to tap international market and grab the opportunity that we have partners already, we're just looking at that is more easier to promote these packages or programs for the new or tourists that are coming here in the Philippines.
So I have a question. If I'm a honeymooner like that, diba, why would I go na lang to Korea? Because in Korea, I can use the same outfit, then I can have whatever. There's a whole experience. So what am I going to do?
Because
aside from the cruise?
If you're a couple, you always want it to be romantic.
Okay.
You always wanted to be parang secluded yung area. You always wanted to have a peaceful area. You always wanted to just be with your partner. So if you go to Korea, what are you going to do? Mag-shop? Bumili ng makeup? But in an island, bukod sa makasama yung partner,
But
kayo
it's a
lang dalawa
cruise.
talaga nandun.
It's a cruise.
Yeah, because aside from the cruise, you have to go down of that.
Yes.
Yeah, not all the time you're cruising.
What will make the cruise different?
It's different because we are not offering yet Tagbilaran and
So
Cebu.
it's the very
Yes.
first inaugural
Yes.
one, is what you're trying to
With
say.
partnership with Togo. Yes.
Okay, so, okay, it's innovation because it's never been done, right? You have to find something special about it and excite us.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, and also parang we're looking at more of sunsets and sunrise. When you go out of the cruise, you experience the sunrise, and then you go down of the island, and then you have dinner in the cliff, and then you're going to watch the sunset together, something like that.
So it's all about the romance.
Yes.
Okay. So one thing that I want to highlight that you did very well was the fact it's not been done.
Yes.
Ever.
Yes.
Okay? It's an innovation. Wait, there's somebody, has it been done?
Ma'am, can I butt in?
Yes, sure.
I'm Roy Martin.
You don't have to butt in. You can have the stage.
Well,
Yes.
no, ma'am. One thing different in this action or this plan is, this is not only for FIT, this is for GIT also. This was done before during the 5-6 years in my hotel experience. No? Imagine pag sama-samahin mo yung honeymooners, 10, 20 couples in one itinerary. Di ba napakaganda, napakahusay? Isipin mo, magagaling sa Seoul, Korea, pupunta sa Cebu, ibabaksak sa isang hotel doon, 1 night, 2 nights, and then tour around, may iikutan. This is good for the first timer. Exciting pa sila. Kasi pag Cebu, sinasabi nila, oh, is it part of the Philippines? Hindi. Sasabihin nila, hindi. Cebu yan Cebu. And then, here comes another trip, which is Bohol naman. Ikaw yung maglakad ma'am sa Alona Beach. 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers spread yan ng white sand. Just like Boracay. Kung 7 kilometers, 3 to 4 kilometers kami sa Bohol, di ba? So, napakaganda. And then, yung maliit na mata na hayop, ano yan? Tarsier. Yung tarsier, pag may tarsier ka, samahan mo pa man yan. Mga Koreano, excited yan na makakita ng mga ganyang mga hayop, ma'am. So, aside from romantic, yes, ma'am.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, ma'am. No.
Are you when I come with my husband, what am I going to feel when I enter the cruise? Mga ganyan, kailangan nyo pag-isipan.
Yes, ma'am.
Every touch point, you have to think about it because it's not yet been done, right?
May romantic dinner pa. Hahaluan mo pa sa isang hotel. May candlelight pa dyan.
Okay.
Meron ka pang offering na kaya nga may mga stick, mga isda-isda dyan.
Di ba?
Excited na yung promo mo. Yung promotion mo. And this is only for ASEAN. Hindi pa natin ibebenta yan, ma'am, sa sa ibang lugar. Tignan muna natin kung magiging malakas ang sa Asian market dahil malapit nga lang. As mentioned by my partner here, malapit lang. Napaka-easy to sell. Tingnan natin. Pagbigyan niyo yan, 3 months, 4 months, bebenta yan. Kasi may consolidators na eh. They have pinpointed already consolidators. They're the ones selling it to South Korea. Michael, you can prove that. You can attest to that. Maraming honeymooners na nagsasagawa, nagpupunta dito sa lugar natin, walang ginagawa kundi magpakasaya. Titingin lang yan. Ano ba naman, how much dollars, how much peso, how much Korean won nila? Naku, napakadali, ma'am. Maniwala ka sa akin.
Naniniwala na nga ako.
Kaya nga, sinabi ko lang, ma'am.
Ko lang dito,
Hinahamon kayo kita.
Excuse me.
Papatunayan ko sa iyo na may market yan.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, I totally agree with you. Ang sinasabi ko lang dito is, how can we refine it and make it different from everything you've done before that nobody in ASEAN has done? Yun lang.
Opo.
So different that somebody's gonna have to say, oh my God, sa Pinas, meron ganito. So lahat ng mga OFW will tell their foreign people to come because in the Philippines, when you enter the cruise boat, they have this beautiful mga patadyong or from Bohol textile or whatever that they have to give you, wrap around you. I don't know what kind of massage. You have to romance it.
Yeah.
You can sell me anything, I'm sure.
Yes.
But you sell it different. Because the Filipino brand of the Filipino and our culture kailangan lumabas.
Thank you, ma'am. We have plenty of consolidators. We have many providers here in Cebu, in Bohol. Haluan pa natin ng mga hilot-hilot. Haluin pa natin ng mga masamasahe. Ewan ko naman hindi po matok yan.
Oh, I think you should teach the husband how to massage the girl's thing, whatever. Mga ganyan. All I'm saying is, go deep. Go
Yes.
deep.
Yes,
Don't
ma'am.
just say because it's cheaper, we won't give them that. All of us have to stretch kasi nga we're in crisis.
Yes.
Binibenta natin yung country natin. We are now second to the last. And the last is Brunei in tourism. Can you imagine where that is when we're so much richer? Anyway, maraming salamat. Any questions? Anyone there?
May mga pagtatanong pa sa grupo namin. From Visayas. We're not from Visayas, pero we think of that.
Thank
kasi
you
baka,
for loving
baka
the country.
bago naman. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you
Maraming
for
salamat.
loving the
Maraming
country.
salamat.
Okay. Pupunta ako dyan. Sasabay ako dyan.
well,
Okay. I think we had 3 lively groups. May allow me to synthesize what has transpired in this last breakaway session 2. I think first is that you learn to work together. And I was listening as I was moving around that each of the different sectors had to get outside their space, which has never really happened before, in tourism. You're always kind of by yourself. So now we're all together in this, and in a point of crisis, we have to be together. We have to make little sacrifices. Maybe my concept isn't so good, that will sell more. It might be something like this. So the concept of working together means we give each other the space and to highlight the best product that can bring out the best in our country when we work in collaboration. That's one. We also had seen how sampling for small islands is going to be done, and this is crucial because we are an archipelago of 7,100 islands. So it is important we get a sampling of what could be replicated in many parts of the country. So that was a highlight also. And the thing that was clear that we had to repeat over is we need to go deep. I think this is what we were trying to find in the discussions is beyond the ticket sales, and I know that's our business and all, what we will sell at the end is about our heart, our spirit, the experience and the culture of who we are about. This is the differentiating, the USP, unique selling proposition, which we as tour providers and people in the tourism industry must be able to embrace. So let us bring the communities in like we have with our indigenous communities. Let us have the experiences of the waters like our cruises and all the way to Siargao, niching in the different kinds of markets we can bring in. But what is important to understand here, we have 3 projects. I think yours need to be refined a little, to be honest, okay? You just have to refine that. We have 3 projects. I believe that we will try to make representation for the map to pilot the project, to work with the DOT to see how we can pilot such projects and move forward on this. Having said that, I hope this breakaway session gave you a nice practice of how Filipinos work together in crisis on behalf of the tourism industry. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jeannie. And may I please call Mr. Montenegro and former Undersecretary Ms. Alma Jimenez to present our token of appreciation to Ms. Jeannie Habelosa. So thank you again, Miss Jeannie. I think I really feel kanina like I'm really in a thesis defense. The Revalida. I mean, it's very insightful and really I like the way how the session was done. And I think I also have my personal insights on each recommendation for Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. I have actually quite a number of ideas for Luzon. If you want, I can share, but we don't have time anymore. Okay, so now, to formally close today's national conference, Industry Dialogue, may I call on Mr. Michael J. Albania, Event Program Director of Tourism Congress and Co-Vice Chair of the MAP CU Conference Committee for the closing remarks.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Today's working session has been exactly what the Tourism Congress and the Management Association of the Philippines envisioned. Not a traditional forum, but a working dialogue among the biggest stakeholders in Philippine tourism. We came together at a pivotal moment when rising costs, shifting traveler behavior, and mounting uncertainty have created real constraints across every sector of tourism. Through honest, grounded discussions, we surfaced the hard truths. Declining or unstable demand in key segments, fragmented efforts that no longer suffice, structural gaps between policy, infrastructure, aviation, digital transformation, inclusion, and community impact. Crucially, we refuse to stop at diagnosis. Following the objectives we set out in this event, we conducted a candid assessment of the current state of the industry, identified practical cross-sector constraints and opportunities, co-created sectionable solutions grounded in reality, began shaping concrete pilot programs that can be designed and launched within the next 90 days. Speakers and facilitators brought invaluable leadership, policy insight, operational expertise, and a strong commitment to inclusion and innovation. Their contributions helped us move from conversation to coordinated action. The consensus is clear. What worked before will not be enough moving forward. The strength of our industry will not be defined by individual efforts, but by how effectively we act together. Reframing challenges, co-creating solutions, and rebuilding a more resilient, valuable, and inclusive tourism ecosystem. As we conclude this industry dialogue, let us carry forward the energy, honesty, and collective determination that defined every session today. We have chosen not to wait passively for recovery. Instead, we have actively begun shaping what comes next. The ideas, commitments, and pilot concepts born in this room today represent the first steps in rewiring the Philippine tourism for resilience, value, and genuine inclusion. To every participant, especially, of course, our Tourism Congress members, our partners, Management Association of the Philippines, government partners, and our private sector champions, thank you for investing your time, expertise, and leadership. Your presence and candid contributions have already made this a truly pivotal gathering. The real work now begins outside these walls. In the coming days and weeks, we will and we should finalize the pilot programs we shared this afternoon that we outlined, establish clear accountability mechanisms, continue the cross-sector collaboration that made today possible, and let this dialogue be remembered not just a successful event, but as the catalyst that moved our industry from discussion into decisive, coordinated action. Together, we are not merely recovering tourism, we are redefining it. A tourism sector that is more resilient in the face of constraints, more valuable to our communities and economy, and more inclusive for every Filipino. Thank you again, Tourism Congress and our co-presenters, MAP, DOT, and TIESA, our exceptional speakers, panelists, and facilitators, and every leader in this room. The future of Philippine tourism is being written today by all of us together. Let us leave this ballroom committed, connected, and ready to act. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang turismo ng Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abanya. Tourism stakeholders, thank you very much once again for joining us today. And I would say today's discussion reminds us that resilience is not a slogan. We've been repeating, we're very resilient here, there, left, right, center. So it is a system we built together through better access, stronger markets, enabling policies, sustainable infrastructure, inclusive participation, which we have witnessed earlier, and concrete actions across the value chain. I think medyo bitin pa ata yung revalida ni Ms. Jeannie earlier, and probably the industry needs more of that session. Probably we can request it from the group. On behalf of the organizers, our sponsor, TIEZA, our partners, again, Management Association of the Philippines and Department of Tourism, this national conference, Industry Dialogue, is now formally adjourned. And thank you again for your active participation, and have a safe journey home. Have a good afternoon.